Hey there, night owls! Tonight we're talking about a civilization that built mountains. Yeah, actual artificial mountains. 4,500 years ago, and we still can't fully explain how they pulled it off. Ancient Egypt. The land where engineers were basically rock stars. Pharaohs had egos the size of their monuments, and construction projects made modern skyscrapers look like weekend DIY jobs. Forget everything you learned from mummy movies. This story is way more impressive. Before we dive in, smash that like button if you're into epic history and drop a comment. Where are you watching from tonight? What time is it in your corner of the world? I genuinely want to know who's joining me on this journey down the Nile. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and prepare to have your mind absolutely wrecked by what ancient humans accomplished with copper tools, raw muscle, and insane determination. We're about to witness engineering miracles that shaped human history forever. Let's go. Picture yourself standing in the middle of the Sahara Desert about 7,000 years ago. Sand dunes stretch endlessly in every direction. The sun beats down with absolutely zero mercy, and your chances of survival are roughly equivalent to winning the lottery while being struck by lightning. Not great odds, to put it mildly. Now imagine that cutting through this impossibly hostile landscape runs a single ribbon of blue, a river so powerful, so life-giving, so utterly essential, that an entire civilization would rise along its banks and proceed to reshape human history forever. This is the Nile, and tonight we're exploring how ancient engineers transformed its wild, unpredictable waters into the foundation of the greatest empire the ancient world had ever seen. The Nile isn't just any river. Stretching over 4,000 miles from its sources deep in the heart of Africa to its delta on the Mediterranean Sea, it remains the longest river on the planet. To put that distance in perspective, you could fit the entire length of California into the Nile's course more than 4 times over, and still have room left for a decent-sized theme park. The river begins its journey in the tropical rainforests around Lake Victoria, gathers strength from tributaries including the Blue Nile rushing down from the Ethiopian highlands, and then commits to one of the most remarkable feats of geographic persistence in nature, flowing north through hundreds of miles of absolute desert without receiving a single significant tributary. Any other river would have given up and evaporated somewhere around the second sand dune, but the Nile apparently didn't get that memo. But length alone doesn't explain why this particular waterway became the cradle of one of humanity's most spectacular civilizations. What made the Nile special, what made it magical really, was its annual gift to the people living along its shores. Every summer, like clockwork, the river would swell and overflow its banks, depositing rich, dark, incredibly fertile soil across the floodplains. The ancient Egyptians called this precious earth Kemet, meaning the black land, and they weren't being poetic. The soil was literally black, packed with nutrients washed down from the Ethiopian highlands, and it could grow just about anything you planted in it. Compare this to Deshret, the red land of the surrounding desert where nothing grew except perhaps a stubborn sense of regret for wandering too far from the water. Now here's where things get interesting from an engineering perspective. This annual flooding wasn't exactly a gentle, predictable process. Some years the waters rose modestly, leaving just enough fertile silt to ensure a decent harvest. Other years, the Nile decided to throw an absolute tantrum, surging far beyond its usual boundaries and washing away entire villages, crops, and any semblance of agricultural planning. And then there were the truly terrifying years when the floods barely came at all, leaving the land parched and the people facing the very real prospect of starvation. Living along the Nile was essentially playing agricultural roulette, except the stakes were life and death, and nobody had figured out how to count cards yet. The ancient Egyptians developed a remarkably sophisticated understanding of the Nile's behaviour through generations of careful observation. They tracked the star Sirius, whose annual reappearance in the pre-dawn sky coincided reliably with the beginning of flood season, a celestial alarm clock that gave farmers about 2 weeks to prepare for the rising waters. They divided their year into 3 seasons based entirely on the river's cycle. Akhet, the inundation, when fields lay underwater and farmers turned to other work. Pere, the growing season, when crops sprouted in the receding moisture. And Shemu, the harvest, when everything had to be gathered before the next flood arrived to claim the land again. This calendar wasn't just practical, it was sacred. The Egyptians believed the gods themselves had established this rhythm, and that disruptions to the pattern represented divine displeasure with human behaviour. A pharaoh whose reign coincided with poor floods faced serious questions about his spiritual legitimacy. Perhaps the gods are angry was essentially the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a congressional investigation, except with considerably more existential anxiety and the occasional ritual sacrifice to sweeten the deal. The earliest inhabitants of the Nile Valley were, understandably, rather nervous about this whole situation. These weren't stupid people. They'd survived in one of the harshest environments on Earth, which requires a certain baseline competence that modern couch potatoes might struggle to comprehend. They observed the river carefully, tracked its patterns across generations, and gradually developed farming techniques that took advantage of the annual floods. They planted crops after the waters receded, harvested before the next flood season, and prayed rather fervently that the river gods were in a good mood that particular year. This system worked well enough to sustain scattered communities of farmers, fishermen, and hunters, but it wasn't exactly the foundation for an empire. For that, Egypt would need someone with vision, ambition, and possibly a slight megalomania problem. Enter the pharaohs. Before we get to the engineering marvels, we need to understand the political landscape that made such projects possible. Around 3100 BCE, Egypt wasn't a unified nation, but rather a collection of independent territories divided into two broad regions, Upper Egypt in the south and Lower Egypt in the north. Yes, Upper Egypt is in the south. The Egyptians named their regions based on the flow of the Nile, which runs from south to north, so upstream was upper and downstream was lower. Confusing? Absolutely. Logical once you think about it? Also yes. Welcome to ancient Egyptian geography, where nothing is quite what you expect. These two regions had distinct cultures, different crowns for their rulers, separate patron deities, and a long history of looking at each other with mild suspicion across the river. Upper Egypt wore a tall white bowling pin-shaped crown and venerated the vulture goddess Nekhbet. Lower Egypt sported a red crown with a distinctive curly projection and honoured the cobra goddess Wadjet. The symbolism was clear. These were two separate peoples with two separate identities, and uniting them would require either exceptional diplomacy or exceptional violence. Ancient history being what it is, you can probably guess which approach proved more popular. The legendary figure credited with unifying Egypt is a pharaoh known by several names. Menes, Narmer, or possibly both were the same person, though historians still argue about this at conferences while consuming excessive amounts of coffee and passive-aggressive footnotes. For our purposes, we'll call him Menes, since that's the name Greek historians used, and we might as well be consistent with our ancient sources. What we know about Menes comes from a combination of archaeological evidence, king lists compiled centuries after his death, and legends that grew increasingly dramatic with each retelling. The basic narrative goes something like this. Menes was a ruler of Upper Egypt who, through military conquest, brought Lower Egypt under his control, thereby creating a unified Egyptian state that would endure for 3,000 years. The evidence for this unification includes the famous Narmer palette, a ceremonial stone tablet discovered in the late 19th century that depicts a pharaoh wearing both the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt. On one side, the ruler is shown smiting an enemy with a mace, a scene that would become standard pharaonic imagery for millennia, essentially the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a presidential portrait, except considerably more violent. On the other side, the pharaoh inspects rows of decapitated enemies, which sends a fairly clear message about what happened to those who opposed unification. Subtle this was not. But here's where Menes transforms from mere conquering warlord to pioneering engineer. Having unified Egypt through the time-honoured method of hitting people with heavy objects, Menes faced a practical problem. He needed a capital city. Upper Egypt had its traditional centres of power, as did Lower Egypt, but ruling from either location would appear to favour one region over the other, a recipe for resentment and eventual rebellion. What Menes needed was a new city, strategically positioned at the junction of the two lands, symbolically neutral yet practically powerful. He needed Memphis. The site Menes chose for his new capital was brilliant from a strategic perspective, but absolutely terrible from an engineering standpoint. Located roughly where the Nile Valley meets the delta, at the apex of Lower Egypt, this position allowed the pharaoh to control access to both regions, while remaining equidistant from potential troublemakers in either direction. It was the ancient equivalent of building your headquarters at a major highway interchange, fantastic for logistics, problematic for just about everything else. The specific problem was that this particular stretch of the Nile had a nasty habit of flooding rather enthusiastically, transforming the surrounding area into a temporary lake every summer. Building a permanent city here would require either accepting annual swimming lessons or doing something about the water. Men's displaying the kind of audacious confidence that would characterize Egyptian pharaohs for millennia chose option 2. According to the Greek historian Herodotus, who visited Egypt around 450 BCE and wrote extensively about its wonders, Menes ordered the construction of a massive dam to divert the Nile away from his chosen building site. Let that sink in for a moment. 5,000 years ago, before the invention of concrete, steel, heavy machinery, or even the wheel as a practical construction tool, an Egyptian ruler looked at one of the world's mightiest rivers and essentially said, "Yeah, I think I'll move that." The sheer audacity is breathtaking. The ancient sources describe this dam as a massive earthen structure, constructed across the river's natural course to force the waters into a new channel. Herodotus claims the dam was located about 12 miles south of Memphis, at a place where the valley narrowed sufficiently to make such a project feasible. The logistics involved would have been staggering. Thousands of workers, possibly tens of thousands, would have been mobilized to dig, carry and pack the enormous quantities of earth and stone required. They would have worked under the brutal Egyptian sun, using tools made of copper and stone, with no safety equipment, no overtime pay, and absolutely no union representation. The ancient Egyptians hadn't invented workers' rights, unfortunately, though they had invented the concept of giving workers beer as compensation, which at least showed some understanding of motivational economics. Consider for a moment the practical challenges these workers faced. The average daily temperature during the construction season likely exceeded 90 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's in the shade, of which there was precious little in the middle of a river construction project. Workers hauled baskets of earth on their shoulders or heads, trudging back and forth along paths that quickly became rutted and treacherous. The mud along the riverbanks would have been thick and clinging, the kind that sucks sandals off your feet and makes every step an exercise in determination. Insects swarmed in clouds, attracted by the moisture and the sweating bodies of labourers who had no effective means of protection. The organisational challenge was equally daunting. Someone had to coordinate the efforts of thousands of workers, ensuring that earth arrived where it was needed when it was needed, that the dam rose evenly across its entire length, and that construction progressed quickly enough to outpace the rising waters. This required a command structure, a communication system, and a logistical apparatus sophisticated enough to manage a project that modern engineers would approach with some trepidation, even with all our technology. The ancient Egyptians invented project management by necessity, and while they left no training manuals, the results speak for themselves. Food and water for this massive workforce presented their own challenges. Workers needed several thousand calories daily to sustain the kind of intense physical labour dam construction required. Not exactly a situation where you can order delivery. Granaries had to be established near the construction site, supplied by boats carrying grain from surrounding regions. Bakeries worked around the clock to produce the bread that formed the staple of workers' diets. And then there was the beer, blessed beer, produced in quantities that would make a modern brewery blush, but that were absolutely essential for keeping the workforce hydrated, happy, and at least marginally motivated. What makes this dam even more impressive is that the Egyptians had to construct it while the river was still flowing. You can't exactly ask the Nile to wait politely while you finish your engineering project. Instead, the builders would have had to work during the dry season when water levels were lowest, racing against time to complete as much as possible before the next flood season arrived to test their work. Imagine the pressure. Every year the rising waters would reveal whether your calculations were correct, your construction sound, and your planning adequate. Get it wrong, and the flood would simply wash away your efforts, leaving you to explain to a rather irritated pharaoh why his capital city was now underwater. Ancient Egyptian project managers definitely earned their rations. The dam itself was likely constructed using a technique called cofferdam construction, where temporary barriers are built to hold back water, while the main structure is completed in the dry area behind them. Workers would have piled up earth, rocks and brush in massive quantities, compacting each layer to create a structure strong enough to resist the river's force. The outer faces might have been reinforced with larger stones or mud bricks to prevent erosion, while the interior would have been packed with whatever materials were available. Essentially, The ancient Egyptians invented the earth-filled dam about 4.5 millennia before modern engineers gave it a technical name. Once the dam diverted the Nile's flow, Menes had his building site, a broad, flat plain of reclaimed land where the river once ran, now protected from flooding and ready for development. The city that rose here would become Memphis, one of the greatest urban centres of the ancient world. For nearly 3,000 years, Memphis served as either the capital or a major administrative centre of Egypt, home to pharaohs, priests, craftsmen, and administrators who oversaw the world's most sophisticated civilization. All of it was made possible because one ruler had the vision to challenge nature itself and the engineering capability to actually succeed. To understand just how significant Memphis became, consider that at its height the city may have housed several 100,000 residents, making it one of the largest cities in the entire ancient world, rivaled only by places like Babylon and, later, Rome. Streets bustled with merchants hawking goods from across the known world: cedar from Lebanon, incense from Punt, copper from Sinai, lapis lazuli from distant Afghanistan by way of Mesopotamian traders. Workshops produced everything from delicate jewellery to massive stone sarcophagi, their products destined for temples, tombs, and trading ships heading to ports throughout the Mediterranean. The city's layout reflected Egyptian ideas about order and proper organisation. Major thoroughfares ran straight and wide, designed to accommodate religious processions and royal parades as much as everyday traffic. Residential quarters clustered around profession and social status, with craftsmen of similar trades grouping together in specialised neighbourhoods, a pattern that would persist in Egyptian urban planning for millennia. The wealthy lived in spacious homes with multiple rooms, private gardens, and amenities that included surprisingly effective ventilation systems designed to channel cooling breezes through the scorching summer months. The poor, as always, made do with considerably less, though even modest Egyptian dwellings compared favourably to housing standards in many other ancient cultures. But the dam was only the beginning. Managing the Nile wasn't a one-time project, but an ongoing challenge that would occupy Egyptian engineers for millennia. The annual floods, while essential for agriculture, still needed to be controlled, directed and harvested if Egypt was to achieve its full potential. This required an entire system of infrastructure, canals, dikes, reservoirs and irrigation channels that represented some of the most sophisticated water management the ancient world would ever see. The basic principle was relatively straightforward in concept, if monumentally difficult in execution. During flood season, the Egyptians wanted to capture as much water and fertile silt as possible, distributing it across their agricultural lands rather than letting it rush uselessly into the Mediterranean. Then, during the dry season, they needed to retain enough water to irrigate their crops and supply their cities until the next flood arrived. This required moving truly staggering amounts of water across considerable distances, all without the benefit of pumps, pipes, or pressurized systems. The solution was an extensive network of canals that honeycombed the Nile Valley. These artificial waterways served multiple purposes. They carried floodwaters inland to fields that would otherwise remain dry, they provided transportation routes for goods and people, and they created a system of basins that could hold water for gradual release throughout the growing season. Maintaining this network required constant attention. Canals silted up and needed dredging. Dikes weakened and required reinforcement. Channels shifted course and had to be redirected. The Egyptian bureaucracy developed an entire department dedicated solely to water management, staffed by officials who spent their careers measuring, recording, and controlling the flow of the Nile. The engineering principles underlying this canal system were sophisticated enough to impress modern hydrologists. The Egyptians understood that water flows downhill, obvious enough, but they also grasped the more subtle implications of this fact. By carefully controlling the elevation of canal beds and the height of dike walls, they could direct water flow over considerable distances with no pumping required. The Nile's natural slope, falling about 6 inches per mile through the delta region, provided just enough gradient to keep water moving through the system without the kind of erosive velocity that would destroy the earthen channels. Basin irrigation, as this system is technically called, worked on an elegant principle. During flood season, dikes were opened to allow the rising waters to fill enormous enclosed basins, sometimes covering thousands of acres. The water sat in these basins for weeks, depositing its precious cargo of fertile silt and thoroughly saturating the soil. When the flood receded, the basins were drained through carefully positioned outlets, and the saturated, fertilized land was ready for planting. The crops grew on stored moisture, and by the time they were ready for harvest, the soil had dried enough for farmers to work without sinking to their knees in mud. This system had an additional benefit that the Egyptians may not have fully understood but certainly appreciated. The standing water helped control salt buildup in the soil. Irrigation in arid regions typically leads to salinization, as water evaporates and leaves its dissolved minerals behind, a process that has destroyed agricultural productivity in Mesopotamia, California's Central Valley, and countless other irrigated regions throughout history. But the Egyptian basin system, with its annual flooding and complete soil saturation, effectively flushed accumulated salts downward and out of the root zone. Egyptian fields remained productive for thousands of years, a feat of unintentional soil management that modern agriculture struggles to replicate. One of the most remarkable aspects of this system was the Nilometer, a device for measuring the river's height that allowed officials to predict the coming flood's intensity months in advance. The basic design was simple, a vertical column marked with gradations, partially submerged in the river, that officials could read to determine how high the waters had risen. More sophisticated versions included stairwells descending into the river, with markings on the walls showing water levels at various stages. The readings from nilometers stationed along the length of the Nile were compiled and analysed by priestly officials who had inherited generations of observational data. They could predict with remarkable accuracy whether a given year would bring abundant floods, moderate floods, or disastrously insufficient floods. The technology behind nilometers seems almost absurdly simple to modern eyes, essentially just a ruler stuck in water, but the system built around them was anything but primitive. Nilometer readings from stations hundreds of miles apart were collected, transmitted to central authorities, and analysed using accumulated historical data to generate predictions that proved accurate enough to guide national policy. When officials at Elephantine, near Egypt's southern border, reported rising waters, administrators in Memphis could calculate how many weeks would pass before the flood reached the delta and begin preparations accordingly. The information network required to make this system function represented an impressive achievement in itself. Messengers travelled the length of the Nile carrying updates between stations. Records were maintained in temple archives, creating databases of flood levels stretching back centuries. Priests trained in mathematics analysed trends and patterns, identifying cycles within cycles that improved prediction accuracy over time. The entire apparatus functioned as a kind of early warning system, giving Egypt advantages in agricultural planning that no other ancient civilization could match. This data also served political purposes that extended far beyond agriculture. Tax assessments depended on predicted crop yields, which depended on expected flood levels, so the priests who controlled nilometer readings effectively controlled government revenue projections. Their predictions influenced everything from military planning to temple construction budgets. A priest who could accurately forecast flood levels wielded considerable indirect power, while one whose predictions proved consistently wrong might find his access to royal favour quickly diminishing. The nilometer wasn't just a measuring device, it was a nexus of political, religious and economic power that gave its operators influence far exceeding their nominal positions. This information wasn't merely of agricultural interest, it was politically vital. Too little flooding meant crop failures and famine, which meant peasant unrest, which meant trouble for whoever happened to be wearing the double crown. Too much flooding meant destruction of infrastructure and displacement of populations, which also meant trouble for the current regime. The pharaohs understood, with a sophistication that might surprise modern observers, that their legitimacy depended on managing these natural cycles successfully. A ruler who could not ensure prosperity for his people would soon find himself facing rivals who promised better results. Control of water meant control of food, which meant control of the population, which meant political power. The Egyptians had figured out the fundamental equation of agricultural civilization millennia before anyone thought to write it down in those terms. The civil engineering required to maintain the system was astounding in scope. Every year, after the floods receded, officials would survey the land, measuring the new silt deposits and adjusting field boundaries accordingly. The Nile had a tendency to shift its course over time, gradually eroding one bank while building up another, which meant that property lines had to be periodically re-established. This necessity drove the development of Egyptian surveying and mathematics, producing techniques of geometric calculation that would later be refined by Greek philosophers into the formal discipline we now call geometry. Every time a modern student groans their way through a proof about triangles, they can thank ancient Egyptian irrigation engineers for getting the whole process started. The labour required for all this construction and maintenance was organised through a sophisticated system that combined religious obligation, taxation, and good old-fashioned conscription. Every Egyptian owed labour to the state, typically during the flood season when agricultural work was impossible anyway, and peasants had nothing better to do than move enormous quantities of earth under the supervision of royal overseers. This corvée system provided the workforce for all major construction projects, from canal maintenance to pyramid building, and it operated with remarkable efficiency for centuries. The workers received food, shelter, and beer, quite generous quantities of beer actually, which may explain both the morale and the occasional wonky angles in lesser construction projects. The organisation of these labour gangs reveals a surprisingly nuanced approach to workforce management. Workers were divided into teams with colourful names like Friends of Khufu or Drunkards of Menkaure, the ancient Egyptian equivalent of company softball team names, except with considerably higher stakes. Each team had designated leaders, specific quotas, and a competitive spirit encouraged by overseers who understood that friendly rivalry could boost productivity better than threats alone. Archaeological evidence from worker settlements shows that these weren't slaves in chains, but organised labourers who took pride in their contributions to royal projects. The workers' villages that housed these construction crews tell us much about how Egypt managed its human resources. At Giza and other major construction sites, excavations have revealed planned communities with barrack-style housing, bakeries, breweries, and even medical facilities. One ancient text references a doctor treating a worker's broken bone, suggesting that the state valued its labourers enough to invest in their recovery rather than simply discarding the injured. This doesn't mean conditions were pleasant by modern standards, far from it, but it does indicate a level of organisational sophistication that treated workers as valuable resources to be maintained rather than expendable units to be consumed. The daily routine of these workers followed a regimented schedule that would feel familiar to anyone who's worked construction. Crews assembled at dawn before the worst of the day's heat and worked through the morning hours. A midday break provided respite from the sun at its fiercest, with workers retreating to shade and consuming their rations of bread, beer, and whatever vegetables or meat the commissary had managed to produce. Afternoon work continued until sunset, after which workers returned to their quarters for evening meals and whatever recreation they could manage. 10-day work weeks with regular rest days provided a rhythm that prevented complete exhaustion, while maintaining progress on projects that stretched across years or decades. What emerges from this picture is an image of ancient Egypt as essentially a massive hydraulic civilization, built around the management and exploitation of water resources on a scale unprecedented in human history. The Nile wasn't just a geographical feature, it was the organising principle of Egyptian society, shaping everything from the agricultural calendar to the religious worldview to the political structure. The pharaoh wasn't merely a king, he was the intermediary between humanity and the divine forces that controlled the flood. His ritual actions were believed to ensure the proper rising of the waters, and his administrative apparatus existed primarily to manage their distribution. Every aspect of Egyptian civilization flowed from this fundamental relationship with the river. This brings us back to Memphis and the remarkable engineering achievement that made it possible. The dam Menes constructed didn't just divert a river, it established a template for Egyptian ambition that would persist for 3 millennia. If the pharaohs could move the Nile itself, what couldn't they accomplish? The confidence this success engendered would lead directly to the Pyramid Age, when Egyptian rulers would attempt to build structures reaching literally toward the heavens. But that's a story for another chapter. For now, let's appreciate the achievement of these first Egyptian engineers, who looked at nature's mightiest force and refused to submit. The city of Memphis that rose on Menes' reclaimed land quickly became the administrative heart of unified Egypt. Its strategic location made it the natural hub for transportation, trade, and communication throughout the two lands. Goods flowing down the Nile from Upper Egypt passed through Memphis before reaching the Delta and the Mediterranean beyond. Products arriving from across the ancient Near East similarly funneled through the city before being distributed throughout the kingdom. Memphis became wealthy almost immediately, and with wealth came population, construction, and cultural development. The city's original Egyptian name was Ineb-Hej, meaning white walls, a reference to the fortified palace compound that served as the pharaoh's residence and the kingdom's administrative centre. These walls weren't white for aesthetic reasons. They were made of limestone, which the Egyptians would later use to sheathe their pyramids and which gleamed brilliantly in the desert sunlight. The visual effect was intentional. The shining white walls of the royal compound announced power, permanence, and divine favour to all who approached. First impressions mattered even in the ancient world, and the pharaohs understood branding better than most modern marketing departments. Within those white walls, the machinery of empire began to take shape. Scribes developed increasingly sophisticated writing systems to track the distribution of resources. Administrators created standardized weights, measures, and calendars to coordinate activities across the unified realm. Priests established religious rituals that reinforced royal authority while explaining the cosmic significance of the Nile's annual cycle. The entire apparatus of ancient Egyptian bureaucracy, the endless lists, the meticulous records, the hierarchical organization, emerged from the practical necessities of managing a hydraulic civilization on an unprecedented scale. The scribal class deserves special attention, because these were the people who made large-scale engineering projects actually possible. Becoming a scribe required years of training, beginning in childhood with endless hours of copying texts, learning the hundreds of hieroglyphic signs, and mastering the cursive hieratic script used for everyday documents. The reward for this tedious education was considerable. Scribes occupied a privileged position in Egyptian society, exempt from manual labour and assured of comfortable careers in royal or temple administration. Be a scribe, one ancient Egyptian wisdom text advises, so that your limbs may become smooth and your hands soft. The appeal of air-conditioned office work, it seems, is timeless. These scribes didn't just keep records, they enabled planning on a scale impossible in illiterate societies. They could calculate how much grain a given area of land would produce, how many workers would be needed for a construction project, how long supplies would last, and how resources should be distributed to keep everything functioning. They created the documentation that allowed one generation to learn from another's experience, preserving knowledge across centuries and enabling cumulative improvement in techniques and methods. Without writing, each generation would have had to reinvent the wheel, sometimes literally, but with scribal records, each could build on the accumulated wisdom of all predecessors. Memphis also became a center of craftsmanship and innovation. The concentration of resources and skilled workers in a single location created opportunities for technological development that scattered villages could never achieve. Metalworkers refined their techniques for working copper and eventually bronze. Potters developed new forms and decorative styles. Carpenters experimented with shipbuilding designs better suited to navigating the Nile's varying conditions. And stonemasons, the most crucial artisans for what was to come, began developing the skills that would eventually produce the pyramids. The royal court at Memphis attracted talent from throughout Egypt and beyond. Ambitious young men seeking advancement attached themselves to powerful officials and learned the scribal arts that guaranteed comfortable bureaucratic careers. Priests from various cult centres competed for royal favour and the resources that came with it. Foreign traders established quarters in the city, bringing goods, ideas and techniques from Mesopotamia, the Levant, and other early civilizations. Memphis became a cosmopolitan centre where innovation was not merely tolerated but actively encouraged, so long as it served the greater glory of the pharaoh. The religious dimension of this new capital cannot be overlooked. Menes and his successors were not merely political rulers, they were living gods, incarnations of divine power made manifest in human form. Every action they took, every structure they built, every decree they issued was simultaneously a political and a religious act. The dam that diverted the Nile wasn't just infrastructure, it was proof of divine sanction, evidence that the gods favoured this particular ruler and supported his efforts to reshape creation itself. Later pharaohs would push this logic even further, building monuments so massive that their mere existence seemed to confirm superhuman capabilities. But Menes' dam established the precedent. To be pharaoh was to master nature itself. The impact of Memphis extended far beyond Egypt's borders. Other early civilizations watched with interest and no doubt considerable concern. If the Egyptians could accomplish such feats along the Nile, what might they achieve elsewhere? The dam and the city it protected announced to the world that Egypt was no longer a collection of squabbling chiefdoms, but a unified, powerful, and frighteningly competent state. Trade relationships shifted as merchants recognized the advantages of dealing with a stable, well-organized partner. Diplomatic calculations adjusted as neighboring rulers assessed the implications of this new power on their borders. Mesopotamian cities, which had developed their own impressive irrigation systems along the Tigris and Euphrates, found themselves compared unfavorably to Egyptian achievements. The rivers of Mesopotamia flooded unpredictably and destructively, while the Nile's annual inundation, especially once channeled by Egyptian engineering, followed a relatively reliable schedule. Visitors from the Fertile Crescent marveled at the order and prosperity they found in Egypt, carrying stories home that influenced how other cultures approached their own hydraulic challenges. The Nile had become not just an Egyptian river, but a standard against which all other river civilizations measured themselves. Even more distant cultures eventually felt the influence of Egyptian water management. Greek colonists who settled in Egypt during later centuries learned techniques they brought back to their homeland. Roman engineers who conquered Egypt studied its ancient infrastructure with professional appreciation, adapting principles for their own aqueducts and irrigation projects. The knowledge accumulated over millennia of Nile management entered the broader Mediterranean intellectual tradition, influencing water engineering practices that spread throughout Europe and, eventually, the world. Every modern irrigation project, every dam built to control flooding, owes something to those first experiments along the Nile. Within Egypt, the unification under Menes and the establishment of Memphis inaugurated what historians call the early dynastic period, encompassing the first two dynasties of Egyptian kings. This era saw the consolidation of centralized authority, the development of characteristic Egyptian art styles, the expansion of writing systems, and the accumulation of experience that would make later achievements possible. Each succeeding pharaoh built upon the foundations laid by Menes, expanding the canal system, refining agricultural techniques, and pushing the boundaries of what engineering could accomplish. The lessons learned from the Memphis Dam project proved invaluable for future endeavors. Egyptian engineers developed an empirical understanding of hydrology, soil mechanics, and structural principles that would inform their construction methods for centuries. They learned to calculate the forces that water exerts against barriers, and to design structures that could withstand those forces year after year. They discovered which materials worked best in wet conditions and which would fail when exposed to seasonal flooding. Most importantly, they developed organizational techniques for managing massive labor forces across extended construction timelines, skills that would prove essential for the Pyramid Age to come. The dam itself continued to serve its purpose for centuries, though it required constant maintenance and occasional rebuilding. Herodotus reports that in his time, more than 2,000 years after Menes, Persian rulers who had conquered Egypt still maintained the dam carefully, recognizing its essential role in protecting Memphis. The structure had become so integral to Egyptian infrastructure that its failure would have been catastrophic, potentially flooding one of the ancient world's most important cities. Every successive regime, regardless of its ethnic origin or political legitimacy, understood that maintaining the dam was simply non-negotiable. This points to a broader truth about Egyptian engineering. These weren't one-off projects, but ongoing commitments that bound each generation to the decisions of its predecessors. The canals dug by Old Kingdom pharaohs required maintenance by Middle Kingdom successors, who required services from New Kingdom bureaucracies. The dam men's built obligated every future ruler to preserve his work. Egyptian civilization was, in a very real sense, held hostage by its own infrastructure. The very achievements that made prosperity possible also demanded endless attention and resources. This was the bargain Egypt struck with the Nile: master the river and prosper beyond all imagination, but never stop working to maintain that mastery. As we consider the achievement of Menes and his engineers, it's worth reflecting on what made such accomplishments possible. This wasn't a society with advanced technology in any modern sense. The Egyptians had no engines, no metallurgical knowledge beyond copper and bronze, no mathematical notation system beyond the most basic representation. What they had was organization, the ability to coordinate thousands of workers toward common goals over extended periods, to plan projects that would take years or decades to complete, and to maintain those projects across changes in leadership and circumstance. Their secret weapon wasn't technology, it was bureaucracy. This might seem like a mundane explanation for such remarkable achievements, but consider the alternative. Individual genius, however brilliant, cannot build a dam that diverts a major river. Momentary enthusiasm, however intense, cannot sustain the years of labour required for massive construction projects. What's needed is a system that can translate ambitious visions into coordinated action across large populations and long timelines. The Egyptians developed such systems earlier and more thoroughly than any other ancient civilization, and the results speak for themselves. The religious framework surrounding these projects also proved crucial. Workers weren't merely labourers hired for wages, they were participants in cosmic enterprises blessed by the gods and overseen by a divine ruler. This gave meaning to otherwise back-breaking, monotonous work and provided motivation that mere economic incentives could never match. When you're moving Earth to protect the pharaoh's city, you're serving the living God who ensures the Nile's proper flooding and therefore your family's survival. The theological significance of royal projects created a feedback loop of legitimacy. Successful completion proved divine favour, which reinforced royal authority, which enabled more ambitious projects, which generated more proof of divine favour. Memphis would remain a central city in Egyptian life even after political power shifted to other locations in later periods. Its strategic position guaranteed economic importance, while its religious associations, particularly its cult of Ptah, the creator god and patron of craftsmen, ensured ongoing spiritual significance. The massive necropolis at nearby Saqqara would eventually house the remains of countless pharaohs, nobles and officials, transforming the entire region into a vast city of the dead stretching across miles of desert. But all of this began with one audacious decision: to build a dam, divert a river, and create something from nothing. The engineering achievement of Menes represents a turning point not just in Egyptian history but in human civilization as a whole. Before this dam, humans adapted to their environment, finding niches where nature permitted survival. After this dam, a new possibility emerged. Humans could reshape their environment to suit their needs, forcing nature to accommodate human ambition rather than the reverse. This shift in mindset, from passive adaptation to active transformation, would characterize Egyptian civilization for 3,000 years and would eventually spread to influence cultures around the world. We live today in an era of massive infrastructure projects, dams that dwarf anything the ancients imagined, canals that link oceans, tunnels that pierce mountain ranges, bridges that span distances the Egyptians couldn't have conceived. All of this descends in an intellectual and technological lineage from those first ambitious projects along the Nile. When Menes decided to move a river, he wasn't just solving a local problem, he was establishing a precedent for human relationship with nature that continues to shape our world 5 millennia later. The night grows deeper, and we're only beginning our journey through ancient Egyptian engineering. The dam at Memphis was merely the opening act, the first demonstration of what disciplined ambition could achieve. In the chapters ahead, we'll explore increasingly dramatic achievements: the transition from mud brick to stone construction, the development of pyramid technology, the fortresses that protected Egypt's borders, the temples that celebrated divine power. Each project built upon lessons learned from predecessors, creating a trajectory of innovation that produced some of history's most remarkable structures. But for now, take a moment to appreciate what those earliest engineers accomplished. Working with tools we would consider primitive, in conditions we would find unbearable, they bent one of the world's mightiest rivers to human will. They created a city that would flourish for 30 centuries. They established patterns of organization and effort that made all subsequent Egyptian achievements possible. And they did it so thoroughly that Greek visitors 2.5 millennia later still marveled at their work, recording stories that preserve the memory of Menes and his dam for us today. The Nile continues to flow, though modern dams at Aswan now regulate its floods more completely than the ancient Egyptians could have imagined. Memphis lies in ruins, its white walls long since cannibalized for building materials by successive generations. The dam Menes built has vanished entirely, its earthen structure dissolved back into the landscape over thousands of years. But the achievement persists in the civilization it made possible, in the monuments that still stand along the river's banks, and in the example it set for human ambition across all subsequent ages. What comes next is even more remarkable. Having proven they could control the river horizontally, the Egyptians would soon turn their attention vertical, constructing monuments that rose toward the heavens in defiance of gravity itself. The transition from earth and mud brick to cut stone would transform their capabilities and their ambitions. A new era of building was about to begin, one that would produce structures so enduring that they remain the only ancient wonder still standing today. The age of the pyramids was approaching, and it would eclipse everything that came before. But that transformation began here, in the muddy trenches where workers piled earth against the Nile's flow, under the watchful eyes of overseers serving a pharaoh with dreams larger than any ruler before him. Every pyramid, every temple, every monumental achievement of ancient Egypt traces its lineage back to this moment, when humans first decided that nature itself could be engineered. The audacity of that decision, and the success of its execution, opened possibilities that we're still exploring 5,000 years later. The floodwaters would rise again the following summer, and the summer after that, and for countless summers to come. But they would flow where Menes had directed them, past the white walls of Memphis, nourishing the fields that fed an empire, sustaining the civilization that would become ancient history's greatest wonder. The first great engineering project of Egypt was complete, and the world would never be the same. The achievements we've explored so far, the dam, the canals, the transformation of the Nile Valley into a functioning agricultural machine, were impressive by any measure. But they shared one fundamental characteristic. They were made of earth. Mud bricks, packed soil, organic materials that would eventually decay, crumble, and return to the dust from which they came. The early Egyptians had mastered the art of building with what nature provided, but even the grandest mud brick structure carries within it the seeds of its own destruction. Rain, wind, time, and the occasional determined goat can reduce the mightiest earthen monument to an unimpressive mound within a few generations. If Egypt's rulers wanted to achieve something truly permanent, something that would last not for centuries but for millennia, they needed to think bigger. They needed stone. The transition from mud brick to stone construction represents one of the most significant technological leaps in human history, and it happened in Egypt about 47 centuries ago, during the reign of a pharaoh named Giza. This wasn't a gradual evolution or a natural progression. It was a revolution, driven by ambition, enabled by genius, and executed with a boldness that still staggers the imagination. When Giza decided to build his tomb, he didn't just want something impressive, he wanted something eternal. And to achieve eternity, he turned to an architect whose name would echo through history long after the pharaoh himself was forgotten: Imhotep. Before we dive into the revolutionary aspects of Giza's construction project, we need to understand what he was replacing. For centuries before the Step Pyramid, Egyptian royalty and nobility had been buried in structures called mastabas, a word that comes from the Arabic term for bench, which gives you a fairly accurate mental image of what these things looked like. Mastabas were flat-topped rectangular structures with sloping sides, built over underground burial chambers. They varied in size depending on the wealth and status of the deceased, but even the grandest mastaba was essentially a fancy box covering a hole in the ground. Functional? Certainly. Inspiring? Not particularly. The construction of mastabas followed a well-established tradition by Giza's time. Workers would first excavate a burial pit, sometimes extending quite deep into the bedrock, with additional chambers carved out for grave goods, offerings, and the various items an Egyptian noble might need in the afterlife, which apparently included everything from food and furniture to model servants who would presumably be thrilled to spend eternity doing chores for a dead aristocrat. Once the underground portions were complete, the mastaba superstructure rose above, layers of mud brick forming the distinctive rectangular shape, finished with a smooth exterior coating and sometimes decorated with inscribed niches or false doors. The size of these mastabas varied considerably depending on who was footing the bill. Minor nobles might merit structures a few meters on each side, modest markers distinguishing their graves from those of commoners buried in simple sand pits. Wealthy officials, on the other hand, commissioned mastabas that sprawled across the necropolis like Mediterranean villas, with multiple rooms, courtyards, and elaborate interior decorations. The grandest mastabas of the first and second dynasties at Abydos and Saqqara rivaled small palaces in complexity, containing dozens of storage rooms packed with goods the deceased might need in the afterlife. Jars of wine and oil, carefully preserved foods, weapons and tools, games and musical instruments, and in some disturbing cases, the remains of servants who apparently accompanied their masters into death. The practice of sacrificial burial seems to have declined after the First Dynasty, which represented progress of a sort, though one suspects the servants' union had something to do with it. The interior decoration of elite mastabas provides our best evidence for what daily life looked like in early Egypt. Wall paintings and carved reliefs depicted scenes of agricultural work, craft production, hunting, fishing, and the preparation of food and drink. These weren't random artistic choices. The Egyptians believed that images had magical power and could become real in the afterlife. By depicting abundant harvests and successful hunts on the mastaba walls, the deceased ensured a perpetual supply of prosperity in the world beyond. It was essentially the ancient equivalent of putting a vision board in your tomb, except with considerably higher stakes and much better artistic execution. These structures worked perfectly well for their intended purpose, which was primarily to mark the location of the tomb and provide a place for ongoing funerary offerings. The living could visit the mastaba's chapel, leave food and drink for the deceased, and perform the rituals that ensured the dead person's continued comfort in the afterlife. Egyptian religion placed enormous emphasis on maintaining these connections between living and dead, and mastabas facilitated this relationship effectively. But they had one significant drawback. They didn't exactly scream divine ruler of the universe. A pharaoh needed something more impressive than an oversized brick rectangle to announce his cosmic significance. Giza came to power around 2670 BCE, at the beginning of what historians call the Third Dynasty. The political situation he inherited was reasonably stable. His predecessors had continued the work of unification and consolidation that we discussed earlier, and Egypt functioned as a coherent state with established administrative systems. The economy was prosperous, thanks to those Nile management projects, and the royal treasury was sufficiently full to contemplate ambitious construction. In short, Giza had the resources and the security to think big. What he needed was someone capable of translating his big thinking into physical reality. Enter Imhotep, a figure so remarkable that he would eventually be worshipped as a god. Not a metaphorical god or a divine king in the Egyptian sense, but an actual deity with temples, priests and worshippers seeking his intercession. This doesn't happen to architects very often, which should tell you something about how extraordinary his achievements were considered even by ancient standards. Imhotep served Giza in multiple capacities, as vizier, essentially prime minister, as chief priest, as physician, and as architect. The Egyptians apparently hadn't invented specialization yet, or perhaps Imhotep was simply too talented to be confined to a single role. Either way, when Giza wanted a tomb unlike anything the world had seen, Imhotep was the man who could deliver it. What we know about Imhotep's background is frustratingly limited, which seems unfair given the scope of his achievements. Later tradition claimed he was born a commoner, risen to the heights of power through pure talent, an inspirational story that may or may not reflect historical reality. His name means, "he who comes in peace," which for a man who would revolutionize Egyptian construction seems almost deliberately ironic. Nothing about the Step Pyramid project was peaceful. It was an assault on the impossible, a declaration of war against the limitations of previous generations. But perhaps Imhotep approached even the most challenging problems with a serenity that justified his name. Ancient texts credit Imhotep with inventing the calendar, founding Egyptian medicine, and authoring wisdom literature that circulated for millennia after his death. Some of these attributions are probably exaggerated. The tendency to credit famous figures with achievements they didn't actually accomplish is hardly unique to ancient Egypt, but the pattern suggests Imhotep genuinely excelled in multiple fields. His medical reputation was strong enough that Greeks thousands of years later identified him with their healing god Asclepius, and pilgrims visited his supposed tomb seeking cures for ailments. The actual location of Imhotep's burial remains unknown, ironically enough for a man who built the world's most famous tomb. Archaeologists have searched for decades without success, though hope springs eternal that his final resting place might someday be discovered. The relationship between Giza and Imhotep represents one of history's most productive collaborations between patron and genius. Giza provided the resources, authority, and ambition. Imhotep provided the vision, expertise, and organizational skill to make it reality. Neither could have achieved the Step Pyramid alone. Giza without Imhotep would have been just another pharaoh with grand ideas and no means to realize them. Imhotep without Giza would have been a talented man without the opportunity to demonstrate his talents. Together they changed the world. The decision to build in stone rather than mud brick was revolutionary in ways that might not be immediately obvious to modern observers. We're surrounded by stone and concrete structures, and the idea of stacking rocks on top of each other seems straightforward enough. But consider the challenges facing Imhotep and his workers. Stone is heavy, vastly heavier than mud brick, which means moving it requires entirely different techniques and much greater effort. Stone is hard, requiring specialized tools and considerable skill to shape. Stone comes in irregular pieces that must be quarried, transported and fitted together, unlike mud bricks that can be molded to specification on site. And perhaps most significantly, nobody in Egypt had ever attempted stone construction on anything approaching the scale Imhotep had in mind. The quarrying operations alone represented a massive undertaking. The limestone for Djoser's pyramid came primarily from nearby deposits at Saqqara and Tura, but nearby in the context of ancient construction meant miles of hauling over desert terrain with no roads, no wheeled vehicles, and no draft animals stronger than donkeys and the occasional ox. Workers cut limestone blocks using copper tools, which, if you've ever tried to cut rock with copper, you'll appreciate is a bit like trying to carve a turkey with a butter knife. The copper chisels and saws wore out constantly and required resharpening, adding yet another layer of complexity to the logistics. For harder stones like granite, which would be used in the burial chamber and other critical areas, the Egyptians employed an even more laborious technique involving pounding the stone with dolerite balls, essentially beating rock with slightly harder rock until it surrendered to your will. The quarrying process itself was brutally labour-intensive. Workers first identified suitable beds of limestone. The rock needed to be free of major fractures and of consistent quality throughout. Then they marked out the blocks they wanted to extract, chiselling channels around each block to isolate it from the surrounding stone. The bottom of the block presented the trickiest problem. Workers had to somehow cut underneath a piece of rock that weighed several tons without having it collapse on them in the process. The solution involved driving wooden wedges into channels cut along the block's base, then soaking the wedges with water. As the wood expanded, it exerted tremendous pressure on the stone, eventually cracking the block free from its bed. This technique required patience, skill, and considerable faith in the physics of wood expansion, faith that was occasionally misplaced, with unfortunate consequences for workers standing too close. The Tura quarries, located across the Nile from Saqqara, produced particularly fine white limestone that would be used for the pyramid's outer casing. These underground quarries extended deep into the cliffs, following seams of high-quality stone through tunnels that grew progressively longer, as centuries of quarrying depleted the easily accessible material. Working conditions in these tunnels were, to put it charitably, suboptimal: dark, dusty, cramped, and with an ever-present risk of collapse. Ventilation was minimal, and workers breathed air thick with limestone particles that accumulated in their lungs over years of exposure. Archaeological examination of workers' remains has revealed the respiratory damage these conditions caused. Silicosis was apparently an occupational hazard long before anyone knew what to call it. Once blocks were cut, they had to be moved from quarry to construction site. For nearby limestone, this meant dragging them across the sand on wooden sledges, with workers pouring water in front of the sledge to reduce friction, a technique that actually works remarkably well and which modern engineers have confirmed through experimental archaeology. Teams of men hauled on ropes while overseers coordinated their efforts with chants and drum beats, the ancient equivalent of synchronized pulling. For stone coming from greater distances, the Nile once again proved essential. Blocks were loaded onto barges during flood season when water levels were high, floated downstream to the construction site, and unloaded using earthen ramps leading from the river to the building area. The logistics of coordinating quarrying, transport, and construction across multiple sites would challenge modern project managers with computers and telecommunications. The Egyptians managed it with papyrus records and messengers. Imhotep's design for Djoser's tomb evolved during construction, which tells us something important about the experimental nature of this project. The original plan called for a large mastaba, albeit one built of stone rather than mud brick. Ambitious, certainly, but not revolutionary. As construction progressed, however, someone, presumably Imhotep, decided that bigger was better. A second mastaba was built on top of the first, smaller in footprint but adding height. Then a third, then a fourth, eventually reaching 6 levels and transforming the structure from an unusually tall mastaba into something entirely new, a step pyramid rising over 200 feet above the desert plateau. Archaeological investigation has revealed the traces of this evolutionary process within the pyramid structure. The original mastaba measured about 63 meters on each side, already the largest mastaba ever built, but apparently not impressive enough for Imhotep's evolving vision. The first expansion extended the base in all directions, creating a broader platform. Then came the decision to go vertical, adding the stepped stages that would define the monument's final form. Each expansion required adjustments to the foundation, the internal passages, and the overall structural calculations, essentially redesigning the project while it was under construction, which is every project manager's nightmare but apparently didn't faze Imhotep in the slightest. The structural challenges of this evolving design were considerable. Each new stage added weight that the lower portions had to support, and miscalculating the load-bearing capacity at any point could have resulted in catastrophic collapse. Imhotep solved this problem partly through the inward tilting course technique we mentioned, which distributed weight more effectively than simple horizontal stacking, and partly through the sheer massiveness of the structure's core. By filling interior spaces with solid stone rather than leaving chambers empty, he created a monolithic mass that resisted the forces trying to tear it apart. Modern structural engineers who have studied the step pyramid express admiration for these solutions, which demonstrate an intuitive understanding of load distribution that wouldn't be formalized into mathematical theory for millennia. This wasn't just architectural innovation for its own sake. The stepped form served profound symbolic purposes in Egyptian religious thought. Each level represented a step on the stairway to heaven, a literal path by which the pharaoh's soul could ascend to join the sun god Ra and the other celestial deities. The Egyptians believed the afterlife involved considerable travel between the earth, the underworld, and the sky, and they wanted to give their pharaoh every possible advantage in these cosmic journeys. A flat-topped mastaba was fine for ordinary dead people, but a god-king needed something that actually reached toward the heavens. The step pyramid's shape wasn't arbitrary decoration. It was functional religious technology, a launch pad for the royal soul. Adjacent to the pyramid stood a small structure called the serdab, an Arabic word meaning cellar, that archaeologists applied to this distinctive Egyptian feature. The serdab was a completely sealed chamber containing a life-size statue of Giza, positioned to gaze outward through two small holes drilled through the chamber's north wall. This statue served as a backup body for the car, providing an alternative residence if anything happened to the mummy. The car could inhabit the statue, look out through the viewing holes and receive offerings presented in the courtyard beyond. It was essentially a spiritual security system, ensuring the pharaoh's continued existence even if his physical remains were destroyed. The statue itself, now in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, gives us our most vivid impression of how Giza appeared in life, or at least how he wanted to be remembered. He sits enthroned, wearing the ceremonial robe of the said festival, his face expressing serene confidence in his eternal destiny. The eyes were originally inlaid with rock crystal or semi-precious stones, making the statue seem almost alive in the flickering light of oil lamps. Imagine a priest entering the offering chamber, placing food and drink before the serdab, and looking up to see those glittering eyes staring back from the darkness. The psychological effect was deliberately unsettling, a reminder that the pharaoh, though dead, remained very much present and watching. The construction technique Imhotep employed reveals both genius and improvisation. Unlike later pyramids, which would use large blocks laid in horizontal courses, the step pyramid was built with relatively small limestone blocks, each about the size of a large mud brick, probably because this was the size workers were accustomed to handling. These blocks were laid in courses that tilted inward at about a 75-degree angle, with each course leaning against the one below it. This created a structurally stable configuration, as the weight of each course pressed against its neighbours rather than simply resting on top. Modern engineers have noted that this technique, while labour-intensive, produced a remarkably stable structure that has survived for nearly 5,000 years with minimal maintenance. The core of the pyramid was solid stone, filling what had originally been the mastaba chambers and creating a massive anchor for the structure above. Access to the burial chamber was through a series of underground tunnels, cut deep into the bedrock beneath the pyramid and reached by a shaft that descended from the pyramid's north face. These underground passages formed a complex maze, deliberately confusing, presumably to deter tomb robbers, though it's worth noting that tomb robbers eventually figured out every Egyptian security system ever devised. The Egyptians and tomb robbers were locked in an arms race that lasted 3,000 years, and the robbers generally won. The underground galleries beneath the step pyramid reveal the sophistication of Djoser's burial complex. Miles of tunnels honeycomb the bedrock, including 11 shafts leading to chambers that may have been intended for family members or for storing particular categories of grave goods. The main burial chamber lay at the bottom of a vertical shaft about 90 feet deep, lined with granite blocks fitted so precisely that even modern analysis struggles to find the joins. The chamber itself was relatively small, just large enough to contain the pharaoh's sarcophagus, but reaching it required navigating a labyrinth that would have challenged even the most determined thieves. Despite these precautions, tomb robbers eventually penetrated the complex, probably within a few centuries of Djoser's burial. The mummy has never been found, and the burial chamber was empty when archaeologists first explored it in modern times. This pattern would repeat throughout Egyptian history. Royal tombs designed to preserve kings for eternity were systematically violated by thieves seeking the gold and precious objects buried with the dead. The irony was not lost on later pharaohs, who experimented with increasingly elaborate security measures while achieving increasingly diminishing returns. By the New Kingdom, the whole pyramid concept would be abandoned in favour of hidden rock-cut tombs in the Valley of the Kings, which were also robbed naturally, because the fundamental problem wasn't the architecture, but the fact that everyone knew the tombs contained fabulous treasure. The burial chamber itself was a masterpiece of granite work, lined with pink granite blocks brought from quarries at Aswan, some 500 miles to the south. Getting these blocks to Saqqara required the full deployment of Egypt's logistical capabilities. Quarrying crews at Aswan, barge fleets on the Nile, hauling teams at the destination, and masons who could fit the precisely cut blocks into their designated positions. The effort required to line a single room with granite seems almost absurd by modern standards, but to Djoser and Imhotep, only the hardest and most permanent of materials would suffice for the pharaoh's eternal resting place. Surrounding the step pyramid, Imhotep designed a vast complex of ceremonial buildings, courtyards, and enclosure walls that covered about 40 acres, roughly the size of 6 soccer fields, which gives you some sense of the scale involved. The entire complex was enclosed by a massive limestone wall, over 30 feet high and more than a mile in circumference, with a distinctive panelled facade featuring hundreds of recesses and projections that created an elegant pattern of light and shadow. This wall was pierced by 14 false doors, carved to look like entrances but leading nowhere, and only one real entrance, located at the southeast corner. Visitors approaching the complex would have had to circle nearly the entire perimeter before finding the way in, which may have been a security measure, a ritual requirement, or simply Imhotep's way of building anticipation before the grand reveal. The buildings within the complex present one of ancient architecture's most fascinating puzzles. They're beautiful, sophisticated, and almost entirely fake. Imhotep designed structures that looked like functional buildings, temples, pavilions, administrative offices, but were actually solid stone with carved facades. Columns that appeared to support roofs were actually engaged to walls, unable to stand on their own. Doors were carved in stone but would never open. Windows were decorative reliefs that let in no light. The entire complex was essentially a three-dimensional stage set, an eternal recreation of the architectural forms familiar from mud brick construction, rendered in imperishable stone. The attention to detail in these dummy buildings borders on obsessive. Stonemasons carved hinges on doors that were part of solid walls. They rendered the grain of wooden beams that were actually limestone. They depicted rolled-up reed screens above doorways, complete with the ties that would hold them in place if they were real. This level of detail wasn't artistry for its own sake, it was magical necessity. The Egyptians believed that the car needed convincing representations of functional objects and spaces. A door that looked half-finished might confuse the car about whether it could pass through. A column that looked structurally unsound might worry the spirit about the building's safety. Everything had to appear real enough to fool a cosmic entity that would spend eternity inhabiting these spaces. Some of the buildings in the complex served specific ritual functions even in their dummy state. The Hebsed Court, a long rectangular space flanked by chapel-like structures, replicated the setting for the said festival, a jubilee ceremony in which the pharaoh renewed his powers through ritual activities, including a ceremonial run around boundary markers. By including this court in his funerary complex, Djoser ensured he could continue performing the said festival throughout eternity, renewing his royal vitality forever. The chapels along the court's sides represented the shrines of Upper and Lower Egypt's patron deities. their presence confirming the unified nature of Djoser's rule even in death. Why go to such elaborate lengths to create non-functional buildings? The answer lies in Egyptian beliefs about the afterlife. The ka, one aspect of the human soul, was believed to need physical sustenance and space in the afterlife, just as the living body did on Earth. The complex around Djoser's pyramid provided the ka with everything it might need: courtyards for movement, buildings for shelter, and the forms of all the administrative and religious structures necessary to maintain royal dignity throughout eternity. The buildings didn't need to function because the ka would interact with their spiritual essence rather than their physical reality. It's like building an extremely elaborate dollhouse, except the dolls are cosmic spirits, and the stakes are eternal existence. The translation of mud brick forms into stone required considerable ingenuity. Imhotep's masons carved stone to imitate features that made sense in mud brick, but were structurally irrelevant in stone: bundled reed columns, wooden beam ceilings, woven mat hangings. These details tell us what Egyptian architecture looked like before the Stone Revolution, and provide invaluable information about building traditions that would otherwise be lost. In a sense, Imhotep created a three-dimensional encyclopedia of Egyptian architectural forms, preserved in stone precisely because he was inventing something new and wanted to carry the old forms forward into this new medium. The columns in Djoser's complex deserve special attention because they represent the first monumental stone columns in history. Previous cultures had used wooden posts to support structures, but translating this concept into stone required solving new structural problems. Wood is flexible and can span gaps that would cause stone to crack under its own weight. Imhotep addressed this by making his columns relatively short and thick, engaged to walls for additional support, and using stone lintels that didn't need to span great distances. These weren't the soaring columns of later Greek temples, but they established principles that would be refined over centuries of subsequent construction. The design vocabulary Imhotep created for these columns would influence Egyptian architecture for millennia. He developed columns that mimicked bundled papyrus stalks, their stems carved in stone with a naturalism that made them seem almost organic. Other columns resembled lotus flowers or palm fronds, their capitals spreading outward to distribute the weight of the lintels above. These botanical motifs weren't arbitrary decoration. They connected the built environment to the natural world that sustained Egyptian civilization, reminding observers that human achievement grew from the same soil that produced Egypt's food and wealth. The engaged columns, those attached to walls rather than standing free, solved a structural problem while creating a distinctive aesthetic. Imhotep wasn't confident that stone columns could support significant weight on their own, so he built in backup support by connecting them to surrounding walls. The visual effect was striking, a rhythmic alternation of column and wall that created patterns of light and shadow as the sun moved across the complex. Later architects would develop freestanding columns that could bear enormous loads, but Imhotep's cautious approach made sense for someone literally inventing the technology as he went along. The entrance colonnade, where visitors first entered the complex after passing through the real doorway, demonstrated these techniques at their most sophisticated. 2 rows of columns flanked a processional path, their surfaces carved to represent bundled reeds tied with bands at regular intervals. The ceiling above was carved to look like round logs laid side by side, the roofing technique used in mud brick construction, now translated into stone for eternity. Walking through this colonnade was meant to feel like entering a royal building, but one that would never decay, never need repair, never change throughout the endless ages the pharaoh would spend in residence. The workforce required for this project must have been enormous, though exact numbers are impossible to determine from surviving evidence. Based on comparisons with later pyramid construction for which we have better documentation, estimates suggest that tens of thousands of workers participated at various stages, with a permanent core of skilled craftsmen supplemented by seasonal labour drawn from agricultural populations during flood months. The organisation required to feed, house, and coordinate these workers represented a significant administrative achievement in itself, and it's likely that the experience gained from Djoser's project informed the even larger organisational efforts of later pyramid builders. The daily lives of these workers have become clearer through archaeological excavations at pyramid construction sites. At Giza, which gives us our best evidence for pyramid-era labour conditions, workers lived in organised barrack-style housing near the construction sites. They received daily rations of bread and beer, the staples of Egyptian diet, supplemented by meat, fish, and vegetables in quantities that suggest reasonable nutrition by ancient standards. Medical facilities treated injuries ranging from broken bones to eye infections, and the care shown to injured workers implies they were valued resources rather than disposable labour. This doesn't mean conditions were pleasant. The work itself was backbreaking, hauling blocks, climbing ramps, fitting stones under blazing sun with no protection except perhaps a simple loincloth. Workers developed calluses on their hands and feet that archaeological examination has shown became permanent thickenings of the skin. Spinal damage from carrying heavy loads was common. Life expectancy for construction workers was significantly lower than for other occupations, though teasing apart the effects of the work itself from general ancient living conditions proves challenging. The social organization of the workforce involved complex hierarchies. At the top were master craftsmen who directed teams of skilled workers, stonemasons, sculptors, surveyors, and the specialists who solved technical problems as they arose. Below them came trained workers who handled the precision tasks, fitting blocks, carving inscriptions, applying surface finishes. The bulk of the labour force consisted of unskilled workers who performed the hauling, lifting and carrying that moved materials from quarry to pyramid. These groups had different status, different accommodations, and different compensation, creating a stratified society within the construction site that mirrored Egyptian social structure generally. Imhotep's role extended beyond architectural design to overseeing every aspect of the project, from quarrying operations to final decorative details. Ancient texts describe him as a polymath who excelled in medicine, writing, and religious knowledge as well as architecture, and his position as vizier meant he controlled the administrative apparatus that made the project possible. Later generations would remember him as a sage whose wisdom touched every aspect of Egyptian knowledge, eventually elevating him to divine status as a god of medicine and learning. Temples built in his honour received petitions from people seeking cures for illness, a rather remarkable career trajectory for someone who started out designing tombs, but such was the depth of Egyptian respect for his achievements. The step pyramid at Saqqara was completed during Djoser's lifetime, no small achievement given the project's scope and the experimental nature of its construction. For the first time in history, a stone monument rose above the desert floor, visible for miles in every direction, announcing to all who saw it that the pharaoh buried within possessed power beyond ordinary human scale. The psychological impact of this structure on contemporary observers must have been overwhelming. Nothing like it had ever existed. Nothing like it had ever been imagined. And yet here it stood, impossible made permanent, a stone mountain created by human will. The success of the step pyramid established principles that would guide Egyptian monumental construction for centuries to come. First and most obvious, stoneworks. The material's permanence solved the fundamental problem that plagued mud brick construction, and the engineering challenges it posed could be overcome through organisation, patience, and brute force. Second, size matters. The step pyramid's impact derived partly from its height, which dwarfed any previous structure in Egypt, and subsequent pharaohs would compete to build even higher. Third, complexity impresses. The elaborate ceremonial complex surrounding the pyramid set a standard for royal funerary architecture that successors felt obligated to meet or exceed. Djoser and Imhotep hadn't just built a tomb, they'd created a template. The step pyramid also demonstrated that Egypt possessed the organizational capacity to undertake construction projects that would have seemed impossible to any other civilization of the period. Quarrying, transporting, and placing millions of cubic feet of stone required coordination across multiple sectors of the economy and mobilization of labor on an unprecedented scale. The fact that Egypt pulled this off successfully confirmed the nation's exceptional capabilities and set expectations for future royal monuments. A pharaoh who couldn't match or exceed his predecessors' building achievements risked appearing weak, a dangerous position in a world where divine kingship depended on visible demonstrations of superhuman power. The legacy of Djoser's pyramid extended far beyond Egypt's borders and its own era. Greek visitors millennia later marvelled at its antiquity and scale, recognizing it as a landmark in human achievement even though by their time the structure was already ancient. Arab travellers recorded their observations of the step pyramid, attempting to understand how such a structure could have been created. Modern archaeologists have spent decades studying the complex, continually discovering new details about its construction and significance. The step pyramid remains the oldest monumental stone structure in the world, a direct ancestor of every stone building that followed. What makes Imhotep's achievement particularly remarkable is that he was inventing an entirely new technology, while simultaneously creating one of history's most ambitious monuments. There was no manual, no precedent, no accumulated tradition of stone construction to guide his decisions. Every technique had to be developed from scratch, tested, refined, and implemented at massive scale. The fact that the structure still stands, not perfectly intact but recognizably intact, after nearly 5,000 years testifies to the soundness of his solutions. Modern engineers who have studied the Step Pyramid's construction express admiration for techniques that were innovative even by contemporary standards. The Step Pyramid also established Saqqara as one of Egypt's primary necropolis sites, a city of the dead that would eventually stretch for miles along the desert plateau. Subsequent pharaohs and nobles built their tombs in proximity to Djoser's monument, seeking to associate themselves with its prestige and perhaps believing that proximity to such a powerful structure would benefit their own afterlife prospects. The area became a landscape of pyramids, mastabas, and temple complexes, layer upon layer of burial monuments accumulated over centuries of Egyptian history. Archaeologists are still making discoveries at Saqqara, including recently found tombs and mummies that rewrite our understanding of Egyptian burial practices. Modern archaeological work at Saqqara has revealed just how much remains to be discovered beneath the desert sands. In recent years, excavations have uncovered sealed burial shafts containing dozens of wooden coffins, many with their original painted decorations still vivid after millennia. Animal mummies, cats, birds, even lions, have emerged from underground galleries dedicated to sacred creatures. Workshops where embalmers prepared bodies for burial have been found intact, complete with ceramic jars still containing the substances used in mummification. Every season brings new discoveries, suggesting that Saqqara's treasures may never be fully catalogued. The conservation challenges facing Djoser's complex are substantial and ongoing. 5,000 years of exposure have taken their toll, and the pyramid itself has required significant stabilization work to prevent further deterioration. Underground chambers have collapsed, surface blocks have weathered, and the complex's overall condition gives genuine cause for concern. Conservation teams work continuously to shore up weakened areas, protect vulnerable surfaces, and ensure that Imhotep's masterpiece survives for future generations. The irony of using modern engineering to preserve ancient engineering is not lost on anyone involved. The Step Pyramid also serves as a reminder of how much we don't know about ancient Egypt. For every question archaeology has answered, 10 more remain open. We don't know exactly how blocks were lifted to the upper levels of the pyramid. We don't know precisely how many workers participated or how they were organized. We don't know what happened to Djoser's mummy or when exactly the tomb was robbed. These gaps in our knowledge are humbling, but they're also what makes ancient history endlessly fascinating. There's always more to discover, always another mystery waiting to be solved. The religious implications of stone construction went beyond mere permanence. The Egyptians believed that the car needed a physical body to inhabit, hence the elaborate mummification practices that preserved corpses for millennia. But the body required a permanent home, and mud brick structures couldn't guarantee perpetual preservation. Stone offered the possibility of true eternity, a material that would endure as long as the earth itself. By building in stone, the pharaoh wasn't just showing off, he was ensuring that his eternal existence would have an appropriately eternal residence. The investment of resources in stone construction was, from the Egyptian perspective, literally priceless, because it purchased something money couldn't normally buy: immortality. The transition from mud brick to stone also affected Egyptian society in less obvious ways. Stone construction required specialized skills that took years to develop: quarrying techniques, masonry skills, engineering knowledge for moving and placing heavy blocks. A class of trained craftsmen emerged to meet these demands, supported by the state and organized into crews that passed their knowledge from generation to generation. These craftsmen weren't slaves or conscripted peasants, but professionals whose expertise was valued and rewarded. Archaeological evidence from workers' villages shows that skilled workers received good rations, medical care, and burial in well-prepared tombs, benefits that confirm their elevated status. The tools used in stone construction also evolved in response to new demands. Copper chisels and saws, while soft compared to the stone they were meant to cut, proved adequate for limestone work when combined with abrasive sand and patience. For harder stones like granite and basalt, The Egyptians developed techniques using stone tools, pounding balls and picks made from dolerite, which was harder than most building materials and could gradually wear them down. These techniques were labor-intensive but effective, and they would remain in use for thousands of years until iron tools finally became available in the first millennium BCE. The step pyramid's influence on subsequent architecture was immediate and lasting. Djoser's successors attempted to build step pyramids of their own, though none matched the original in either size or preservation. Sekhemkhet, who may have been Djoser's immediate successor, began a step pyramid at Saqqara that was never completed, the abandonment suggesting either the pharaoh's early death or some other catastrophe that disrupted construction. Another unfinished step pyramid at Zawiat el-Aryan tells a similar story of ambition interrupted. But the most significant developments would come from pharaohs who pushed beyond the step pyramid concept towards something even more revolutionary: the true pyramid with smooth, straight sides rising to a perfect apex. That evolution, however, would involve its own challenges, experiments, and spectacular failures. The step pyramid had proven that stone construction was possible. The next generation would discover just how difficult it was to perfect. Imhotep had invented the technology, but later architects would have to figure out how to apply it at even larger scales without the structure collapsing under its own weight. The learning curve would be steep, and not every experiment would succeed. But all of it grew from what Imhotep achieved at Saqqara: the first stone mountain, the first permanent monument, the first physical proof that human ambition could reshape the very landscape. As we look back at Djoser's step pyramid from our modern perspective, it's easy to underestimate just how radical it was. We're used to stone buildings. They surround us in every city, and we take for granted the principles that make them possible. But in 2650 BCE, nobody had ever seen anything like this. The massive structure rising from the desert plateau would have seemed almost supernatural, as if the gods themselves had placed it there. The message it conveyed to contemporary viewers was unmistakable. The pharaoh who commanded such a monument possessed power beyond ordinary human capabilities. This was exactly the point. The step pyramid stands today as the oldest large-scale stone structure in the world, a direct ancestor of every cathedral, skyscraper, and stone monument that followed. Every time we walk through a stone building or admire a masonry facade, we're witnessing the descendants of techniques first developed by Imhotep and his workers nearly 5 millennia ago. The revolution they started at Saqqara didn't end with Djoser's tomb. It spread throughout Egyptian civilization and eventually throughout the world, transforming human relationship with the built environment in ways that continue to shape our lives today. Djoser himself became something of an afterthought in the legacy of his own monument. Later generations remembered Imhotep more vividly than the pharaoh he served, elevating the architect to divine status while the king remained merely one ruler among many. This might seem ironic, but it also reveals something important about Egyptian values. Technical genius and creative achievement could earn lasting fame even for someone who wasn't born to the purple. Imhotep started as a commoner, or at least as someone who wasn't royalty, and ended as a god. Not a bad career arc, all things considered. The complex at Saqqara required ongoing maintenance and ritual activity for centuries after Djoser's burial, with priests performing ceremonies that ensured the royal car's continued comfort. These activities generated records that provide valuable information about Egyptian religious practices, administrative procedures, and the resources devoted to maintaining funerary cults across generations. The economic impact of royal tombs extended far beyond their construction phase, creating permanent institutions that required land, staff, and supplies in perpetuity, at least in theory. In practice, funerary cults eventually declined as newer pharaohs demanded resources for their own monuments, but for centuries the dead commanded significant shares of Egypt's economic output. The underground portions of Djoser's complex contain decorative elements that reveal the sophistication of Third Dynasty artistic achievement. Blue faience tiles line portions of the underground chambers, creating patterns that imitate reed matting and providing colour in spaces that would otherwise be uniformly grey stone. Relief carvings show the king performing ritual activities, frozen in stone for eternity in poses that conveyed power and divine favour. These artistic elements weren't afterthoughts, but integral components of the monument's religious function, ensuring that the car had appropriate visual environments for its eternal existence. The engineering knowledge developed during the step pyramid's construction spread throughout Egyptian society and informed subsequent building projects at every scale. Temple construction adopted stone techniques first proven at Saqqara. Administrative buildings in major cities began incorporating stone elements. Even domestic architecture for the wealthy started using stone foundations and thresholds, though mud brick remained standard for most residential construction. The step pyramid had demonstrated what was possible, and builders throughout Egypt sought to apply these possibilities within their own spheres. Looking ahead from Djoser's achievement, we can trace the direct line of development that would lead to the Great Pyramid at Giza a century later. The step pyramid proved stone construction worked. Subsequent experiments would refine techniques and test new approaches. Some would succeed spectacularly, others would fail in ways that taught important lessons about what stone could and couldn't do. But all of it built on the foundation Imhotep established, the knowledge that humans could create monuments that would last as long as the stones from which they were built. This was Djoser's true legacy, not just a tomb, but a new understanding of what human civilization could achieve. The night continues to unfold as we journey deeper into Egyptian engineering history. The step pyramid was only the beginning, the first tentative step, literally, towards structures that would define ancient Egypt in the world's imagination. What came next would push the boundaries even further, into underground complexes of astonishing complexity, toward pyramids that bent physics to their will, and ultimately to the plateau at Giza, where the ancient world's most famous monuments still stand against the desert sky. But all of it, every block and chamber and precisely calculated angle, descended from this moment at Saqqara, when Imhotep proved that dreams carved in stone could last forever. While the step pyramid rose magnificently above the desert plateau, announcing Djoser's power to all who could see it, an equally impressive engineering achievement was taking shape beneath the surface. The underground portions of Egyptian royal tombs represent some of the most sophisticated subterranean construction the ancient world ever produced. Miles of tunnels, dozens of chambers, ingenious security systems and decorative programs that transformed bare rock into eternal palaces for the dead. If the pyramids were the public face of Egyptian funerary architecture, the underground complexes were the private reality, hidden from view but no less remarkable for their concealment. Tonight we're descending into the darkness to explore these buried wonders, and I promise we'll eventually come back up for air. The fundamental challenge facing Egyptian tomb designers was straightforward in concept, but devilishly difficult in execution. Create a space that would protect the pharaoh's body and possessions for eternity, while remaining accessible for the rituals necessary to sustain his afterlife. These goals were inherently contradictory. A tomb that was easy to access for priests was equally easy to access for thieves. A tomb that was impregnable to thieves was equally impregnable to legitimate visitors. Egyptian architects spent 3,000 years attempting to resolve this paradox, developing increasingly elaborate solutions that range from simple concealment to mechanical traps to sheer, overwhelming complexity. Spoiler alert, the thieves usually won anyway, but the journey toward that inevitable conclusion produced some genuinely impressive engineering. The earliest royal tombs of the First Dynasty at Abydos established the basic template that would evolve over subsequent millennia. These were relatively simple affairs: a burial pit dug into the desert, lined with mud brick roofed with wooden beams, and covered with a mound of sand and gravel. The king's body, wrapped in linen and sometimes placed in a wooden coffin, occupied the central chamber. Surrounding rooms held the grave goods necessary for the afterlife: food, drink, furniture, weapons, games, and an alarming array of servant burials suggesting that early pharaohs took "you can't take it with you" as a personal challenge rather than accepted wisdom. The practice of killing servants to accompany dead kings apparently seemed like a good idea to someone, though one imagines the servants themselves had reservations about this particular employment benefit. The scale of these early burials was already impressive by the standards of their time. The tomb of King Aha, one of Egypt's first rulers, featured a burial chamber surrounded by 36 subsidiary graves, each containing a human sacrifice. His successor, Jer, outdid this considerably, with over 300 subsidiary burials arranged in neat rows around the main tomb. These weren't criminals or prisoners of war, but apparently willing participants, or at least participants who couldn't effectively register their unwillingness. The mechanics of so many simultaneous deaths remain unclear. Poison seems most likely, though more dramatic theories have been proposed. What is clear is that early Egyptian royalty expected serious company in the afterlife, and had the authority to ensure they got it. The transition away from human sacrifice by the Second Dynasty represents one of ancient Egypt's more humanitarian developments, though humanitarian might be too strong a word for a civilization that merely stopped killing servants in favour of burying statues instead. These Ushabti figures, small carved images of workers, were believed to come alive in the afterlife and perform labour on the deceased's behalf. From the servant's perspective, this was obviously an improvement. From the pharaoh's perspective, it was perhaps even better. Ushabti didn't complain, didn't require feeding, and could be produced in unlimited quantities. By the New Kingdom, some burials contained hundreds of Ushabti, providing the deceased with a workforce that would have made any living employer jealous. As Egyptian culture developed and religious beliefs became more sophisticated, the demands placed on tomb architecture increased accordingly. The Ka needed not just a resting place but an entire residence, complete with the spatial complexity required for eternal existence. The Ba, another soul component that could travel between the world of the living and the realm of the dead, needed passages through which to come and go. The physical body required protection from decay, requiring stable environmental conditions that desert climate could provide if properly managed. And the whole arrangement needed to be secure against the very human threat of robbery, which remained a constant concern despite the religious sanctions theoretically protecting the dead. The underground portions of Djoser's step pyramid complex, which we touched on in the previous chapter, represent a significant leap in subterranean architectural sophistication. Beneath the pyramid itself, a network of galleries extended for nearly 4 miles, honeycombed the bedrock in a 3-dimensional maze that still challenges visitors today. The main burial shaft descended about 90 feet to the burial chamber, but this direct route was just the beginning. Horizontal passages branched off at various levels, leading to storage magazines, subsidiary burial chambers, and decorative galleries whose purposes remain partially mysterious. Some of these passages were finished with blue faience tiles, others remained rough-cut rock. The variation suggests either changing plans during construction or a hierarchy of importance among different areas of the complex. The engineering required to create these underground spaces was substantially different from surface construction. Workers couldn't simply stack blocks. They had to remove solid rock, working in confined spaces with minimal lighting and questionable ventilation. The primary tools were copper chisels, wooden mallets, and an abundance of patience. Limestone, fortunately, is relatively soft as rocks go, but relatively soft still means considerably harder than anything the tools were made of. Progress was measured in inches per day, and major excavation projects stretched across years or decades. The workers who carved these passages left behind marks of their labour: tool scars on walls, lamp soot on ceilings, and occasional graffiti expressing sentiments ranging from team pride to complaints about supervisors. The technique for removing rock evolved over time as workers developed more efficient methods. Initially, chisels were used to cut channels around the block of stone to be removed, then the block was pried out with wooden levers. Later techniques involved cutting only the top and sides, then using wooden wedges soaked in water to split the stone from below. The same expansion method used in quarrying, adapted for the confined spaces of underground galleries. Fire setting, where rock was heated with fires and then rapidly cooled with water to cause cracking, was used in some mines and may have been employed in tomb construction as well, though the smoke generation would have made this technique problematic in enclosed spaces. The removal of excavated material presented its own logistical challenges. Every cubic foot of rock cut from the passages had to be transported to the surface, carried out through the same corridors that workers were still using for access. As tunnels extended deeper underground, the distance to the surface increased, and the chain of basket carriers required to move debris grew longer. Some complexes included dedicated shafts for debris removal, separating the construction debris from the worker access routes. The volume of stone removed from major tomb complexes was enormous, enough to build substantial structures on the surface if anyone had cared to repurpose it, which apparently they didn't. The physical toll on underground workers was considerable. Beyond the respiratory hazards we mentioned earlier, there were risks from falling rock, from tools slipping in cramped conditions, from the simple exhaustion of working in hot, stuffy spaces where fresh air was a luxury. Archaeological examination of worker skeletons from Deir el-Medina shows patterns of injury and wear consistent with demanding physical labour. Compressed vertebrae from carrying heavy loads, repetitive stress injuries in arms and shoulders, evidence of healed fractures that suggest on-the-job accidents. These men quite literally gave their bodies to the construction of royal tombs, though admittedly they received better compensation and working conditions than many ancient labourers. Ventilation in these underground workspaces was a significant challenge that the Egyptians solved through a combination of shaft placement and simple physics. Warm air rises, so a vertical shaft would naturally draw fresh air downward through horizontal passages and expel stale air upward through the shaft opening. In complex gallery systems, multiple shafts could be positioned to create circulation patterns that kept the air breathable, or at least breathable enough. Workers still spent long hours in atmospheres that modern safety regulations would consider unacceptable, but they apparently adapted to conditions that would send a contemporary occupational health inspector into cardiac arrest. Lighting came from simple oil lamps, typically ceramic dishes holding vegetable oil with floating wicks. These produced modest amounts of light along with considerable smoke and heat, making underground work even more uncomfortable. The lamp soot that accumulated on tunnel ceilings provides useful archaeological evidence today. Areas with heavy soot deposits were obviously used more intensively than clean-ceilinged passages. Some scholars have suggested that mirrors might have been used to reflect sunlight into underground spaces, and while this is theoretically possible, the practical difficulties make it unlikely for most construction work. The romantic image of golden sunlight bouncing through elaborate mirror arrays is probably just that, romantic imagination rather than archaeological reality. The burial chamber itself received the most careful attention in any royal tomb. This was the final destination, the eternal home of the pharaoh's physical remains, and it had to be perfect. At its simplest, a burial chamber was a rectangular room carved from bedrock and containing a stone sarcophagus. At its most elaborate, it was a work of art. Walls carved with religious texts and images, ceiling painted with stars to represent the night sky, floors polished smooth, and the sarcophagus itself a masterpiece of sculpted stone decorated with protective spells. The chamber needed to be large enough to accommodate the sarcophagus and the rituals of interment, but not so large that the roof would collapse, a calculation that required understanding of rock mechanics that the Egyptians developed through experience rather than theory. The sarcophagus was the innermost layer of protection for the royal body, and its construction demanded the highest levels of craftsmanship. Royal sarcophagi were typically made from granite, quarried at Aswan, and transported hundreds of miles to the tomb site. The stone was hollowed out to create a cavity for the coffin, itself often a nested series of wooden and metal containers, and fitted with a lid weighing several tons. Getting this lid into position without damaging the sarcophagus or crushing any workers was a significant logistical challenge, requiring careful planning, sturdy ropes, and quite possibly some fervent prayers to various construction deities. Once the lid was in place, it might be sealed with mortar or secured with internal pins, creating what the Egyptians hoped would be an impenetrable barrier against disturbance. The craftsmanship evident in surviving sarcophagi reveals the extraordinary skill of Egyptian stoneworkers. Granite is one of the hardest stones used in ancient construction, and shaping it required techniques quite different from those used for limestone. Workers used dolerite balls and copper tools assisted by abrasive sand, grinding away the stone surface through patient friction rather than sharp cutting. The interior of a granite sarcophagus, smoothly hollowed to the precise dimensions of the coffin it would contain, might represent months of continuous grinding by skilled craftsmen working in shifts. The exterior surfaces were polished to a mirror-like finish using progressively finer abrasives, achieving a surface quality that still impresses modern stoneworkers. The decoration of sarcophagi evolved over Egyptian history. Early examples were relatively plain, with perhaps an inscription identifying the occupant and invoking divine protection. By the Middle Kingdom, sarcophagi might feature extensive text programs, with spells from the coffin texts covering every available surface. New Kingdom sarcophagi reached the height of elaboration, with carved and painted images depicting the deceased in the presence of various deities, scenes from funerary books, and protective symbols intended to safeguard the mummy within. The outermost stone sarcophagus might itself contain a nested series of gilded wooden coffins, each more elaborately decorated than the last, creating layers of protection both physical and magical. The positioning of the sarcophagus within the burial chamber followed religious conventions that varied over time. Generally, the sarcophagus was oriented with its head to the west, the direction of the setting sun and thus the realm of the dead. The body inside lay on its side facing east, toward the rising sun that symbolized rebirth. In some tombs, the sarcophagus was placed directly on the floor. In others, It rested on a raised platform or within a carved depression that held it precisely in place. The exact position often aligned with celestial phenomena. The descending corridor might point toward the northern circumpolar stars, while the burial chamber aligned with the path of the sun god Ra through the underworld. The passages leading to burial chambers became increasingly sophisticated as tomb designers sought to deter thieves. Simple approaches included blocking corridors with massive stone plugs that slid into place after the funeral, theoretically sealing the passage forever. The plugs themselves were often pre-positioned in chambers above the corridor, held in place by supports that could be removed during the funeral ceremonies, allowing the blocks to slide down ramps into their final positions. This was essentially a one-way seal. Once the blocks were in place, there was no legitimate way to remove them. The priests who performed the final rites had to exit through alternative passages that were then sealed separately. The engineering of these blocking systems required careful calculation. The plugs had to be heavy enough to resist removal but light enough to slide smoothly into position. The ramps down which they travelled needed the correct angle. Too steep and the blocks would accelerate uncontrollably, potentially causing damage or injury. Too shallow and they might not slide at all. The holding mechanisms had to be strong enough to support the blocks during the months or years of construction before the funeral, but simple enough to release reliably when the time came. A blocking system that jammed halfway was worse than no system at all, leaving the passage partially obstructed but obviously passable to anyone willing to squeeze through the gaps. The Great Pyramid at Giza contains one of the best preserved examples of a plug blocking system. 3 massive granite blocks, each weighing several tons, were slid into place within the ascending corridor after the burial, dropping from a storage gallery above into the precisely cut passage below. These blocks remain in place today, having successfully resisted removal for over 4,000 years, though this impressive longevity owes more to the alternative access route that early explorers found than to any impossibility of removing the blocks themselves. Robbers discovered they could bypass the plugs entirely by tunnelling through the softer limestone surrounding them, rendering the granite obstruction irrelevant. Of course, what can be blocked can eventually be unblocked, as tomb robbers quickly demonstrated. Stone plugs could be smashed, bypassed through the surrounding bedrock, or sometimes simply pulled out with sufficient manpower. The builder's response was to add more plugs, position them at awkward angles and make them from harder stone that resisted breaking. The robbers' response was to bring better tools and more workers. This arms race continued for millennia, with each side learning from the other's innovations. By the New Kingdom, some royal tombs featured multiple blocking systems, false passages designed to waste robbers' time, and architectural tricks intended to make progress as difficult as possible without actually preventing it entirely. Some blocking systems employed more creative approaches than simple stone plugs. Sand-filled chambers could be designed to collapse into passages when triggered, filling corridors with loose material that would be tedious to remove. Rubble-filled shafts performed similar functions, with the added benefit that removing rubble created unstable conditions that might cause further collapse. These systems had the advantage of being self-compacting. The weight of material above pressed down on material below, making the obstruction increasingly solid over time. They had the disadvantage of being irreversible. There was no legitimate way to clear such passages for ritual access after they were triggered. False chambers and passages represent one of the more creative security measures employed by Egyptian architects. The idea was simple. If thieves couldn't find the real burial chamber, they couldn't rob it. A decoy passage might lead to an impressive-looking but empty chamber, hopefully convincing robbers they'd reached their goal and that the tomb had already been plundered or was mysteriously vacant. Meanwhile, the actual burial lay hidden behind a concealed entrance or in a different direction entirely. The effectiveness of this approach varied considerably. Determined robbers often searched systematically, testing walls for hollow sounds and floors for signs of disturbance. The false chambers might buy time but rarely provided permanent protection. Portcullis systems, stone slabs that dropped vertically to block passages, represented another approach to tomb security. These worked on a principle similar to castle gates, with heavy stone slabs held in raised positions until triggered to fall and seal the corridor. Some portcullis systems featured multiple slabs in sequence, creating layers of barriers that would each need to be overcome separately. The triggering mechanism varied. Sometimes the slabs were supported by wooden beams that could be burnt or cut, sometimes by ropes that could be released, sometimes by more elaborate arrangements involving counterweights and channels. The challenge was ensuring the system worked during the actual funeral, when legitimate access was needed, while still providing security afterward. The engineering calculations required for portcullis systems were not trivial. The slabs needed to be heavy enough to resist forced removal, but not so heavy that they would crack the surrounding stonework when dropped. The channels guiding their descent needed to be precisely cut to ensure smooth movement without jamming. The triggering mechanisms needed to be reliable. You really didn't want a premature drop while funeral processions were still passing underneath. These systems represent a sophisticated understanding of mechanical principles, even if they were ultimately defeated by robbers willing to spend enough time and effort breaking through. Pit traps, beloved by adventure movies, were less common in actual Egyptian tombs than popular culture suggests, but they did exist in some form. Deep shafts at the bottom of entrance corridors could catch unwary intruders who fell into darkness, though the depth required to cause serious injury to a falling human also made the shaft conspicuous and thus avoidable. More subtle versions involved loose floor stones covering concealed drops, but these had the disadvantage of potentially injuring legitimate funeral participants if triggered prematurely. The problem with any passive trap is that it can't distinguish between authorized and unauthorized visitors, making them inherently risky for any tomb that needed to remain accessible for ritual purposes. Some tombs featured what modern archaeologists have called well shafts, deep vertical drops in the middle of passage sequences that served multiple purposes. They provided a reservoir for any water that seeped into the tomb, preventing flooding of lower chambers. They created a physical barrier that required ropes or ladders to cross, slowing intruders. And their very depth made them intimidating obstacles, particularly when encountered in the darkness of an unfamiliar tomb. Whether the psychological impact justified the additional construction effort is debatable, but the well shafts certainly contributed to the dramatic atmosphere that still affects visitors to Egyptian tombs today. The religious decoration of underground chambers served purposes beyond mere aesthetics. The Egyptians believed that images and texts had magical power, that depicting something in a tomb could make it real in the afterlife. Thus, the walls of burial chambers were covered with spells, prayers, and images designed to assist the deceased pharaoh in his journey through the underworld. The pyramid texts, first appearing in the Pyramid of Unas at the end of the 5th dynasty, covered every available surface with hieroglyphic inscriptions, spells for transformation, protection against hostile forces, guides to navigating the afterlife's challenges, and declarations of the king's divine status. These texts were not decoration, they were functional religious technology, as essential to the tomb's purpose as the physical structure itself. The artistic programs of royal tombs evolved significantly over the course of Egyptian history. Old Kingdom pyramids relied primarily on texts, with minimal pictorial decoration. Middle Kingdom tombs began incorporating more imagery, particularly maps of the underworld showing the deceased's expected journey. New Kingdom tombs exploded with colour and imagery, walls painted with scenes from funerary books like the Amduat and the Book of Gates, ceilings covered with astronomical representations, and every surface employed in the ongoing effort to ensure the pharaoh's successful afterlife. The workmanship in these painted chambers is often stunning, with colours that remain vivid after 3,000 years thanks to the stable, dry conditions underground. The content of New Kingdom tomb decoration followed established religious texts with remarkable consistency. The Amduat, meaning that which is in the underworld, divided the night journey of the sun god Ra into 12 hours, each representing a region of the underworld with its own challenges, guardians, and inhabitants. The deceased pharaoh, identified with Ra, would need to navigate these regions successfully to achieve rebirth at dawn. The walls of the burial chamber depicted each hour in sequence, providing what amounted to a guidebook for the afterlife journey. The images weren't just illustrations, they were believed to have actual power, magically creating the realities they depicted and ensuring the pharaoh's successful transit. The Book of Gates elaborated on similar themes, emphasizing the gates that separated each region of the underworld and the guardian serpents that controlled passage. The Book of the Dead, though primarily a papyrus scroll rather than a tomb decoration, contributed imagery and spells that appeared on tomb walls and burial equipment. Together, these religious texts created a comprehensive program for the afterlife that left nothing to chance. Every danger the pharaoh might encounter was anticipated, every spell needed for protection was provided, every guardian was named and depicted so the deceased would recognize friend from foe. It was the ultimate travel guide, prepared for a journey from which there was no return. The creation of these decorated chambers required a specialized workforce of artists who spent their careers in the darkness. These men, tomb decoration was apparently a male profession, worked by lamplight, sketching preliminary designs in red ochre, correcting them in black, then carving the final images into limestone surfaces before applying paint. The paint itself was mineral-based: carbon black, iron oxide red, copper-derived blue and green, calcium sulfate white, and various yellow and orange ochres. These pigments, mixed with binding agents like animal glue or egg, created durable paints that have survived millennia of quiet waiting in sealed chambers. The artistic conventions governing tomb decoration were precise and consistent, reflecting religious requirements rather than aesthetic preferences. Figures were depicted in the characteristic Egyptian style: heads in profile, eyes frontal, shoulders frontal, torso three-quarter view, legs in profile. This wasn't artistic inability, but deliberate choice. The style ensured that all essential parts of the body were visible in the depiction, which mattered for the magical effectiveness of the image. Colours carried specific meanings. Green represented fertility and rebirth, blue signified the heavens and divine presence, red could mean danger or life depending on context, and gold, represented by yellow, indicated divine flesh. Nothing was accidental. Everything served the fundamental purpose of ensuring the pharaoh's eternal survival. The village of Deir el-Medina, which housed the workers responsible for royal tombs during the New Kingdom, provides remarkable insight into the lives of these specialized craftsmen. Archaeological excavation has revealed not just their houses but their personal correspondence, legal disputes, work logs, and even shopping lists. These workers were literate, relatively well paid, and organized into crews with colorful names that competed for efficiency and quality. They kept records of attendance that note absences for everything from illness to hangover to wife's menstrual period, apparently a legitimate excuse for missing work, though one that required a rather liberal interpretation of occupational necessity. The workers' personal tombs, cut into the hillsides around their village, demonstrate both their artistic skills and their religious beliefs. Though far more modest than the royal tombs they created professionally, these private burials feature carefully painted chambers with images of the gods, scenes of the afterlife, and the deceased enjoying eternal pleasures. The quality of work in these personal projects sometimes equals that of royal commissions, suggesting that workers took genuine pride in their craft and applied their skills regardless of who would ultimately inhabit the tomb. Art, it seems, was a calling as much as a profession. The division of labour in tomb construction was highly organised. Some workers specialised in cutting rock, others in plastering surfaces, others in drawing preliminary sketches, and still others in carving and painting the final images. Scribes recorded progress and distributed supplies. Foremen coordinated activities and settled disputes. Supervisors reported to higher officials who answered to the vizier himself. The entire operation was essentially a government department dedicated to producing one specific product: tombs for dead royalty. The efficiency of this system is demonstrated by the fact that even rushed tomb constructions, necessitated by unexpectedly early deaths, could produce remarkably complete results in limited timeframes. The location of underground chambers relative to surface structures varied considerably across Egyptian history. Old Kingdom pyramids typically positioned the burial chamber beneath or within the pyramid mass itself, accessed through passages that descended from the north face. Middle Kingdom pyramids experimented with more complex arrangements, sometimes placing burial chambers significantly off-axis to confuse potential robbers. New Kingdom rulers abandoned pyramids entirely in favour of hidden rock-cut tombs in the Valley of the Kings, where the underground chambers were the primary construction and surface markers were deliberately minimized to avoid advertising the tomb's location. The shift to the Valley of the Kings represented a fundamental change in Egyptian funerary philosophy, or at least in security strategy. Rather than building conspicuous monuments that everyone knew contained treasures, the New Kingdom pharaohs chose concealment. Their tombs were cut into cliff faces, their entrances hidden beneath debris, and their existence theoretically kept secret from everyone except those directly involved in construction and ritual maintenance. This approach had obvious advantages. A tomb nobody knows about is much harder to rob than one visible for miles. The disadvantages became apparent as the valley filled up with royal burials, each new tomb requiring excavation that might accidentally expose older ones, and the concentration of wealth in a single location, creating an irresistible target for organised robbery. The Valley of the Kings was not chosen randomly. Its location on the west bank of the Nile opposite Thebes, modern Luxor, placed it in the traditional realm of the dead, the direction of the setting sun. The valley's geology offered suitable limestone for tomb cutting, while the surrounding cliffs provided natural protection against casual intrusion. A single narrow entrance to the valley could be guarded, at least in theory, by security forces stationed at the temple complexes below. And dominating the valley's western horizon was a natural pyramid-shaped mountain peak called El Qurn, which may have appealed to pharaohs who missed the pyramid form but recognized its security limitations. The tombs in the Valley of the Kings range from modest corridors to sprawling complexes with dozens of chambers. Thutmose III, one of Egypt's greatest warrior pharaohs, was buried in a tomb with a cartouche-shaped burial chamber, unusual among royal tombs, but perhaps intended to emphasize the king's identity through architectural form. Ramesses II, who ruled for over 60 years and fathered roughly 100 children, naturally required a substantial tomb complex to match his larger-than-life reputation. His sons were buried in an even larger complex nearby, with corridors extending deep into the hillside to accommodate the numerous offspring of history's most prolific royal father. The construction of a royal tomb began as soon as a new pharaoh ascended the throne, or even before in cases where the succession was well established. Workers would begin cutting into the valley's limestone, following preliminary plans that might be modified as excavation revealed the rock's actual composition. The tomb's length and complexity generally correlated with the duration of the reign. Pharaohs who ruled longer had more time for tomb construction, and thus generally ended up with more elaborate burial spaces. Kings who died young, like Tutankhamun, often received abbreviated tombs that were clearly unfinished or adapted from tombs originally intended for someone else. The orientation of valley tombs followed a general pattern, with entrance corridors descending westward into the hillside, toward the setting sun and the realm of the dead. Some tombs descended in straight lines, others turned corners, sometimes multiple times, creating bent or angled plans. These turns may have resulted from geological obstacles encountered during excavation, or they may have been intentional security measures designed to confuse intruders navigating in darkness. The inconsistency across different tombs suggests that practical considerations often overrode theoretical planning, with architects adapting to circumstances as they arose. The geology of different sites imposed constraints on underground construction that architects had to accommodate. The limestone plateau at Giza provided excellent medium for tunneling, stable, relatively homogeneous, and easy to work. The cliffs at the Valley of the Kings offered good visibility for detecting intruders, but presented challenges including harder rock layers, unstable shale deposits, and the risk of flash floods that could fill tombs with debris. Some tombs had to be modified during construction when workers encountered unexpected geological features, voids, fractures, or layers of stone too hard to work efficiently. The flexibility to adapt plans to geological reality was essential for successful tomb construction. Water infiltration was a persistent concern in underground construction. Even in the desert climate of Egypt, occasional rainstorms could send flash floods surging through wadis and into any openings they encountered. Tombs in the Valley of the Kings have repeatedly been damaged by flood events, with some burial chambers filling entirely with debris-laden water that damaged paintings, collapsed passages, and created ongoing conservation challenges. Ancient architects attempted to address this through drainage channels, protective barriers at entrances, and simple elevation, positioning entrances above the likely flood level. These measures were not always successful, as the periodic rediscovery of flood-damaged tombs demonstrates. The equipment buried with pharaohs in their underground chambers represented the material culture of Egyptian royalty at its most lavish. The tomb of Tutankhamun, discovered relatively intact in 1922, contained over 5,000 objects packed into a relatively small series of chambers, and Tutankhamun was a minor king who died young. The treasures included gold funerary masks, gilded shrines nested like Russian dolls around the sarcophagus, chariots, weapons, clothing, food, wine, furniture, games, and countless smaller objects whose purposes range from obvious to completely mysterious. Major pharaohs presumably had even more elaborate burial assemblages, though robbery has prevented us from ever seeing complete examples from the greatest reigns. The logistics of placing all this material underground during the funeral presented significant challenges. Large objects like shrines and sarcophagi had to be assembled inside the tomb, as they were too big to pass through entrance corridors in completed form. This required bringing craftsmen underground to perform final assembly, work that had to be completed before the corridors were sealed. The sequence of operations during a royal funeral was carefully choreographed. First the larger objects were positioned, then the sarcophagus and mummy installed, then smaller objects arranged around the chambers, and finally the blocking systems activated to seal everything in place. One hopes there was a checklist involved, because forgetting to include something essential after the tomb was sealed would have been rather embarrassing. The question of tomb robbery deserves extended consideration, because it represents the ultimate failure of all these security measures while simultaneously providing much of our evidence for tomb contents. Robbery began almost immediately after burial in many cases, sometimes within years or even months of the funeral. Ancient administrative records document investigations of tomb robberies, with transcripts of interrogations conducted under torture that provide detailed accounts of how thieves operated. The picture that emerges is not of master criminals planning elaborate heists, but of opportunistic workers, corrupt officials, and organized gangs exploiting their knowledge of tomb locations and construction for quick profit. The methods employed by tomb robbers were depressingly effective. They knew exactly what they were looking for: gold, silver, precious stones, and valuable unguents that could be sold on black markets. They knew where to find these items within the tombs, having often worked on the burials themselves or received detailed information from those who had. They brought appropriate tools: copper implements for cutting through blocking stones, ropes for moving heavy objects, baskets for carrying loot, and torches for lighting the dark corridors. The operation was usually quick: grab the valuable items, strip the gold leaf from coffins and furniture, and exit before anyone noticed. The mummy itself might be unwrapped to remove the jewellery interred with the body, then discarded like trash once the valuables were extracted. The tomb robbery papyri from the late New Kingdom preserve accounts of investigations into systematic plundering of royal tombs in the Theban necropolis. Witnesses describe entering tombs through tunnels, breaking through blocking systems, stripping gold from coffins and mummies, and dividing the spoils among gang members. The thieves included not just outsiders but tomb workers themselves, men who had participated in construction and knew exactly where to find the valuable items. The investigations revealed corruption extending to high officials who accepted bribes to look the other way or even participated directly in the robberies. The entire system of tomb protection was apparently compromised from within. One particularly detailed confession describes how a gang of thieves entered the tomb of Ramesses VI, using iron tools, a technological upgrade from earlier copper implements, to break through the blocking stones. They found the pharaoh's mummy in its sarcophagus, still wrapped and adorned with golden ornaments. They stripped the gold, unwrapped the body to remove the jewellery placed on the mummy, and set fire to the coffin to melt off any remaining gold leaf. The process was methodical and efficient, suggesting considerable experience. When questioned about divine punishment for their sacrilege, the thieves apparently expressed no particular concern, perhaps reasoning that immediate poverty was a more pressing threat than speculative afterlife consequences. The social context of tomb robbery reveals much about Egyptian society's complex relationship with death and wealth. The tombs concentrated enormous resources in spaces theoretically sealed forever, resources that could benefit living people if only they could be accessed. The religious sanctions protecting tombs were genuine but competed against economic desperation and simple greed. Workers who spent their lives creating royal burials might never see a fraction of the wealth they handled daily, creating resentment that could override religious scruples. The temples and officials supposed to protect the tombs sometimes proved more interested in profit than preservation. Human nature, it seems, operated in ancient Egypt much as it does today. The response to this crisis included rewrapping and reburying disturbed royal mummies, sometimes moving them from plundered tombs to caches where they might be safer in numbers. The famous royal cache at Deir el-Bahri, discovered in the 19th century, contained the mummies of numerous pharaohs and queens, stripped of their original treasures, but preserved through the emergency measures of New Kingdom priests desperate to protect what remained of their former rulers. These reburials were themselves eventually discovered by tomb robbers, though the mummies were recovered for modern museums before suffering further indignity. The reburial process provides fascinating insights into ancient Egyptian attitudes toward their deceased rulers. The priests who performed this work clearly believed they were serving a religious duty, protecting the physical remains that the royal cars still required for eternal existence. Yet they also made practical compromises. Mummies were stripped of their remaining valuables, rewrapped in plain linen, and stacked in communal tombs with minimal ceremony. The contrast between original burials, conducted with maximum pomp and accompanied by treasure hoards, and these desperate reinterments illustrates how dramatically circumstances had changed by the end of the New Kingdom. The eternal cat-and-mouse game between tomb builders and tomb robbers created an escalating complexity in underground architecture that makes Egyptian tombs endlessly fascinating to explore. Every blocked passage testifies to ancient anxiety about security. Every false chamber represents an attempt at misdirection. Every pit trap or portcullis system speaks to the ingenuity of architects trying to protect their work against equally ingenious adversaries. And the sad emptiness of most burial chambers, stripped of everything portable centuries or millennia ago, reminds us that ingenuity can only delay the inevitable when the prize is valuable enough to justify persistent effort. The religious implications of tomb robbery were not lost on the ancient Egyptians. Disturbing a burial threatened the deceased's eternal existence, potentially destroying the body that the car needed to inhabit and removing the provisions that sustained the afterlife. Curses inscribed at tomb entrances promised terrible fates for anyone who violated the sacred space, though the thieves apparently remained unimpressed by these threats, perhaps reasoning that the immediate rewards of gold and jewellery outweighed the speculative risks of supernatural punishment. The disconnect between religious conviction and criminal behaviour is a recurring theme in human history, and ancient Egypt was no exception. Modern archaeological exploration of these underground spaces has revealed details that even the thieves missed or didn't care about. Fragments of broken objects, discarded wrappings, residue in vessels and organic remains provide information about burial practices that intact treasures might not convey. The tomb of Tutankhamun, though substantially complete, showed signs of hasty arrangement and possible reorganization after an initial robbery attempt, suggesting even this famous burial had a complicated post-mortem history. Other tombs reveal evidence of ancient restoration work, suggesting that priests periodically entered sealed spaces to address damage or decay, a practice that would have required maintaining access despite security measures theoretically designed to prevent it. The underground world of the pharaohs remains largely unexplored despite centuries of archaeological attention. New tombs continue to be discovered, sometimes in areas thought to be thoroughly investigated. Ground-penetrating radar and other non-invasive technologies have revealed anomalies beneath known sites that may represent additional chambers or passages awaiting excavation. The desert sands that have protected these spaces for millennia also concealed them from discovery, and the gradual shifting of sand dunes continues to reveal new sites while covering others. Every generation of archaeologists has believed they were approaching the limits of discovery, and every generation has been proven wrong by subsequent finds. Recent discoveries have dramatically expanded our understanding of Egyptian underground architecture. In 2018, archaeologists announced the discovery of a previously unknown tomb at Saqqara, containing dozens of mummified cats and other animals, along with gilded statues and elaborate burial equipment. In 2020, another Saqqara discovery revealed over 100 sealed coffins dating to the late period, stacked in burial shafts that had remained undisturbed for over 2,000 years. These finds suggest that the Egyptian underground may contain far more than anyone has imagined, with entire burial complexes waiting to be discovered beneath the sand. The technology available to modern archaeologists has transformed how underground spaces are investigated. Ground-penetrating radar can detect voids and anomalies beneath the surface without any digging required. Thermal imaging cameras can identify temperature differences that might indicate hidden chambers. Modern tomography, using cosmic ray particles that penetrate rock, has been used to discover previously unknown voids within the Great Pyramid itself. Robotic cameras can navigate passages too small or fragile for human exploration, transmitting images from spaces that haven't been seen by human eyes in millennia. These technologies promise continued discoveries for generations to come. Conservation challenges in underground spaces are substantial and ongoing. The stable conditions that preserve tomb decoration for millennia can be disrupted by increased visitation, which introduces moisture, carbon dioxide, and microorganisms that accelerate deterioration. Some tombs that were well preserved when first discovered have suffered significant damage from decades of tourist access. Conservation efforts now focus on controlling visitor numbers, improving ventilation, and in some cases creating replica tombs that allow visitors to experience the decoration without endangering the originals. The challenge is balancing public access, which generates the interest and funding necessary for continued research, against preservation of irreplaceable ancient materials. The engineering achievements represented by Egyptian underground construction deserve recognition equal to the more visible pyramids and temples. Carving stable chambers hundreds of feet below ground level, creating passage systems that remain navigable after millennia, solving problems of ventilation and drainage with no theoretical models to guide decisions. These accomplishments required skill, experience, and ingenuity that commanded respect, even from ancient visitors who marveled at Egyptian capabilities. The underground spaces are less photogenic than the monuments above, but they represent equally impressive mastery of construction techniques and equally profound investment of resources in the service of eternal life. As we've descended through this exploration of Egyptian underground architecture, a pattern has emerged: the relentless pursuit of permanence against the equally relentless forces of decay, robbery, and time. The pharaohs wanted eternity, and their architects did everything in their power to provide it. That their efforts ultimately failed, that mummies were stripped, treasures stolen, and chambers violated, doesn't diminish the achievement. It simply reminds us that even the most sophisticated engineering cannot defeat the combined pressures of human greed and geological time. The underground world of the pharaohs stands as testimony to both the heights of ancient ambition and the limits of human control over fate. What makes these underground spaces particularly poignant is the contrast between their original purpose and their current state. These chambers were designed to remain sealed forever, seen only by the deceased pharaoh's eternal soul. Now, tourists from around the world walk through passages never meant for living visitors, photographing decorations intended as magical equipment rather than museum displays. The robbers who violated these tombs centuries ago freed their contents for eventual scholarly study, an outcome that would have horrified both the original builders and the thieves themselves. History has a way of producing results that nobody intended or wanted. The journey continues upward now, back toward the surface where even more dramatic engineering achievements await. The underground complexes we've explored formed the private half of Egyptian funerary architecture, the hidden spaces where the real work of eternal preservation took place. Above ground, the public monuments made their own statements, growing larger and more precise as architects learned from each generation's experiments. The next chapter of our journey takes us through the evolution of pyramid construction itself, from Djoser's step pyramid through the spectacular failures and ultimate successes that produced the Great Pyramid at Giza. The underground world provided the foundation, the pyramids provided the aspiration. Together they represent one of humanity's most remarkable building traditions, and we're just getting started. The step pyramid had proven that monumental stone construction was possible. The underground complexes had demonstrated Egyptian mastery of subterranean architecture. But for all their achievements, the early pyramid builders had not yet created the form that would define Egyptian civilization in the world's imagination: the true pyramid, with smooth sides rising at a consistent angle to a perfect apex. That transformation would require experimentation, failure, and one pharaoh's extraordinary determination to get things right, even if it meant building not one, not two, but 3 massive pyramids in a single reign. Tonight we're following the journey from step pyramid to true pyramid, a story of ambition, engineering disasters, and ultimate triumph that culminates at Giza with the only ancient wonder still standing today. The pharaoh who bridged this gap was Sneferu, founder of the 4th dynasty, and quite possibly the most prolific pyramid builder in Egyptian history. Sneferu ruled for somewhere between 24 and 48 years. Ancient records are characteristically vague on such details, and he apparently spent most of that time either building pyramids or thinking about building pyramids. By the time he died, Sneferu had constructed more pyramid mass than any other pharaoh, including his more famous son Khufu. The fact that he needed multiple attempts to get the design right only adds to the charm of his story. Perfection, it turns out, requires practice. Sneferu's reign marked a golden age for Egypt in more ways than just pyramid construction. Ancient texts describe him as a benevolent ruler who treated his subjects well, a characterization that may reflect genuine popularity or may simply reflect the tendency of later generations to remember the past fondly. He conducted military campaigns into Nubia and Libya, bringing back captives and resources that helped fund his ambitious building programs. He established trade connections that brought cedar from Lebanon, copper from Sinai, and exotic goods from distant lands. The wealth that flowed into Egypt during his reign made massive construction projects financially feasible, while the stability of his long rule provided the administrative continuity such projects required. The royal court under Sneferu appears to have been remarkably sophisticated, filled with officials who held specialized roles in the increasingly complex Egyptian bureaucracy. We know the names of some of these men from their own tomb inscriptions: viziers who managed the kingdom's administration, overseers of works who directed construction projects, priests who maintained the religious rituals that legitimized royal authority. These officials formed a government capable of coordinating labor and resources on a scale unprecedented in human history, and their expertise would prove essential for the pyramid experiments that occupied so much of Sneferu's reign. Before Sneferu could revolutionize pyramid design, he first had to grapple with the limitations of existing technology. The step pyramids built by Djoser and his successors were impressive structures, but their stepped profiles created practical problems. The exterior surfaces, with their multiple horizontal planes, were vulnerable to weathering and erosion. Water could pool on the steps, seeping into the structure and weakening the limestone. The visual effect, while striking, lacked the geometric purity that Egyptian religious thought increasingly demanded. A true pyramid, smooth-sided, rising to a single point, would be more durable, more elegant, and more symbolically powerful. The question was how to build one. The engineering challenge was more complex than it might appear. A step pyramid essentially consisted of a series of mastabas stacked on top of each other, each providing a stable platform for the one above. The inward tilting courses that Imhotep had developed created inherent stability, with each layer pressing against its neighbours. But a true pyramid required a different approach. The outer casing stones had to form a continuous slope from base to apex, which meant they couldn't lean inward for support. They had to rest on underlying courses while maintaining a precise angle, and any deviation from that angle would be visible from miles away. The margin for error was essentially zero. Sneferu's first attempt at pyramid building may have been at Maydum, about 50 miles south of Memphis, though some scholars argue this pyramid was actually begun by his predecessor Huni and merely completed by Sneferu. The attribution matters less than the structure itself, which provides dramatic evidence of the risks involved in early pyramid experimentation. The Maydum pyramid today looks nothing like a pyramid at all. It's a strange tower-like structure rising from a massive pile of rubble, as if some giant had started building a pyramid and then changed their mind halfway through. What happened here has been debated for over a century, but the most likely explanation involves a catastrophic structural failure that transformed an ambitious monument into an accidental lesson in what not to do. The site at Maydum was well chosen from a practical standpoint. Solid bedrock for foundations, nearby limestone quarries for building material, and access to the Nile for transporting supplies. The original builders, whoever they were, had every reason to expect success. The techniques they employed were essentially the same ones that had worked for Djoser's step pyramid a generation earlier. But scaling up always introduces new challenges, and the Maydum pyramid pushed existing methods beyond their limits. The original design at Maydum appears to have been a step pyramid similar to Djoser's, with 7 or 8 steps rising to a flat top. At some point during construction, probably during Sneferu's reign, the decision was made to convert this step pyramid into a true pyramid by filling in the steps with packing stones and adding a smooth outer casing. This conversion required placing enormous amounts of additional stone against the existing structure, stone that would rest on the outer surfaces of the steps rather than being integrated into the core. The result was essentially a shell wrapped around a core, and shells, unfortunately, have a tendency to fall off. The collapse at Maydum, if collapse it was, may have occurred during construction or sometime afterward. The pile of rubble surrounding the surviving tower represents the fallen outer casing and packing stones, now weathered into an irregular mound that obscures the pyramid's original base. What remains standing is the inner core, the original step pyramid stripped of its additions and exposed to the elements. The site is simultaneously impressive and cautionary. Impressive because the core has survived for over 4,000 years, cautionary because it demonstrates what happens when engineering ambition exceeds structural understanding. Sneferu's architects had learned, presumably the hard way, that converting a step pyramid to a true pyramid was not as simple as adding more stones. Whether the Maydum disaster occurred before or after Sneferu began his next project at Dashur remains unclear, but the bent pyramid that rose there shows clear evidence of mid-construction design changes that suggest someone had received some very bad news. The bent pyramid gets its name from its distinctive profile. The lower portion rises at a steep angle of about 54 degrees, while the upper portion suddenly shifts to a much shallower angle of about 43 degrees. The result is a structure that looks like two different pyramids merged together, as if the builders had started one project and then panicked halfway through. The Dashur site offered excellent conditions for pyramid construction. A broad limestone plateau with solid foundations, accessible quarries, and sufficient space for the elaborate funerary complex that would accompany the pyramid. Sneferu's architects began work with confidence, laying out a base and beginning construction at an angle that would produce a pyramid significantly taller than anything previously attempted. The ambition was clear. This would be the definitive true pyramid, the structure that proved Egypt's mastery over stone and geometry. For a while, everything went according to plan. The most likely explanation for the bent pyramid's unusual shape involves structural problems discovered during construction. The steep initial angle, which would have produced a very tall, impressive pyramid if maintained to the apex, apparently proved too ambitious. Cracks appeared in the internal chambers, suggesting the structure was settling unevenly under its own weight. The solution was to reduce the angle dramatically, which decreased the load on the lower portions and allowed the pyramid to be completed without collapse. The result was architecturally awkward but structurally sound, which from an engineering perspective represents a successful recovery from a potentially disastrous situation. Modern structural analysis has confirmed what the ancient builders must have realized. The original angle was simply too steep for the construction methods being employed. The outer casing stones, laid at 54 degrees, exerted tremendous outward pressure on the courses below them. Without adequate internal binding, the kind of interlocking construction that modern engineering would specify, these forces could cause the outer layers to slide outward, potentially triggering a cascading collapse. The change to 43 degrees reduced these outward forces to manageable levels, saving the project at the cost of its original aesthetic vision. The internal structure of the bent pyramid reveals the anxiety that must have gripped its builders. The corbelled ceilings of the burial chambers, constructed with successive courses of stone projecting inward until they met at the top, are reinforced with cedar beams, imported from Lebanon at considerable expense, that help distribute the weight of the stone above. These beams were not part of the original design, but were added as emergency measures when cracks began appearing in the masonry. Additional support walls were built within the chambers, further reducing the spaces available for burial, but presumably providing reassurance that the ceiling would not collapse on whoever ended up interred there. The decision to add cedar beams tells us something important about ancient Egyptian problem-solving. Cedar was not available in Egypt and had to be imported from the mountains of Lebanon, a significant expense and logistical challenge. The fact that Sneferu's builders chose to bring in this precious material rather than simply accept the cracking suggests both the seriousness of the structural problems and the resources available to address them. Cost was apparently no object when the pharaoh's eternal resting place was at stake. The bent pyramid also features one of the best preserved outer casings of any Egyptian pyramid, which ironically highlights the problems the builders faced. The casing stones of the lower portions, set at the steep original angle, show signs of settling and displacement that confirm the structure's instability during construction. Higher up, where the angle changes, the casing is more uniform and better preserved, suggesting that the reduced angle solved the immediate structural problems. The whole pyramid stands as a monument to engineering adaptation, not what the builders intended certainly, but a reasonable response to circumstances that threaten catastrophe. Despite its awkward appearance, the bent pyramid remained an important structure in Egyptian religious life. A small subsidiary pyramid stands nearby, possibly intended for Sneferu's ka or for a royal wife. A valley temple connected to the pyramid by a causeway shows evidence of ongoing ritual activity for generations after Sneferu's death. The Egyptians apparently didn't share our modern aesthetic objections to the bent profile, or if they did, religious necessity overrode architectural preferences. The pyramid was sacred regardless of its shape. Sneferu, apparently undeterred by two problematic pyramids, immediately began a third project just a mile north of the bent pyramid. The Red Pyramid, named for the reddish hue of its exposed limestone core, represented everything its predecessors were not. A true pyramid built from the ground up at a consistent angle, with no mid-course corrections, no emergency reinforcements, and no embarrassing profile changes. The angle Sneferu chose was the same shallow angle used for the upper portion of the bent pyramid, about 43 degrees, which suggests the builders had learned from their previous mistakes and weren't about to repeat them. Better a modest pyramid that stood than an ambitious one that fell. The construction of the Red Pyramid proceeded with a confidence born of hard-won experience. The foundation was prepared with exceptional care, level to tolerances that would be impressive even by modern standards. The core blocks were laid in regular courses, each course precisely positioned before the next was begun. The whole operation moved with the efficiency of a mature technology, no longer experimental but refined through 2 previous attempts. The workers who built the Red Pyramid knew what they were doing. They'd made the mistakes, learned the lessons, and now they were applying that knowledge to produce something that would endure. The Red Pyramid is often overlooked by tourists focused on the more famous structures at Giza, but it deserves recognition as a crucial transitional monument. This was the first successful true pyramid in Egyptian history, the proof of concept that made everything at Giza possible. Its construction solved the fundamental engineering problems that had plagued earlier attempts: how to create a stable internal structure that could support the enormous weight of the pyramid mass above, how to maintain a consistent angle across millions of individual stones, and how to coordinate the labour of thousands of workers over decades of construction. The techniques developed here would be refined and perfected by Sneferu's successors, but the basic approach was established at the Red Pyramid. The internal chambers of the Red Pyramid show the confidence that came with accumulated experience. The corbelled ceilings rise to impressive heights without the emergency beams that reinforce the bent pyramid's chambers. The passages connecting the chambers are carefully aligned and precisely cut. The whole arrangement speaks of builders who knew what they were doing and trusted their calculations. This wasn't experimentation anymore, it was mature technology, ready for application on even larger scales. Visitors who descend into the Red Pyramid's chambers today experience conditions remarkably similar to what ancient priests would have encountered. The same narrow passages, the same soaring corbelled ceilings, the same sense of being deep within a stone mountain. The ammonia smell that sometimes permeates the lower chambers, produced by bat droppings accumulated over centuries, was probably not part of the original experience, but it adds a certain pungent authenticity to modern visits. The chambers themselves remain largely empty, their original contents long since removed by tomb robbers or transferred to museums, but the architecture alone justifies the uncomfortable descent. Sneferu's pyramid-building career raises an obvious question: why 3 pyramids? The traditional explanation that each pyramid was a different type of tomb for the same pharaoh seems unsatisfying. More likely, the first 2 pyramids represented failed attempts that Sneferu refused to use, preferring to start fresh rather than be buried in structures that had proved problematic during construction. The Red Pyramid, as the first fully successful true pyramid, became Sneferu's actual burial place, though like virtually all Egyptian royal tombs, it was eventually robbed of everything portable. Some scholars have suggested alternative explanations. Perhaps Sneferu genuinely wanted multiple monuments to commemorate different aspects of his reign, or perhaps religious considerations required pyramids at specific locations regardless of structural quality. The multiple pyramid phenomenon isn't unique to Sneferu. Several later pharaohs also built or began multiple pyramid projects, but no one else matched his scale or persistence. Whatever his motivations, Sneferu's willingness to keep trying until he got it right proved essential for Egyptian architectural development. The total volume of stone in Sneferu's 3 pyramids exceeds that of his son Khufu's Great Pyramid at Giza, making Sneferu the most prolific pyramid builder in quantitative terms. But quantity isn't everything, and Khufu would surpass his father in ways that continue to astonish observers 4.5 millennia later. The lessons learned from Sneferu's experiments, particularly the importance of foundation preparation, angle selection, and internal structural design, would be applied with unprecedented precision at Giza, producing monuments that defined ancient Egypt for all subsequent history. The transition from Sneferu to Khufu marked not just a change in rulers, but an escalation in ambition that still strains credibility. Khufu decided to build a pyramid that would dwarf everything that came before, a structure so massive, so precise, and so technically demanding that modern engineers continue to debate exactly how it was accomplished. The Great Pyramid at Giza stood as the tallest human-made structure in the world for nearly 4,000 years, a record that wouldn't be broken until the construction of Lincoln Cathedral's spire in medieval England. And even then, the cathedral was made largely of wood and eventually collapsed, while the Great Pyramid endures. Khufu himself remains something of an enigma. Unlike his father Sneferu, who appears in later tradition as a benevolent and accessible ruler, Khufu acquired a reputation as a cruel tyrant who oppressed his people to build his monument. This reputation derives largely from Greek sources written 2,000 years after Khufu's death, and it may reflect later Egyptian ambivalence about the Pyramid Age more than any genuine historical memory. The truth is that we know remarkably little about Khufu as a person. His pyramid speaks volumes about his ambition and organizational capabilities, but his character remains hidden behind the monumental facade. The site Khufu chose for his pyramid was the Giza Plateau, a limestone bedrock formation on the west bank of the Nile just outside modern Cairo. This location offered several advantages: solid rock foundation capable of supporting enormous weight, proximity to limestone quarries that would supply most of the building material, access to the Nile for transporting granite from Aswan, and visibility from Memphis, ensuring that the pharaoh's monument would dominate the skyline of Egypt's ancient capital. The plateau also provided enough space for the subsidiary pyramids, temples and causeways that would complete the funerary complex, a consideration that proved prescient when Khufu's successors built their own pyramids nearby. The statistics of the Great Pyramid are so familiar that they've lost some of their shock value, but they deserve repetition. The original structure stood about 481 feet tall, roughly equivalent to a 40-story building. The base covers over 13 acres, with each side measuring approximately 756 feet in length. The pyramid contains an estimated 2.3 million stone blocks, with an average weight of 2.5 tons each, though some blocks in the internal chambers weigh over 80 tons. The total mass of the structure approaches 6 million tons, and all of this was constructed over approximately 20 years by workers using copper tools, wooden sledges, and muscle power. The scale is almost incomprehensible. The precision with which the Great Pyramid was built continues to amaze engineers who study it. The base is level to within less than an inch across its entire 756-foot length, an achievement that would challenge modern surveyors equipped with laser levels. The corners are almost perfect right angles, with deviations of only a few minutes of arc. The sides are aligned to the cardinal directions with an accuracy of about 3 minutes of arc, meaning they point almost perfectly north, south, east, and west. The ratio of the pyramid's perimeter to its height approximates the mathematical constant pi with remarkable accuracy, though whether this was intentional or coincidental remains debated. Whatever the builder's intentions, the execution was extraordinary. The construction methods used for the Great Pyramid have generated centuries of speculation, some reasonable and some decidedly less so. The stone for the pyramid's core came primarily from quarries on the Giza Plateau itself, where workers cut limestone blocks and transported them relatively short distances to the construction site. The fine white limestone used for the outer casing came from quarries at Tura, across the river, and was transported by barge during flood season. The granite used for the king's chamber and other internal features came from Aswan, some 500 miles to the south, and represented the most logistically challenging material to obtain. The quarrying process for local limestone was straightforward but labour-intensive. Workers marked out blocks on the quarry floor, then cut channels around each block using copper tools and wooden mallets. Once the sides were freed, they cut underneath the block using the wedge and water expansion technique, prying it loose from the bedrock and ready for transport. A skilled quarry team could extract several blocks per day, and multiple teams working simultaneously could maintain the steady supply of material that continuous construction required. The Tura limestone used for the exterior casing required more careful handling. These blocks needed to be cut with precise angles to create the smooth outer surface, and any damage during transport would be visible on the finished pyramid. Workers selected the finest quality stone, cut it with exceptional care, and loaded it onto barges that crossed the Nile during flood season when water levels made the journey easiest. The harbour facilities at Giza, recently discovered by archaeologists, could accommodate multiple barges simultaneously, allowing efficient unloading and distribution to the construction site. Granite transport from Aswan presented the greatest logistical challenge. The massive blocks for the king's chamber, some weighing over 50 tons, had to travel 500 miles down the Nile on barges large enough to carry their weight without capsizing. The journey took weeks under favourable conditions, and any accident along the way could result in irreplaceable loss. We can only imagine the anxiety that accompanied each shipment. Months of quarrying work, the labour of hundreds of workers, the pressure of royal deadlines, all dependent on a wooden boat navigating the world's longest river without incident. The most contentious question about Great Pyramid construction is how the blocks were raised into position, particularly the upper courses where the pyramid narrowed and working space became increasingly limited. Various theories have been proposed: long external ramps spiralling around the pyramid, shorter ramps extending straight outward from each face, internal ramps within the pyramid structure itself, lever systems that walked blocks up the pyramid steps before the casing was applied, and even more exotic proposals involving counterweights, water, or technologies unknown to conventional archaeology. None of these theories has achieved consensus, partly because the evidence is ambiguous, and partly because different methods may have been used for different portions of the structure. The straight ramp theory proposes that workers hauled blocks up a long inclined ramp, extending from ground level to the pyramid's current construction height. This approach is simple and plausible for the lower courses, but it creates problems as the pyramid grows taller. A ramp maintaining a workable slope to the pyramid's apex would need to be over a mile long, requiring more material than the pyramid itself. Some have suggested the ramp was shortened and steepened as construction progressed, but steep ramps create their own problems: blocks sliding backward, workers exhausted by the climb, and increased risk of accidents. The spiral ramp theory suggests a ramp that wound around the pyramid's exterior, rising with each circuit to reach successively higher courses. This approach requires less material than a straight ramp but creates structural complications. The ramp would need to rest on completed portions of the pyramid, potentially interfering with the placement of casing stones and adding weight to portions of the structure not designed to bear it. Archaeological evidence for such a ramp is ambiguous at best. Some researchers claim to see traces of it in the pyramid's structure, while others remain skeptical. The internal ramp theory, proposed by French architect Jean-Pierre Houdin, suggests that workers used a ramp hidden inside the pyramid itself, spiralling upward through the structure and allowing block transport without any external construction. This elegant solution would explain the absence of external ramp remains and would be consistent with certain anomalies detected by non-invasive scanning of the pyramid's interior. However, direct confirmation would require invasive investigation that Egyptian authorities have been reluctant to approve. The most likely answer is that Egyptian builders used multiple methods depending on circumstances: straight ramps for lower courses, perhaps spiral ramps or levers for middle courses, and specialized techniques for the final courses where space constraints made conventional approaches impossible. The Egyptians were practical problem solvers rather than ideological purists. They would have used whatever worked best for each specific challenge, rather than committing dogmatically to a single approach. The internal structure of the Great Pyramid reveals unprecedented architectural ambition. Unlike earlier pyramids with subterranean burial chambers, the Great Pyramid contains chambers within the body of the pyramid itself, an engineering challenge that required supporting the enormous weight of the stone above without crushing the open spaces below. The King's Chamber, located roughly in the centre of the pyramid's mass, is a rectangular room built entirely of granite, with a flat ceiling of massive granite beams spanning the width of the chamber. Above this ceiling are 5 additional granite chambers, apparently designed to distribute the weight of the pyramid mass and prevent the ceiling from collapsing. This relieving chamber system was an innovative solution to a problem that hadn't existed before: how to create large open spaces within a solid stone mountain. The King's Chamber measures roughly 17 by 34 feet, with a ceiling about 19 feet high, dimensions that create a space of solemn grandeur even today, when the chamber sits empty except for the granite sarcophagus that remains in place. The walls are constructed from enormous granite blocks, precisely fitted with joints so tight that inserting a sheet of paper between them proves impossible. The chamber's granite came from Aswan, transported 500 miles and then raised over 150 feet to reach its final position. The logistics alone beggar imagination, let alone the precision of the final construction. The relieving chambers above the King's Chamber represent one of the pyramid's most sophisticated structural features. 5 compartments separated by massive granite beams create a stepped ceiling that distributes the weight of the pyramid mass above across a broader area than the King's Chamber ceiling alone could support. The uppermost compartment features a gabled roof, with huge limestone blocks meeting at an angle to deflect weight outward and downward rather than directly onto the structure below. This system has successfully protected the king's chamber for over 4,000 years, no small achievement given the millions of tons pressing down from above. Access to the relieving chambers was apparently never intended. They were sealed construction spaces, not accessible rooms. Modern explorers reached them by tunneling through the granite, finding chambers that had remained undisturbed since construction. Graffiti discovered in these spaces provides some of our only direct evidence for the pyramid's construction. Work gang names and dates written in red ochre by ancient builders, preserved in spaces that no one was ever meant to see again. These markings include references to Khufu himself, confirming the pyramid's attribution to this pharaoh and providing valuable information about the organization of the construction workforce. The Grand Gallery, which leads to the king's chamber, is one of the most impressive spaces in ancient architecture. This corbelled passage rises over 28 feet high and extends nearly 154 feet in length, with walls that step inward in 7 courses to create a dramatically narrowing profile. The precision of the stonework is remarkable. The joints between blocks are so tight that a piece of paper cannot be inserted between them. The purpose of this elaborate passage remains somewhat mysterious. It may have served as storage for the blocking stones that would seal the burial chamber after interment, or it may have had ceremonial significance that we don't fully understand. Whatever its function, it represents craftsmanship at the highest level. Walking up the Grand Gallery today, as tourists do by the thousands each year, creates an experience unlike any other in ancient architecture. The passage rises at a steep angle, with wooden walkways installed over the original floor to protect both visitors and the ancient stone. The ceiling seems impossibly high above, rising into shadows that electric lighting barely penetrates. The sense of ascending into the heart of a stone mountain is palpable, and even modern visitors accustomed to skyscrapers and aircraft find themselves awed by the scale and precision of construction that ancient workers achieved with hand tools and muscle power. The Queen's Chamber, located lower in the pyramid, presents its own mysteries. Despite its name, this chamber almost certainly wasn't intended for a queen. Royal women had their own separate pyramid tombs. The chamber is smaller and less elaborately finished than the king's chamber, with a distinctive gabled ceiling of limestone rather than granite. Its original purpose is unclear. It may have been an abandoned burial chamber from an earlier stage of construction, a storage room for funerary equipment, or a chamber with religious significance we don't understand. 2 narrow shafts extend from the Queen's Chamber toward the pyramid's exterior, but unlike similar shafts from the King's Chamber, these were blocked before they reached the outer surface. What lies at the end of these shafts has been the subject of robotic exploration and considerable speculation. The so-called air shafts extending from both the King's and Queen's chambers have puzzled researchers for over a century. These narrow channels, roughly 8 inches square, extend at angles through the pyramid's mass toward the exterior. The shafts from the King's Chamber do reach the outside, leading to early speculation that they provided ventilation for workers during construction. But the Queen's Chamber shafts terminate within the pyramid, blocked by stone doors that robotic cameras have only partially explored. Current thinking suggests these shafts had religious rather than practical purpose. They may have been oriented towards specific stars, providing spiritual pathways for the pharaoh's soul to ascend to the heavens. The workforce that built the Great Pyramid has been the subject of much mythology, most of it incorrect. Popular culture long imagined armies of slaves driven by whips, toiling under brutal conditions to satisfy a pharaoh's ego. The reality, as revealed by archaeological excavation of worker settlements near the pyramid, was considerably more complex and in some ways more interesting. The workers were not slaves, but a combination of permanent skilled craftsmen and seasonal labourers, drawn from the general population during flood months when agricultural work was impossible. The workers' village at Giza has yielded remarkable evidence about living conditions during pyramid construction. Workers lived in organised barracks, received daily rations of bread, beer, and meat. Quite substantial rations, actually, suggesting the state invested significantly in keeping workers healthy and productive. Medical facilities treated injuries, and the care shown to injured workers implies they were valued resources rather than expendable labour. Graffiti left by work crews indicates team pride and competitive spirit. Gangs had names like Friends of Khufu or Drunkards of Menkaure, suggesting an organisational culture that encouraged identification with both ruler and team. The discovery of worker burials near the pyramids provided crucial evidence against the slave labour theory. These graves contained the remains of men and women who had clearly received medical care for injuries sustained during construction. Healed fractures showed that injured workers were treated and allowed to recover rather than simply being replaced. The burial practices themselves, modest but proper interment with grave goods, indicated that these workers held respectable social status. Slaves would not have received such treatment, nor would they have been buried with dignity near the royal monuments they supposedly built under compulsion. The diet of pyramid workers, reconstructed from animal bones and plant remains found at the village site, was remarkably nutritious by ancient standards. Workers consumed significant quantities of beef and mutton, supplemented by fish, bread, and vegetables. Beer was distributed daily, not just as a beverage but as a source of calories and nutrition. The quantity of meat consumed suggests that workers received better protein intake than many modern populations in developing countries. Building pyramids was hard work, but the workers were evidently well fed. The organisation required to coordinate this workforce was itself an impressive achievement. Someone had to ensure that quarries produced blocks at the rate construction required, that transport crews moved blocks without bottlenecks, that construction teams received materials in the sequence needed for assembly, and that thousands of workers received food, water and shelter throughout the decades of construction. The administrative apparatus managing all this represented one of the most sophisticated bureaucratic systems the ancient world would ever see, and the experience gained here would influence Egyptian governance for millennia. The social organisation of the workforce involved complex hierarchies that mirror patterns found in other pyramid building contexts. Master craftsmen directed teams of skilled workers who handled precision tasks, stone fitting, surveying, finishing work. Below them came trained workers who performed specialised but less demanding tasks. The bulk of the labour force consisted of unskilled workers who handled hauling and lifting, the brute force work that moved millions of tons of stone from quarry to pyramid. These groups received different accommodations, different rations, and different treatment, creating a stratified community within the construction site. The religious significance of the Great Pyramid extended far beyond its function as a royal tomb. The pyramid represented the primordial mound of creation that rose from the waters of chaos at the beginning of time, the first solid land on which the Creator God stood to bring the universe into being. Its shape evoked the rays of the sun streaming down from heaven, connecting earth and sky in physical form. The pharaoh buried within would ascend these stone rays to join Ra in his eternal journey across the sky, becoming one with the sun god himself. Every aspect of the structure was designed to facilitate this cosmic transformation, from the alignment with celestial north to the shaft apparently pointing toward the circumpolar stars that never set. The original appearance of the Great Pyramid was far more impressive than what we see today. The entire structure was originally covered in finely polished white limestone casing stones, creating a smooth, gleaming surface that would have reflected sunlight like a mirror. The apex was probably capped with an electrum-covered pyramidion, a miniature pyramid shape that concentrated the structure's symbolism at its highest point. From a distance, the pyramid would have appeared as a shimmering white beacon, visible for miles in every direction, and announcing the pharaoh's presence to all who beheld it. The stripped, weathered appearance we see today is merely the skeleton of the original monument. The pyramids of Khufu's successors at Giza, the slightly smaller pyramid of Khafre, and the considerably smaller pyramid of Menkaure, completed the ensemble that has captivated visitors for millennia. Khafre's pyramid appears taller than Khufu's from certain angles, but this is an optical illusion created by its position on higher ground. The Great Sphinx, carved from a limestone outcrop near Khafre's causeway, probably represents that pharaoh as well, though its exact date and purpose remain subjects of scholarly debate. Together, the Giza complex represents the apex of Old Kingdom achievement, a concentration of resources and talent that would never be matched in subsequent Egyptian history. Khafre's pyramid, though smaller than his father's, incorporated lessons learned during the Great Pyramid's construction. The angle is slightly steeper, about 53 degrees compared to Khufu's 51 degrees, producing a more dramatic profile that partially compensates for the smaller base. The pyramid retains significant portions of its original limestone casing near the apex, giving modern visitors a sense of how impressive all three pyramids would have appeared when their casings were intact. The causeway connecting Khafre's pyramid to its valley temple remains one of the best preserved examples of Egyptian processional architecture. with walls that once bore elaborate relief carvings depicting the pharaoh in divine company. The Great Sphinx presents mysteries that continue to generate debate and speculation. This massive sculpture, over 240 feet long and 66 feet high, was carved from a natural limestone outcrop that happened to occupy a strategic position in Khafra's funerary complex. The Sphinx's body is that of a lion, representing royal power, while the head is human, almost certainly depicting Khafra himself wearing the royal Nemes headdress. The combination created a hybrid being that merged human intelligence with leonine strength, an appropriate guardian for the sacred precinct of a deceased pharaoh. The Sphinx's erosion patterns have sparked contentious debates about its age. Some researchers have argued that the erosion was caused by water, which would require construction during a much earlier period when Egypt's climate was wetter, potentially thousands of years before Khafra's reign. Mainstream Egyptologists reject this hypothesis, attributing the erosion to wind, sand, and occasional rainfall over the 4.5 millennia since construction. The debate continues in academic conferences and popular documentaries, with neither side entirely convincing the other. The Sphinx keeps its secrets. Menkaur's pyramid, smallest of the three main Giza pyramids, was originally intended to be even larger, but apparently reduced in scope due to the pharaoh's death. The lower courses are partially faced with granite rather than limestone, creating a distinctive two-toned appearance that may reflect either aesthetic choice or budget constraints as the project was rushed to completion. Despite its smaller size, Menkaur's pyramid features some of the finest sculpture from the Old Kingdom, including beautiful statues of the pharaoh recovered from the Valley Temple and now displayed in museums worldwide. The Pyramid Age effectively ended within a few generations of Giza, though the reasons for this decline are not entirely clear. Later Old Kingdom pyramids were smaller and less carefully constructed, suggesting either diminished resources or diminished ambition. The collapse of the Old Kingdom around 2150 BCE brought political fragmentation that made massive state projects impossible for several centuries. When pyramid building resumed during the Middle Kingdom, the structures were smaller, built more economically with mud brick cores and stone casings, and ultimately proved far less durable than their Old Kingdom predecessors. The techniques that produced Giza had been lost or abandoned, and nothing comparable would be attempted again. Several factors may have contributed to the decline of pyramid building. The enormous resources required, both material and human, strained even Egypt's productive economy. The theological significance of pyramids may have diminished as religious beliefs evolved toward other forms of commemoration. The failure of pyramids to prevent tomb robbery may have convinced later rulers that alternative approaches were worth trying. And the centralized power necessary to organize such massive projects may simply have been unsustainable over the long term. Whatever the reasons, the golden age of pyramid construction lasted barely a century before giving way to different architectural priorities. The legacy of the Giza pyramids extends far beyond Egypt and far beyond ancient history. Greek visitors marveled at them. Roman tourists carved their names on their stones. Arab writers speculated about their origins and purposes. European explorers measured and documented them with increasing precision, and modern scientists continue to discover new details about their construction and meaning. The Great Pyramid's inclusion among the 7 wonders of the ancient world was almost inevitable, and its status as the only surviving wonder confirms the quality of its construction. What the Egyptians built at Giza was not just for their own time, it was genuinely for eternity. Modern technology continues to reveal new aspects of the Giza pyramids. Infrared thermal scanning has detected temperature anomalies suggesting hidden voids within the Great Pyramid. Morn tomography, using cosmic ray particles that penetrate solid rock, confirmed the existence of a previously unknown void above the Grand Gallery, though its purpose remains undetermined. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of the plateau have identified structures beneath the sand that may represent additional tombs or construction facilities. Each new technology promises new discoveries, and the pyramids continue to yield secrets after millennia of investigation. The legacy of the Giza pyramids extends far beyond Egypt and far beyond ancient history. Greek visitors marveled at them. Roman tourists carved their names on their stones. Arab writers speculated about their origins and purposes. European explorers measured and documented them with increasing precision, and modern scientists continue to discover new details about their construction and meaning. The Great Pyramid's inclusion among the 7 wonders of the ancient world was almost inevitable, and its status as the only surviving wonder confirms the quality of its construction. What the Egyptians built at Giza was not just for their own time, it was genuinely for eternity. The journey from Djoser's Step Pyramid to Khufu's Great Pyramid spans roughly a century of Egyptian history, just 4 or 5 generations of kings and builders. In that remarkably short time, Egyptian architects transformed tentative experiments in stone construction into the most massive and precise structures the ancient world would ever produce. The learning curve was steep, the failures instructive, and the ultimate achievements extraordinary. Sneferu's persistence through 3 pyramid attempts demonstrated the determination required for architectural innovation, while Khufu's Great Pyramid showed what that determination could ultimately achieve. The progression from Meidum to Dashur to Giza illustrates how engineering knowledge accumulates through trial and error. Each failure taught lessons that informed subsequent attempts. The collapse at Meidum demonstrated the dangers of converting step pyramids to true pyramids without proper structural integration. The bent pyramid showed that steep angles created unmanageable stresses on the outer casing. The red pyramid proved that shallower angles produce stable structures. And the Great Pyramid demonstrated that with proper planning, execution, and resources, almost anything was achievable. As we consider these accomplishments from our modern perspective, it's worth remembering that the Egyptians built without the tools we take for granted. No pulleys, no wheels for transportation, no iron tools, no mathematical notation systems, no engineering software. What they had was organization, patience, skilled labor, and an absolute conviction that these monuments mattered enough to justify the enormous investment they required. The pyramids were not built by slaves driven by fear, but by workers motivated by religious conviction, social obligation, and the basic human desire to participate in something larger than themselves. The pyramids also represent something profound about human nature, the desire to leave a mark, to create something that outlasts individual mortality, to assert presence against the indifferent passage of time. The pharaohs who built these monuments are long dead, their mummies violated, their treasures scattered. But their pyramids remain, still dominating the Giza Plateau after 46 centuries, still inspiring wonder in visitors from around the world. In this sense, at least, the pyramids achieved exactly what their builders intended. They made their creators immortal. The night carries us forward now, past the glory of Giza toward other Egyptian engineering achievements that deserve our attention. The pyramids were the most famous, but not the only remarkable structures ancient Egypt produced. Military fortresses guarded the borders, temples celebrated divine power, obelisks reached toward the heavens, and entire cities rose from previously empty land. Each of these projects built on the experience and techniques developed during the Pyramid Age, applying lessons learned at Giza to new challenges and new contexts. The Egyptian engineering tradition was just hitting its stride, and there's much more to explore. The pyramids represented Egyptian engineering at its most ambitious, but they were monuments to death rather than life, elaborate preparations for the afterlife rather than practical structures serving the living kingdom. As Egypt's power expanded beyond the Nile Valley into neighboring territories, the pharaohs faced challenges that required a different kind of engineering altogether. Military architecture designed to project power, control strategic resources, and intimidate potential adversaries. Tonight we're shifting our focus from tombs to fortresses, from religious symbolism to military pragmatism, and we're meeting a pharaoh whose building projects were designed not for eternity, but for the immediate, urgent business of empire. Then we'll encounter a ruler who combined both impulses, creating a monument that served propaganda, religion, and architectural innovation simultaneously. Welcome to the age of Egyptian imperialism. The collapse of the Old Kingdom around 2150 BCE had left Egypt fragmented and vulnerable for over a century, a period of decentralization and civil conflict that Egyptologists call the First Intermediate Period. When strong central government finally re-emerged under the pharaohs of the Middle Kingdom, they faced a different strategic environment than their Old Kingdom predecessors had known. Egypt's neighbours had grown stronger and more organized during the chaos. The gold-rich lands of Nubia to the south, previously accessible through trade and occasional military expeditions, now required permanent occupation if Egypt wanted reliable access to their resources. And gold, as every pharaoh understood, was the foundation of royal power. It paid for armies, funded building projects, and maintained the elaborate gift-giving networks that kept allies loyal and potential enemies cautious. The pharaoh who most systematically addressed this strategic challenge was Senusret III, whom the Greeks later called Sesostris, a name that became synonymous with Egyptian military prowess in classical tradition. Senusret III ruled for roughly 39 years during the 12th dynasty, from about 1878 to 1839 BCE, and he devoted much of that reign to the conquest and fortification of Nubia. His campaigns pushed Egyptian control far beyond previous limits, but campaigns alone couldn't hold territory. What Senusret needed was infrastructure, a network of fortresses that would make Egyptian dominance permanent and prevent Nubian populations from reasserting independence whenever the army marched home. The result was one of the most sophisticated military construction programs the ancient world had ever seen. The geography of Nubia presented both challenges and opportunities for military planners. The Nile continued south from Egypt through a series of cataracts, rocky stretches where the river dropped over rapids and became unnavigable. These cataracts formed natural choke points that could be defended with relatively small forces, provided adequate fortifications existed to shelter those forces and control river traffic. The second cataract, located near the modern border between Egypt and Sudan, became the focus of Senusret's fortress system. Here, at the southern edge of the territory Egypt could reliably supply and reinforce, a chain of fortresses would create an impenetrable barrier against Nubian resistance. The second cataract region was particularly challenging terrain for military operations. The river here broke into multiple channels, navigating around rocky islands and through narrow gorges where currents ran swift and unpredictable. Large boats couldn't pass during low water, and even small craft required experienced pilots to avoid the numerous hazards. This meant that Nubian traders and potential invaders had to disembark, portage around the worst obstacles and reload their vessels, a time-consuming process that left them vulnerable to Egyptian interdiction. Control of the cataract region meant control of all north-south traffic on the Nile. The terrain also created natural defensive positions that Egyptian military engineers exploited to maximum advantage. Rocky outcrops provided elevated positions for observation and fire control. Narrow passages could be blocked with minimal fortification. Islands in the river could serve as forward observation posts, giving early warning of approaching enemies while remaining defensible with small garrisons. The fortress builders worked with this landscape rather than against it, positioning their installations to take advantage of natural features while filling gaps with constructed defences. The climate added another layer of difficulty for anyone attempting to operate in the region. Temperatures during summer regularly exceeded 110 degrees Fahrenheit, making physical labour dangerous and military operations exhausting. The annual flood, which brought relief to Egypt proper, created its own challenges in the cataract region, as water levels rose unpredictably and currents became even more treacherous. Winter brought more moderate temperatures but also the possibility of desert sandstorms that could halt all activity for days. Soldiers stationed at the Nubian fortresses earned their rations simply by surviving in this environment, before accounting for any actual military responsibilities. The fortresses Senusret III built along the Second Cataract represented a quantum leap in military architecture. These weren't simple walls surrounding open spaces, they were sophisticated defensive complexes incorporating multiple layers of protection, carefully designed fields of fire, protected water supplies, and living quarters capable of sustaining garrisons through extended sieges. The Egyptians had apparently studied the art of fortification with the same systematic attention they'd applied to pyramid construction, and the results were equally impressive in their respective domains. The system included at least 8 major fortresses positioned to provide mutual support and overlapping coverage of the river and surrounding territory. Buin anchored the northern end of the system, positioned where the river emerged from the worst of the cataract's obstacles. Semna and Kuma guarded a narrow gorge at the southern end, controlling the final passage before the river opened into more navigable waters. Between these anchors, fortresses like Uranati, Magissa, and Askut filled gaps and provided relay points for communications and supply. The spacing between installations ensured that no significant movement could occur without detection, while the positioning allowed reinforcements to reach any threatened point within reasonable response time. Buin, perhaps the best preserved of the Nubian fortresses, illustrates the sophistication of Middle Kingdom military engineering. The fortress covered about 13 acres and could house a garrison of perhaps 1,000 soldiers, along with their families, support staff, and the administrative personnel who managed Egyptian interests in the region. The outer walls rose over 30 feet high, built from massive mud bricks reinforced with timber beams and faced with stone at vulnerable points. Towers projected from the walls at regular intervals, allowing defenders to direct flanking fire against anyone attempting to scale or breach the main curtain. A deep ditch surrounded the entire complex, creating a killing zone that attackers would have to cross under constant missile fire. The mud bricks used in construction were standardized to ensure quality and facilitate replacement. Each brick measured approximately 15 by 8 by 4 inches, formed in wooden molds and dried in the sun until hard enough for construction. The bricks were laid in courses with mortar made from mud mixed with straw, creating walls of remarkable solidity when properly maintained. The standardization also had practical benefits for record keeping. Administrators could calculate how many bricks a project would require, how many workers were needed to produce them, and how long construction should take. Egyptian bureaucracy extended even to brick specifications. The timber reinforcement within the walls served multiple purposes. Horizontal beams distributed weight along the wall's length, preventing the concentration of stress at individual points. Vertical poles provided anchoring points for the beam network and helped resist lateral pressure. The whole system created a structure that was more resilient than simple brick construction, able to absorb impacts and settle unevenly without catastrophic failure. The timber itself, mostly acacia and tamarisk, obtained locally, with some imported cedar for critical applications, had to be protected from insects and rot, an ongoing maintenance challenge in the Nubian climate. The defensive features at Buin went far beyond simple walls and ditches. A second wall, lower than the main curtain but equally well constructed, created an outer defensive perimeter that attackers would have to overcome before even reaching the primary fortifications. The space between these walls, the glacis, was deliberately left as a cleared zone where defenders could observe and engage enemies without obstruction. The outer wall itself incorporated a distinctive feature, a sloped base that deflected siege equipment and made scaling more difficult. Anyone attempting to climb this angled surface would be fully exposed to fire from above while struggling to maintain footing on the smooth incline. Arrow loops pierced the walls at strategic intervals, allowing archers to fire outward while remaining protected behind thick brick. The loops were designed with flared openings on the interior side, giving shooters a reasonable field of fire while presenting minimal targets to enemy archers. Their positioning was calculated to cover all approaches to the fortress, with overlapping fields of fire ensuring no dead zones existed where attackers could shelter safely. The density of arrow loops along particularly vulnerable sections, near gates for example, increased significantly, allowing concentrated defensive fire at critical points. The towers projecting from Buin's walls deserve particular attention because they reveal the tactical thinking underlying the fortress design. These weren't simple square platforms, but carefully shaped structures optimized for defensive combat. Semicircular towers minimized dead zones where attackers might shelter from defensive fire. The spacing between towers ensured that every foot of wall could be covered by archers positioned on adjacent towers. Interior passages allowed defenders to move between towers without exposing themselves on the wall tops, maintaining defensive flexibility even under heavy attack. The whole arrangement created interlocking fields of fire that would have made any assault extremely costly. The interior layout of the fortress reflected both military necessity and the requirements of long-term occupation. A main street ran from the primary gate to the commander's quarters, providing a clear axis for movement and administration. Side streets divided the interior into quarters dedicated to different functions: barracks for soldiers, workshops for craftsmen, storerooms for supplies, and administrative buildings for the bureaucratic apparatus. The commander's residence occupied a prominent central position, both for practical accessibility and for symbolic demonstration of authority. A temple provided space for religious observances, reminding garrison members that they served divine as well as royal purposes. Access to the fortress was controlled through a series of gates that created additional defensive obstacles. The main gate didn't simply pierce the wall but incorporated a bent-axis approach. Attackers who broke through the outer gate found themselves in a confined passage that turned sharply before reaching the inner gate. This configuration forced attackers to slow down, prevented them from using battering rams effectively, and exposed them to fire from multiple directions as they negotiated the turns. It was essentially a killing corridor designed to make gate-breaking as expensive as possible for the attackers. Water supply, always critical for any military installation, received careful attention in the Nubian fortresses. Buin included a water stairway descending to the Nile, protected by walls that allowed garrison members to draw water even during a siege. Alternative sources included cisterns that collected rainwater and wells that tapped underground sources. The redundancy was deliberate. A fortress that could be starved of water was a fortress that would eventually fall, regardless of how strong its walls might be. Egyptian engineers understood this fundamental principle and designed their fortifications accordingly. The living quarters within the fortresses accommodated not just soldiers but entire communities. Officers had private quarters, common soldiers shared barrack-style accommodations. Workshops produced and repaired military equipment. Granaries stored food supplies sufficient to withstand extended isolation. Administrative offices handled the paperwork that Egyptian bureaucracy generated even in frontier outposts: records of supplies received, soldiers present, trading transactions completed, and the countless other details that kept the imperial system functioning. A fortress like Buin was essentially a self-contained town, capable of operating independently for months if necessary. The garrison life at these Nubian outposts was probably not what anyone would choose voluntarily. The climate was harsh, hotter than Egypt proper and subject to seasonal extremes that made outdoor activity miserable for much of the year. The local population ranged from indifferent to actively hostile, requiring constant vigilance even during nominally peaceful periods. Supply lines stretched hundreds of miles back to Egypt, and delays or disruptions could leave garrisons short of essentials. Entertainment options were presumably limited, though archaeologists have found gaming boards and other diversions that suggest soldiers found ways to pass the time. All in all, assignment to a Nubian fortress probably ranked somewhere between undesirable and punishment on the military career spectrum. The soldiers who served in these garrisons came from throughout Egypt, conscripted through the same corvée system that provided labour for construction projects. They served rotating terms of duty, typically measured in years rather than months before being allowed to return home. Officers might bring their families, evidence of women and children appears in the archaeological record, but common soldiers apparently served alone, maintaining whatever connections to home they could manage through the slow communication networks of the ancient world. Letters have been found that reveal homesickness, complaints about conditions, and requests for supplies from family members, universal military experiences transcending millennia. The relationships between garrison members and local Nubian populations were complex and varied. Trade occurred across the fortress walls, with Nubians exchanging local products for Egyptian manufactured goods. Some degree of intermarriage probably occurred despite official prohibitions, human nature being what it is, and frontier postings being what they are. Cultural exchange went both ways, with Egyptian soldiers adopting some Nubian customs, while Nubians absorbed Egyptian influences that would reshape their own civilization over subsequent centuries. The fortresses were not merely military installations, but contact zones where two cultures met, clashed, and gradually influenced each other. Yet these postings were critically important to Egypt's strategic interests, and the fortresses themselves represented investments that only made sense if Egypt intended to maintain its Nubian presence permanently. The resources required to construct a single major fortress, the bricks, timber, labour, and logistical support, were substantial, and Senusret III built at least 8 major fortresses along the Second Cataract, plus additional installations at strategic points along the supply route. This wasn't a temporary measure or a defensive reaction to immediate threats. It was a systematic program of colonial infrastructure designed to project Egyptian power into Nubian territory for generations to come. The strategic purpose of this fortress system went beyond simple defense. The fortresses controlled the river, which meant they controlled all traffic between Egypt and the gold-producing regions further south. Every ounce of gold extracted from Nubian mines had to pass through Egyptian checkpoints, subject to taxation and regulation. The fortresses also served as bases for military expeditions against Nubian populations who resisted Egyptian authority, allowing rapid deployment of forces without the logistical challenges of organising campaigns from Egypt proper. And they sent an unmistakable message to anyone contemplating rebellion. Egypt was here to stay, and the price of resistance would be calculated in blood and suffering. Senusret III's personal involvement in the Nubian campaigns lent additional weight to the fortress program. Unlike many pharaohs who commanded armies through generals, Senusret apparently led expeditions personally, sharing the hardships of military life with his soldiers and demonstrating the kind of leadership that inspired loyalty. His success against Nubian opponents became legendary, commemorated in texts that praised his military prowess and warned future generations against Nubian treachery. One inscription, erected at the fortress of Semna, prohibited Nubians from passing the boundary except for trade purposes, a remarkably explicit statement of racial exclusion that reveals the harsh realities of Egyptian colonial policy. The engineering techniques employed in the Nubian fortresses represented significant advances over earlier Egyptian military construction. The use of mud brick for primary structural elements was traditional, but the scale and sophistication of its application exceeded anything previously attempted. The timber reinforcement that strengthened walls and allowed them to absorb impacts without catastrophic failure showed understanding of structural engineering principles. The complex gate systems, with their bent-axis approaches and multiple barriers, demonstrated tactical sophistication that would not be surpassed in the ancient Near East for centuries. And the integrated planning that addressed water supply, food storage, quarters for personnel, and defensive requirements simultaneously revealed a systematic approach to military engineering that was genuinely impressive. The Nubian fortress system remained operational for centuries, though its strategic importance fluctuated with Egypt's overall power and interest in southern expansion. During the Second Intermediate Period, when foreign Hyksos rulers controlled northern Egypt, the fortresses apparently fell under Nubian control, an ironic reversal that demonstrated both the value of these installations and the limits of any defensive system when the supporting state collapses. When Egyptian power revived under the New Kingdom pharaohs, the fortresses were reoccupied and remained in use until changing strategic priorities eventually made them obsolete. The ruins visible today, many now submerged beneath Lake Nasser, created by the Aswan High Dam, testify to the durability of Middle Kingdom military engineering even after millennia of abandonment. The transition from Senusret III's practical military architecture to the Temple of Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahri might seem abrupt, but both projects share a fundamental characteristic. They were designed to communicate messages about royal power. Senusret's fortresses announced Egyptian military dominance to potentially rebellious populations. Hatshepsut's temple proclaimed her legitimacy as pharaoh to potentially skeptical domestic audiences. Both rulers faced challenges to their authority that required architectural responses, and both created structures that remain impressive nearly 4,000 years later. The difference is primarily one of medium. Senusret worked in mud brick and military intimidation, while Hatshepsut employed limestone and religious symbolism. The underlying political logic was remarkably similar. Hatshepsut's situation was unprecedented in Egyptian history, or at least unprecedented in ways that she could officially acknowledge. Women had wielded power in Egypt before, typically as regents for underage kings or as influential queens behind ostensibly male authority. But Hatshepsut took the extraordinary step of declaring herself pharaoh, assuming the full titles and regalia of kingship, including the false beard that symbolized divine masculine authority. Her stepson Thutmose III, who should have been ruling in his own right, was relegated to secondary status while Hatshepsut governed Egypt for approximately 22 years. How she managed this political coup remains somewhat mysterious. That she succeeded is demonstrated by the monuments she left behind. The circumstances that allowed Hatshepsut's rise to power were complex and involved several generations of royal family dynamics. Her father, Thutmose I, had been a successful military commander who expanded Egyptian territory into Syria and Nubia. Her husband, Thutmose II, was her half-brother, royal incest being standard practice for Egyptian succession, and ruled for a relatively brief period before dying, possibly of illness. Their marriage produced only daughters, but Thutmose II had a son by a minor wife, the future Thutmose III, who was still a child when his father died. Hatshepsut initially served as regent for this young nephew-stepson, a conventional role for a widowed queen. What was unconventional was her gradual assumption of royal powers that went far beyond regency. The mechanisms by which Hatshepsut transformed from regent to pharaoh are not entirely clear, but they appear to have involved careful cultivation of key constituencies. The priesthood of Amun, Egypt's most powerful religious institution, apparently supported her claims, perhaps because she proved generous in her patronage of their temple complexes, or perhaps because they found her more manageable than an independent adult pharaoh might have been. Military commanders who had served her father remained loyal, providing the coercive backing that any ruler ultimately requires. and the vast bureaucracy that actually ran Egypt seems to have accepted her authority, continuing to function regardless of the unusual circumstances at the top of the political hierarchy. Hatshepsut's claim to legitimacy rested ultimately on divine sanction, which she established through an elaborate theological program centered on her claimed relationship with the god Amun. According to the official narrative promoted throughout her reign, Amun had chosen Hatshepsut for kingship before her birth, visiting her mother in divine form and conceiving a child destined to rule Egypt. This divine parentage made Hatshepsut's gender irrelevant, or at least that was the argument, since divine will trumped human conventions about who could be pharaoh. The theological case was compelling enough, or the political backing strong enough, that it apparently convinced most Egyptians to accept what would otherwise have been an impossible situation. The temple at Deir el-Bahri was the architectural centerpiece of Hatshepsut's propaganda program, designed to establish her divine credentials and justify her assumption of royal authority. Located on the west bank of the Nile opposite Thebes, the site nestled against dramatic cliffs that formed a natural amphitheatre of stone. The temple's architect, Senenmut, a commoner who rose to extraordinary prominence under Hatshepsut's patronage, created a design that worked with this landscape rather than against it, using the cliff face as a dramatic backdrop for terraced colonnades that seemed to emerge from the living rock itself. The design Senenmut developed for Deir el-Bahri represented a significant departure from conventional Egyptian temple architecture. Traditional temples followed a standardized plan, a pylon gateway leading to an open courtyard, then a hypostyle hall with forest of columns, then increasingly restricted inner sanctuaries culminating in the Holy of Holies where the god's statue resided. This progression from open and accessible to closed and sacred reflected the hierarchical nature of Egyptian religion, with common people confined to outer areas while priests penetrated deeper mysteries. Hatshepsut's temple retained some of these elements, but arranged them in an entirely novel configuration. The temple rose in 3 terraces, each broader and higher than the one before, connected by central ramps that created a monumental approach to the sanctuary, cut into the cliff face at the uppermost level. Colonnades lined each terrace, their columns creating rhythmic patterns of light and shadow that changed as the sun moved across the sky. The overall effect was one of graduated ascent, visitors climbing from the ordinary world below toward the divine realm above, each terrace bringing them closer to the sacred mysteries that awaited at the summit. The architectural experience mirrored the spiritual journey that Egyptian religion promised to the faithful. The terrace design also served practical propaganda purposes. The broad open terraces provided surfaces for relief carvings that told stories Hatshepsut wanted remembered. Her divine birth, proving she was the daughter of the god Amun himself, her coronation, establishing the legitimacy of her claim to the throne, her successful trading expedition to the distant land of Punt, demonstrating that the gods favoured her rule with prosperity and exotic goods. These weren't decorative afterthoughts, but essential elements of the temple's purpose, transforming stone walls into public relations messages that every visitor would encounter and absorb. The divine birth sequence that decorated one of the terraces tells a story that Hatshepsut clearly considered essential to her legitimacy. According to these reliefs, the god Amun had visited Hatshepsut's mother Amose in the form of her husband, Thutmose I. The god's divine essence entered the queen, and Hatshepsut was conceived, making her not merely the daughter of a pharaoh, but the literal offspring of Egypt's supreme deity. The reliefs depicted this encounter with a delicacy that somehow made the divine seduction tasteful rather than scandalous, showing Amun presenting himself to Ahmose, the queen recognizing his divinity, and the god declaring his satisfaction with the future child. It was theological spin of the highest order, and the magnificent artwork made it thoroughly convincing. The expedition to Punt, depicted on another terrace, served different propaganda purposes. Punt was a legendary land somewhere along the Red Sea coast, probably in the region of modern Eritrea or Somalia, famous for producing incense, myrrh, exotic animals, and other luxury goods that Egypt couldn't obtain domestically. Trading expeditions to Punt had been mounted by previous pharaohs, but Hatshepsut's artists depicted her expedition as an unprecedented achievement, a restoration of connections that had lapsed during weaker reigns. The reliefs show Egyptian ships arriving at Punt, trading with the locals, loading exotic goods including live incense trees, and returning triumphantly to Egypt. The level of detail is remarkable. We can identify specific plant and animal species, observe Puntite architecture, and even note that the Queen of Punt was apparently quite overweight, which the artist recorded with more accuracy than tact. The artistic program at Deir el-Bahari faced an interesting challenge: how to depict a female pharaoh in a visual tradition designed around male rulership. Egyptian royal iconography had developed over millennia with the assumption that pharaohs were men, and its conventions reflected this assumption. The ceremonial false beard, the specific poses of royal statues, the formulaic scenes of the pharaoh smiting enemies or making offerings to the gods, all presumed masculine bodies and identities. Hatshepsut's artists had to navigate this awkward situation, and their solutions evolved over time. Early in her reign, Hatshepsut was depicted with feminine features and clothing but royal regalia, a woman wearing the crown and performing the rituals of kingship. As her reign progressed, the imagery gradually masculinized. Her figure became more angular, her breasts disappeared from representations, and she eventually appeared in fully male form complete with the traditional false beard. This wasn't necessarily because Hatshepsut believed herself to be male or wanted others to think so. It was more likely a pragmatic accommodation to artistic conventions that had no category for female pharaohs. The imagery worked within existing visual vocabulary while accomplishing its essential purpose, establishing Hatshepsut as a legitimate holder of royal power. The statuary program at Deir el-Bahari was extensive and sophisticated. Dozens of statues depicted Hatshepsut in various forms: as Osiris, the god of the dead with whom all pharaohs identified after death; as a sphinx, combining human head with leonine body; as a devotee kneeling to present offerings to the gods. The scale ranged from life-sized figures that populated niches along the colonnades to colossal statues that dominated the upper terrace, their size announcing royal power through sheer physical presence. The quality of carving was exceptional, with features carefully modelled and surfaces polished to a high sheen. Many of these statues were deliberately destroyed during the later campaign against Hatshepsut's memory, smashed into fragments that archaeologists have painstakingly reassembled over decades of work. The reconstruction process reveals both the original beauty of the sculptures and the thoroughness of the destruction. Some statues survive only as piles of chips, their forms recoverable only through the most careful analysis. The fragmentary condition of much Hatshepsut statuary paradoxically tells us more about the political significance of these images than intact examples might. Someone considered it important enough to destroy them systematically, which testifies to their effectiveness as propaganda. The paint that originally covered the temple's surfaces has largely disappeared, but traces remain sufficient to reconstruct the brilliant polychrome effect the ancient viewer would have experienced. Columns were painted in patterns of red, blue, green, and yellow. Reliefs received coloured details that brought carved figures to life. Ceiling patterns depicted stars against deep blue backgrounds, creating interior spaces that evoked the night sky. The overall effect was probably closer to a modern Hindu temple, with its profusion of colour and pattern, than to the austere white stone appearance that ruins present today. The architect Senenmut himself remains a fascinating figure, not least because of his apparently close relationship with Hatshepsut. His meteoric rise from obscure origins to positions of extraordinary power, he held over 80 official titles at the height of his career, suggests royal favour that went beyond professional appreciation for his architectural skills. Some modern observers have speculated about a romantic relationship between Senenmut and Hatshepsut, though evidence for this remains circumstantial at best. What is clear is that Senenmut benefited enormously from his patron's reign, accumulating privileges that included the unprecedented honour of having his image carved in hidden locations within the temple he designed. When Hatshepsut's reign ended and her memory was attacked, Senenmut's images were also targeted for destruction, guilt by association, or perhaps evidence of a connection that later rulers found threatening. Senenmut's tomb, carved into the hillside not far from Deir el-Bahari, provides additional evidence of his exceptional status. The tomb's ceiling featured an astronomical chart that remains one of the earliest surviving examples of Egyptian sky mapping, a scholarly interest that suggests Senenmut's talents extended beyond architecture to include astronomical observation and perhaps religious speculation. The tomb was apparently never used for burial. What happened to Senenmut after Hatshepsut's death remains unknown. He may have died before her, or he may have fallen from favour in some manner not recorded. His disappearance from the historical record after Hatshepsut's reign is as mysterious as his rise during it. The construction of Deir el-Bahari required solving significant engineering challenges despite its apparently modest scale compared to the pyramids. The site's topography, a steep cliff face with limited flat ground at its base, demanded extensive preparation before construction could begin. Workers cut into the cliff to create level terraces, using the excavated stone as building material while simultaneously expanding the available construction area. The ramps connecting terraces had to be precisely graded to create the dramatic visual effect Sen and Mut intended. And the sanctuary at the uppermost level was carved directly into the cliff, requiring techniques more commonly associated with rock-cut tombs than freestanding temples. The limestone used for construction came from quarries in the Theban hills, though particularly fine stone for important decorative elements was imported from further afield. Workers cut blocks using the same techniques their ancestors had employed for millennia: copper tools, wooden wedges, patient labour, but the precision required for the temple's elaborate decorative program demanded exceptional skill. The joints between blocks had to be tight enough that surfaces could be smoothly plastered and painted without revealing construction seams. Any deviation from true would be visible in the final product, where precision columns and geometric friezes would expose the slightest error. The terraces themselves were engineering achievements of considerable sophistication. Each terrace required a retaining wall to support the platform above, designed to withstand the outward pressure of fill material and the weight of the structures built on top. The fill itself had to be carefully compacted to prevent settling that might crack the pavement or distort the buildings. Drainage systems channeled rainwater, rare but potentially destructive when it did fall, away from foundations and toward the valley below. The whole arrangement created stable platforms that have survived over 3,000 years of earthquakes, floods, and human activity. The columns that lined each terrace represented both structural elements and symbolic statements. Their proportions and decorative programs followed conventions established over centuries of Egyptian temple construction, but their arrangement in open colonnades rather than enclosed halls was relatively novel. The effect was lighter, airier, more integrated with the natural landscape than traditional temple architecture. Visitors walking beneath these columns experienced the temple as part of its setting rather than as a fortress against the outside world. The desert cliffs, the brilliant Egyptian sky, the distant Nile valley, all became elements of the architectural composition rather than distractions from it. The column types varied across different areas of the temple, each selection carrying specific religious and aesthetic significance. Proto-Doric columns, simple squared pillars that some scholars believe influenced later Greek architecture, supported portions of the lower colonnade. More elaborate papyrus and lotus columns appeared in areas of greater religious significance, their organic forms connecting the built environment to the natural world that Egyptian religion celebrated. The careful selection and placement of column types created a visual hierarchy that guided visitors through the temple while reinforcing the sacred nature of the spaces they entered. The religious functions of the temple were multiple and complex. The primary dedication was to Amun, king of the gods and Hatshepsut's claimed divine father, but subsidiary shrines honoured Hathor, goddess of love and music, Anubis, god of embalming and the afterlife, and the mortuary cult of Hatshepsut herself. The temple thus served as a functioning religious institution where priests performed daily rituals, a propaganda monument that proclaimed Hatshepsut's legitimacy, and a funerary complex that would maintain her eternal existence after death. This multifunctionality was typical of Egyptian royal monuments, but achieved with particular elegance at Deir el-Bahri. The Hathor shrine occupied a prominent position on the southern portion of the second terrace, its columns carved with the distinctive face of the cow goddess, human features framed by bovine ears, conveying both beauty and divine power. Hathor's association with this site predated Hatshepsut's construction. The cliff face itself was believed to be sacred to the goddess, who was thought to receive the dead into her protective embrace at this boundary between the worlds of the living and the dead. By incorporating a Hathor shrine into her temple, Hatshepsut acknowledged this prior sanctity, while adding her own claims to the site's religious significance. The Anubis shrine on the northern side of the second terrace served the mortuary aspects of the temple's function. Anubis, the jackal-headed god of embalming, presided over the transformation of the dead into eternal beings, a process in which Hatshepsut, like all pharaohs, expected to participate. The reliefs within this shrine depicted Hatshepsut making offerings to Anubis, establishing the reciprocal relationship between ruler and deity that Egyptian religion required for successful afterlife transition. The shrine's position, balancing the Hathor shrine on the opposite side of the terrace, created architectural symmetry that reinforced the theological program of the temple as a whole. The site itself had sacred associations that predated Hatshepsut's construction by centuries. An earlier temple built by Mentuhotep II, founder of the Middle Kingdom, stood nearby and may have influenced Senenmut's design. The cliff face was believed to be sacred to Hathor, and the landscape's dramatic natural features seemed to announce divine presence without human intervention. By choosing this location for her greatest monument, Hatshepsut associated herself with earlier rulers while also claiming a setting whose inherent sanctity reinforced her divine credentials. Site selection was itself a form of political statement. The fate of Hatshepsut's monuments after her death reveals the contested nature of her reign and the political instability that female rule apparently created in Egyptian royal ideology. Sometime after Hatshepsut's death, the exact timing is debated, but probably during the latter part of Thutmose III's long sole reign, a systematic campaign targeted her monuments for destruction. Her images were defaced, her names erased, her statues smashed. The goal was apparently to remove Hatshepsut from the historical record, restoring the fiction that Thutmose III had ruled alone from his accession. This damnatio memoriae was thorough but not complete. Enough survived for modern scholars to reconstruct Hatshepsut's reign and recognize her achievements. The destruction at Deir el-Bahri was particularly extensive. Statues were toppled and shattered, their fragments buried in pits near the temple where archaeologists would later discover them. Cartouches containing Hatshepsut's name were carefully chiseled from walls, leaving ghostly outlines that actually drew attention to the erasure rather than concealing it. Images of the female pharaoh were hammered smooth, destroying the features while leaving the body forms visible. The work was systematic enough to require organized labor. This wasn't random vandalism, but official policy implemented with bureaucratic thoroughness. The motivation for this destruction remains unclear. Traditional explanations focused on Thutmose III's personal resentment toward the stepmother who had usurped his throne, but the long delay between Hatshepsut's death and the monument destruction suggests the campaign may have had other purposes. Some scholars propose that Thutmose was securing the succession for his own son by removing a precedent for female rule that might complicate future transitions. Others suggest bureaucratic motivations, officials seeking to tidy up historical records that didn't fit standard categories. Whatever the reason, the destruction ironically ensured that Hatshepsut would be remembered. The very incompleteness of the erasure called attention to the ruler someone had tried so hard to forget. The timing of the destruction campaign has been the subject of extensive scholarly debate. If Thutmose III had harboured intense personal hatred for Hatshepsut, why did he wait over 20 years after her death to begin the erasure? Some researchers have suggested the campaign was actually initiated by Amenhotep II, Thutmose's son and successor, though evidence for this remains inconclusive. Others propose that the erasure was triggered by specific political circumstances that arose late in Thutmose III's reign, perhaps a succession crisis or a challenge to royal authority that made eliminating the Hatshepsut precedent suddenly urgent. The truth may never be known with certainty. Deir el-Bahri suffered along with other Hatshepsut monuments, but survived sufficiently intact to remain one of ancient Egypt's most impressive architectural achievements. The temple was used for various purposes through subsequent Egyptian history, including Christian worship during the Coptic period, when the site was converted into a monastery and the pagan reliefs were plastered over or defaced by monks who found them offensive. The monastery gave the site its Arabic name. Deir el-Bahri means the northern monastery, a designation that persists even though the monastic community departed centuries ago. Rediscovery and excavation during the 19th and 20th centuries revealed the site's magnificence to modern audiences. Early explorers recognized the temple's importance but lacked resources for systematic excavation. The Egyptian Antiquities Service, later the Supreme Council of Antiquities, conducted more thorough investigations that uncovered the buried statuary and documented the temple's architectural features. The Polish-Egyptian Archaeological Mission, which has worked at the site since 1961, has been particularly instrumental in reconstructing damaged portions and studying the temple's decorative program in detail. The reconstruction of Hatshepsut's statuary from buried fragments represents one of modern Egyptology's more impressive detective stories. Hundreds of statue fragments, some no larger than a few inches, were painstakingly sorted, identified, and reassembled over decades of work. The process required expertise in ancient Egyptian art styles, understanding of stone fracture patterns, and infinite patience. Many statues remain incomplete, with significant portions missing or unrecoverable, but enough have been restored to give modern visitors a sense of the original sculptural program's scope and quality. Modern conservation at Deir el-Bahari faces ongoing challenges from both natural and human sources. The temple stone continues to weather under desert conditions, with temperature fluctuations causing expansion and contraction that gradually degrades carved surfaces. Tourism, while economically important, subjects fragile ancient materials to vibration, humidity from visitors' breath, and occasional direct contact despite prohibitions. Conservation teams work continuously to stabilize damaged areas, clean accumulated deposits, and develop long-term preservation strategies that balance access with protection. The engineering and artistic achievements at Deir el-Bahari represent the New Kingdom at the height of its powers, when Egypt controlled an empire stretching from Nubia to Syria and commanded resources sufficient for projects that would have strained earlier dynasties. The confidence evident in Senenmut's design, the willingness to innovate within tradition, to work with landscape rather than imposing upon it, to create spaces that communicated complex political and religious messages, reflects a mature civilization fully aware of its capabilities and eager to demonstrate them. The influence of Deir el-Bahari's design extended far beyond Hatshepsut's reign. Later pharaohs built their own terraced temples nearby, clearly inspired by the prototype Senenmut had created. The adjacent temple of Mentuhotep II, which predated Hatshepsut's construction, had established the terraced form, but Senenmut's refinement of the concept created what became the definitive version. Even foreign rulers who encountered Egyptian architecture recognized Deir el-Bahari's distinctive character, and some scholars have traced influences from this design in structures built far from Egypt in subsequent centuries. The site's religious significance also persisted long after Hatshepsut's death. The goddess Hathor continued to be worshipped here, and the landscape's association with the transition between life and death made it a natural location for ongoing funerary activities. The Egyptians who used this space across 3,000 years of history may not have known or cared about Hatshepsut's specific political circumstances, but they recognized the site's power and continued to invest resources in its maintenance and enhancement. The contrast between Senusret III's fortresses and Hatshepsut's temple illustrates the range of Egyptian engineering achievement during this period. Military necessity produced one type of structure, political and religious needs produced another. Both required careful planning, sophisticated construction techniques, and substantial resources. Both served the fundamental purpose of projecting royal power, one through intimidation, the other through inspiration. And both remain, millennia later, as testaments to what Egyptian civilization could accomplish when rulers committed sufficient will and resources to ambitious building programs. The technical knowledge embedded in these structures represents the cumulative learning of centuries. The fortress builders of the Middle Kingdom drew on generations of experience in mud brick construction, military tactics, and logistics management. The temple builders of the New Kingdom inherited traditions of stone cutting, sculptural technique, and religious architecture that stretched back to the Pyramid Age. Each project added to this accumulated wisdom, solving new problems while refining solutions to old ones. The Egyptian engineering tradition was, in this sense, a collective achievement spanning far more than any individual reign. The legacy of these Middle and New Kingdom constructions extended beyond their immediate purposes. The fortress techniques developed for Nubia influenced military architecture throughout the ancient Near East, with features like bent-axis gates and projecting towers appearing in fortifications from Anatolia to Mesopotamia. Hatshepsut's terraced temple design found echoes in later architectural traditions, though none quite matched the elegant integration of building and landscape that Senenmut achieved. Both building types demonstrated Egyptian engineering versatility, the ability to adapt construction knowledge to different challenges while maintaining the high standards that Egyptian builders had established during the Pyramid Age. The stories of Senusret III and Hatshepsut also remind us that Egyptian history was not merely a succession of anonymous pharaohs, but a progression of individuals with distinct personalities, challenges, and accomplishments. Senusret earned a reputation as a harsh but effective military commander, whose Nubian campaigns secured resources vital for Egyptian prosperity. Hatshepsut navigated an unprecedented political situation with skill and determination, creating monuments that proclaimed her legitimacy while genuinely advancing Egyptian religious and cultural life. Their architectural achievements survived not merely as stone and brick, but as records of human ambition, creativity, and the eternal desire to leave marks that outlast individual mortality. As we move forward through Egyptian history, we'll encounter other remarkable structures: obelisks reaching toward the heavens, cities built from scratch in previously empty locations, rock-cut temples that transformed cliffs into monuments. Each of these projects drew on accumulated experience while pushing boundaries in new directions. The Egyptian engineering tradition wasn't static. It evolved continually as builders encountered new challenges and developed new solutions. The fortresses of Senusret III and the Temple of Hatshepsut represent way stations on that journey, remarkable achievements in their own right, but also stepping stones toward further innovations yet to come. The monuments we've explored so far, pyramids, temples, fortresses, were massive and impressive, but they were ultimately assemblies of many pieces, millions of blocks fitted together to create unified structures. Tonight we're turning our attention to a different kind of engineering challenge entirely: monuments carved from single pieces of stone so enormous that moving them seems almost physically impossible. Egyptian obelisks represent perhaps the purest expression of the civilization's ambition and technical capability, towering granite needles that connected earth to heaven while announcing the power of the pharaohs who erected them. And then we'll visit a city that appeared from nothing in the desert, built by a pharaoh whose religious revolution would reshape Egyptian civilization even as his contemporaries tried desperately to pretend it never happened. These are stories of ambition pushed to its limits, of engineering serving ideology, and of monuments that still inspire wonder millennia after their creators turned to dust. Obelisks emerged from Egyptian religious thought as physical representations of the Benben stone, the primordial mound that rose from the waters of chaos at the beginning of creation, the first solid ground on which the creator god stood to bring the universe into being. The pyramid shape itself derived from this mythology, but obelisks distilled the concept to its purest geometric form, a tall, tapering shaft topped by a pyramidion that caught and reflected the rays of the rising sun. When sunlight struck an obelisk's gilded tip at dawn, the monument became a beacon connecting the earthly realm to the divine, channeling solar energy downward while sending prayers and offerings upward. The religious significance was profound, but the engineering required to realize this vision was equally remarkable. The granite for Egyptian obelisks came almost exclusively from the quarries at Aswan, near Egypt's southern border, where deposits of pink and grey granite provided material of exceptional quality. Granite is one of the hardest stones available for construction, far harder than the limestone and sandstone used for most Egyptian buildings, and working it required specialized techniques that pushed ancient technology to its limits. The Egyptians had no iron tools, no diamond-tipped saws, no explosives to fracture rock. What they had was patience, ingenuity, and an apparently inexhaustible supply of dolerite, a stone even harder than granite that could be used to pound, grind, and gradually shape the raw material into finished monuments. The quarrying process began with selecting an appropriate section of granite bedrock, ideally one with minimal fractures or inclusions that might weaken the finished obelisk. Workers would then mark out the obelisk's dimensions on the rock surface, typically allowing generous margins for finishing work. The actual separation of the obelisk from the surrounding rock was accomplished through a technique that seems almost absurdly labour-intensive by modern standards. Workers used dolerite balls, each weighing perhaps 10 to 15 pounds, to pound the granite surface repeatedly, gradually creating a trench around the intended monument. Each blow removed only a tiny amount of material. Granite doesn't chip or flake easily, but multiplied across thousands of workers over months of continuous effort, the trenches slowly deepened. The dolerite balls themselves were a crucial technology, carefully selected for their hardness and durability. Workers held them in both hands and brought them down repeatedly against the granite surface, creating the characteristic pockmarked texture visible on unfinished quarry surfaces. The impact generated considerable shock that travelled up the workers' arms. Ancient Egyptian quarrymen probably suffered from repetitive strain injuries long before anyone thought to give them a name. The balls wore down through use and required regular replacement, adding another logistical layer to an already complex operation. The organisation of quarry work followed the same bureaucratic systems that characterised all Egyptian state projects. Workers were divided into teams with designated sections of the trench to excavate. Overseers tracked progress and distributed rations. Scribes recorded everything in documents that rarely survive but whose existence is attested by references in other texts. The quarry was essentially a factory producing stone monuments, and it operated with the systematic efficiency that Egyptian administration had developed over millennia. The unfinished obelisk at Aswan, abandoned during construction and still lying partially embedded in the quarry, provides invaluable evidence for this process. This monument would have been the largest obelisk ever created, over 130 feet long and weighing an estimated 200 tons, but it was never completed because cracks appeared in the granite during quarrying. The workers simply stopped, leaving behind a time capsule of ancient technique. The trench surrounding the obelisk shows the marks of thousands of dolerite balls, their repeated impacts creating a characteristic pockmarked surface. The scale of labour represented by this unfinished monument is staggering. Archaeologists estimate that hundreds of workers must have pounded continuously for months to create trenches deep enough to free the obelisk from its bed. The cracks that doomed the unfinished obelisk reveal the inherent risks of obelisk production. Natural flaws in the granite, invisible until the stone was worked, could render months of labour worthless in an instant. The Egyptians apparently had no reliable method for detecting such flaws before quarrying began, which meant every obelisk project carried the risk of failure. The number of failed attempts represented by the unfinished obelisk and other abandoned quarry sites suggests that successful completion was far from guaranteed. The obelisks that reached their intended destinations represented not just engineering achievement, but also good geological fortune. The scale of the unfinished obelisk, roughly one-third larger than any completed obelisk, raises questions about whether it was ever practically achievable. Some scholars have suggested the project was intended as a demonstration of royal power rather than a realistic construction goal, a pharaonic equivalent of announcing plans to colonize Mars. Others argue that the Egyptians genuinely intended to complete the monument and were simply defeated by the granite's hidden flaws. The truth probably lies somewhere between these positions. Ambitious rulers often pushed projects to the limits of possibility, accepting high failure rates as the price of occasional spectacular success. The undercutting process, separating the obelisk's bottom from the bedrock, was particularly challenging. Workers had to create tunnels beneath the stone, working in cramped conditions with minimal lighting while somehow avoiding the catastrophic collapse that would destroy months of effort. The technique probably involved creating a series of slots along the obelisk's base, then using wooden wedges to gradually pry the stone free. Once the obelisk was separated from the quarry floor, it had to be moved, a challenge that would seem impossible given the monument's weight and the absence of modern equipment. The transportation of obelisks from Aswan to their intended destinations, sometimes hundreds of miles down the Nile, required nautical engineering of exceptional sophistication. The Egyptians built specialized barges capable of carrying loads that would strain modern cargo ships. These vessels had to be wide enough to accommodate obelisks measuring 10 feet or more in width, long enough to support shafts extending over 100 feet, and sturdy enough to bear weights measured in hundreds or thousands of tons. They also had to navigate the Nile's seasonal variations in depth and current, avoiding sandbanks and rocky obstacles that could destroy the cargo and the vessel together. The construction of these transport barges was itself a significant engineering undertaking. Egypt had limited native timber, acacia and sycamore were available but in insufficient quantities for large vessels, so much of the wood had to be imported from Lebanon, adding another layer of complexity and expense to obelisk projects. The barges were probably built specifically for each transport operation, and may have been dismantled afterward to reclaim the valuable timber. Their designs had to account for the extreme concentration of weight at the centre of the vessel, requiring hull structures quite different from ordinary cargo boats. Loading an obelisk onto its transport barge presented challenges that required careful planning and coordination. The most likely method involved positioning the barge in a canal or dock adjacent to the quarry, then sliding the obelisk horizontally onto the deck using timber sledges and ropes. Workers would have had to ensure the obelisk was centered precisely to prevent the barge from capsizing. A miscalculation here could sink both vessel and cargo in seconds. The loading operation probably occurred during flood season when water levels were highest, allowing barges to approach as close as possible to the quarry site. Contemporary reliefs depicting obelisk transport show these massive barges being towed by fleets of smaller boats, their crews rowing in coordinated rhythm to provide the motive power. The image is almost comically disproportionate. Dozens of boats pulling a single piece of cargo, but it accurately represents the human effort required. During flood season, when the Nile rose to its highest levels, the transport barges would set out from Aswan, carried downstream by the current, while crews used the oars to maintain control and avoid hazards. The journey might take weeks, with crews camping along the riverbank each night and resuming travel with each dawn. Navigation of the Nile during obelisk transport required exceptional skill. Pilots had to know every sandbank, every rocky outcrop, every variation in current that might threaten their precious cargo. The consequences of running aground were potentially catastrophic. Not just the loss of the obelisk itself, but the destruction of months of labour and the disappointment of a pharaoh who expected delivery on schedule. Royal messengers presumably preceded the transport fleet, arranging for supplies at stopping points and ensuring local officials were prepared to assist if needed. The arrival of an obelisk at its destination presented the final and perhaps most daunting engineering challenge: how to transform a horizontal stone shaft into a vertical monument without modern cranes or lifting equipment. The traditional explanation involves earthen ramps, the same solution proposed for pyramid construction, but the mechanics of obelisk erection were considerably more complex than simply hauling blocks up an incline. The obelisk had to be rotated from horizontal to vertical orientation, a process that required controlling thousands of tons of moving stone, while ensuring the base settled precisely into its prepared foundation. The preparation of the erection site began long before the obelisk arrived. Workers would level the ground, construct the pedestal that would support the monument, and build the ramp or other apparatus required for the erection process. The pedestal had to be precisely positioned relative to the intended final location. Any error would be permanent once the obelisk was in place. Survey teams, using the sophisticated measurement techniques developed for pyramid construction, ensured that everything aligned correctly with the temple axis, celestial orientations, or whatever other factors the monument's placement was intended to reflect. Several reconstruction theories have been proposed for this process. One approach suggests the obelisk was dragged base first up a ramp until its base projected over a pit or channel containing the pedestal. Workers would then excavate sand from beneath the base, allowing it to drop gradually into position while the upper portion rotated upward. Control ropes attached to the obelisk's tip would slow the rotation and prevent the monument from overshooting vertical and falling in the wrong direction. The whole operation would have required exquisite coordination and no small amount of courage from the workers stationed near hundreds of tons of moving stone. An alternative theory proposes the use of a turning mechanism that rotated the obelisk around its centre of gravity rather than its base. This approach would have required less excavation but more sophisticated mechanical apparatus, a framework of timbers and ropes that gradually shifted the obelisk from horizontal to vertical, while minimizing the uncontrolled movement that made base rotation so dangerous. Neither theory has been definitively proven, and the Egyptians left no detailed technical records of their erection methods. What we know for certain is that they succeeded repeatedly in raising obelisks that modern engineers would approach with considerable caution. Experimental archaeology has attempted to recreate obelisk erection using ancient methods, with mixed results. Smaller obelisks, weighing tons rather than hundreds of tons, have been successfully raised using various techniques, but scaling these methods up to the largest ancient examples remains speculative. The engineering principles involved are well understood. What remains uncertain is exactly how the Egyptians implemented them at scales that challenge even modern equipment. Perhaps this uncertainty is appropriate. Leaving some mystery about ancient achievements seems fitting for monuments whose purpose was to connect humanity with divine mysteries beyond human comprehension. The pedestal on which an obelisk rested was itself a carefully engineered component. These platforms had to distribute the obelisk's enormous weight across a stable foundation, while also providing a level surface that would keep the monument perfectly vertical. Any deviation from true would be visible from a distance, and would create stresses that might eventually cause cracking or collapse. The pedestals typically consisted of multiple granite blocks precisely fitted together, often incorporating channels for libations and inscriptions celebrating the pharaoh who commissioned the monument. Once erected, obelisks received finishing treatments that enhanced their religious and aesthetic impact. The pyramidion at the top was typically covered with electrum, a naturally occurring alloy of gold and silver, creating a reflective surface that blazed with light at sunrise and sunset. The application of this precious metal coating required careful craftsmanship, as the thin electrum sheets had to be fitted precisely to the pyramidion sloping surfaces and secured against wind and weather. The result was a monument that literally glowed with divine radiance, its tip catching the sun's first rays before any other object on the horizon. The shaft might be polished to a high sheen, though the hardness of granite made this a labour-intensive process involving progressive stages of increasingly fine abrasives. Workers began with coarse sand or crucite stone, gradually smoothing the surface through hours of circular rubbing motions. Finer abrasives followed, possibly including powdered quartz or emery, until the granite achieved a reflective polish that revealed the stone's natural beauty. Pink feldspars, grey quartz crystals, and darker mineral inclusions creating patterns unique to each monument. The polishing process could take weeks for a single obelisk face, but the result was considered essential for a monument intended to catch and channel divine light. Hieroglyphic inscriptions were carved into the obelisk's faces, proclaiming the pharaoh's names, titles, and achievements, while invoking divine protection for the monument and its creator. The inscription process began with outline drawings in red ochre, reviewed and corrected before carving commenced. The hieroglyphs were typically cut in sunk relief, carved into the surface rather than projecting from it, which provided better protection against weathering and made the signs visible even when sunlight struck the monument at oblique angles. The depth and precision of obelisk inscriptions demonstrate the highest levels of Egyptian sculptural skill. The content of obelisk inscriptions followed conventional formulas while also celebrating specific achievements. The pharaoh's throne name and birth name appeared prominently, along with epithets describing divine parentage and cosmic responsibilities. Dedications to the sun god, whether Ra, Ra-Horakhti, or later the Aten, connected the monument to its religious purpose. Some inscriptions recorded the circumstances of the obelisk's creation: the quarrying at Aswan, the transport down the Nile, the erection ceremony at the temple. These historical details, while serving propaganda purposes, provide valuable information for modern scholars attempting to understand ancient construction methods. The obelisks Hatshepsut erected at Karnak Temple Complex demonstrate both the technical achievements and the political messaging these monuments could convey. Her pair of obelisks, one of which still stands as one of the tallest surviving obelisks from ancient Egypt, was explicitly intended to outshine the monuments of her predecessors. The inscriptions boast of the obelisk's unprecedented size and the speed of their construction. Hatshepsut claimed they were quarried, transported, and erected in just 7 months, a timeline that stretches credibility even accounting for royal exaggeration. The message was clear: Hatshepsut's reign enjoyed divine favour sufficient to accomplish what previous rulers could not. The surviving Hatshepsut obelisk at Karnak stands nearly 100 feet tall and weighs approximately 320 tons. Its inscriptions cover all 4 faces with texts celebrating Hatshepsut's divine parentage, her coronation by Amun himself, and her devotion to the gods of Egypt. The hieroglyphs are carved with exceptional precision, their forms as crisp today as when they were first cut despite over 3,000 years of exposure to the elements. Standing beneath this monument, modern visitors can appreciate both the engineering achievement it represents and the political ambition that motivated its creation. Thutmose III, despite his later campaign to erase Hatshepsut's memory, apparently couldn't bring himself to destroy these obelisks. Perhaps their religious significance protected them even from dynastic resentment. Instead, he had walls built around their lower sections, concealing Hatshepsut's inscriptions, while leaving the sacred upper portions visible. This compromise allowed him to minimize her public commemoration, while avoiding the sacrilege of destroying solar monuments. The walls have since disappeared, revealing Hatshepsut's original inscriptions to modern visitors, which represents a kind of posthumous victory for the female pharaoh. The Roman fascination with Egyptian obelisks led to the transport of many monuments to Rome, where they were re-erected in public spaces as symbols of imperial conquest. The logistics of moving obelisks from Egypt to Italy, across the Mediterranean on specially constructed ships, represented engineering challenges comparable to those the Egyptians had faced, though the Romans approached them with different technology and organizational methods. The obelisk that now stands in St. Peter's Square in Rome was brought from Egypt by the Emperor Caligula, carried on a ship so enormous that it was considered one of the marvels of ancient engineering. The Romans' willingness to undertake such projects testifies to the enduring symbolic power of these monuments, which retained their impressive qualities even when removed from their original religious context. The survival of obelisks through millennia of Egyptian history, Roman appropriation, and modern tourism demonstrates the durability of granite construction. Many obelisks fell during earthquakes or were toppled by conquering armies, but the stone itself rarely fractured. Fallen obelisks could be, and sometimes were, re-erected by later rulers, who typically added their own inscriptions while retaining those of the original commissioners. This palimpsest quality of Egyptian obelisks, with inscriptions from multiple periods layered on their surfaces, provides valuable historical information while also revealing the monument's continuing significance across Egyptian history. The obelisks that now stand in London, Paris, New York, and other world capitals were transported during the 19th century, when European and American fascination with ancient Egypt reached fever pitch. The engineering challenges these moves presented, loading massive stones onto steamships, navigating oceanic crossings, re-erecting monuments on foreign foundations, were solved with Victorian technology that was simultaneously more advanced and less elegant than ancient Egyptian methods. The London obelisk, known as Cleopatra's Needle, despite having nothing to do with Cleopatra, survived a storm in the Bay of Biscay that nearly sank the barge carrying it and killed several crew members attempting rescue. The stone reached its destination. The humans were less fortunate. Ancient engineering projects probably produced similar casualty rates, though the ancient records focus more on successful completion than on the human costs involved. The transition from obelisks to Akhenaten's city of Amarna might seem abrupt, but both represent the Egyptian capacity for monumental ambition in service of religious ideology. Obelisks were physical expressions of solar theology, connecting earth to heaven through precisely shaped stone. Amarna was an entire city built to serve a radically reformed version of that same solar theology, urban development project unprecedented in Egyptian history, constructed from scratch in previously uninhabited desert to house a new religious capital for a pharaoh who had declared himself the sole intermediary between humanity and the sun disk Aten. Akhenaten, originally named Amenhotep IV, ascended the Egyptian throne around 1353 BCE and almost immediately began implementing religious reforms that would transform Egyptian civilization. The details of his theological revolution are complex and still debated by scholars, but the essential change was straightforward. Akhenaten rejected the traditional Egyptian pantheon of multiple gods in favor of exclusive worship of the Aten, the visible disk of the sun. This wasn't simple solar worship. Earlier pharaohs had honored the sun god Ra without abandoning other deities, but a radical monotheism that denied legitimacy to all divine entities except the Aten, as mediated through Akhenaten himself. The origins of Akhenaten's religious convictions remain mysterious. Some scholars have sought psychological explanations, suggesting childhood experiences or personality disorders that predisposed him toward radical thinking. Others have proposed political motivations, arguing that Akhenaten used religious reform to break the power of the Amun priesthood, which had grown wealthy and influential enough to threaten royal authority. Still others take Akhenaten's religious claims at face value, treating him as a genuine visionary who experienced some form of divine revelation that compelled him to restructure Egyptian worship. The truth may involve elements of all these explanations. Human motivations are rarely simple, and Akhenaten was nothing if not complex. The theological content of Atenism, as reconstructed from surviving hymns and inscriptions, emphasized the Aten's role as sole creator and sustainer of all life. The great hymn to the Aten, possibly composed by Akhenaten himself, celebrates the sun disk's nurturing presence with imagery that scholars have compared to biblical psalms. The Aten who creates all lands, all peoples, all creatures, and who sustains them daily through the gift of light and warmth. The hymn's universalism is striking. The Aten cares for all peoples, not just Egyptians, though this tolerance apparently didn't extend to other gods, whose existence Atenism effectively denied. The political implications of this religious revolution were profound. The traditional priesthood of Amun, which had grown extraordinarily powerful and wealthy at Thebes, suddenly found itself not merely disfavored but actively suppressed. Temples were closed, revenues were redirected, the name of Amun was chiseled from monuments throughout Egypt. The bureaucratic and religious establishment that had developed over centuries was being systematically dismantled by a pharaoh who apparently believed that divine revelation trumped institutional tradition. Whether Akhenaten was a visionary prophet or a megalomaniacal tyrant, or somehow both, remains a matter of interpretation. What's clear is that he meant to reshape Egyptian civilization according to his personal theological vision, and he intended to build a new city as the physical embodiment of that vision. The economic disruption caused by Akhenaten's reforms was substantial. The Amun temples at Thebes had controlled vast estates, employed thousands of workers, and managed economic activities that reached throughout Egyptian society. Closing these temples meant redirecting this entire economic system, displacing workers who depended on temple employment, and disrupting supply chains that had developed over generations. The beneficiary was supposed to be the Aten cult, which received the resources previously devoted to traditional gods, but the transition was probably chaotic and certainly generated resentment among those who lost livelihoods and status. The site Akhenaten chose for his new capital lay on the east bank of the Nile in Middle Egypt, roughly equidistant between the traditional centres of Memphis in the north and Thebes in the south. This location offered both practical and symbolic advantages. Practically, the site was virgin territory, unclaimed by any existing deity or cult, essential for a city dedicated exclusively to the Aten. A natural amphitheatre of cliffs formed a dramatic backdrop, and the orientation of the cliffs created a notch through which the sun appeared each morning, rising between the rock faces like the Aten being born anew each day. Symbolically, the neutral location meant Akhenaten wouldn't be perceived as favouring either traditional power centre, while the distance from Thebes kept the remnants of the Amun priesthood safely removed from the new religious order. Akhenaten named his city Akhetaten, Horizon of the Aten, and he marked its boundaries with large stelae carved into the surrounding cliffs. These boundary markers, which still survive in varying states of preservation, recorded Akhenaten's formal dedication of the site to his god and his promise never to expand beyond the designated limits. The boundary stelae also recorded the date of the city's foundation and the circumstances of its selection, providing historians with unusually precise information about the city's origins. Akhenaten claimed that the Aten himself had chosen this site, appearing to the pharaoh in a vision and directing him to build a city unlike any that had existed before. The urban planning of Akhetaten represented a significant departure from traditional Egyptian city development. Most Egyptian cities had grown organically over centuries, with streets following ancient paths and buildings occupying sites determined by accumulated tradition rather than rational planning. Akhetaten, by contrast, was designed comprehensively before construction began, with streets laid out in a grid pattern and building plots assigned according to a master plan. This wasn't the first planned city in history. Other ancient civilizations had built gridded settlements, but it was unprecedented in Egypt, where the conservative weight of tradition typically resisted such innovations. The main thoroughfare of Akhetaten, now known as the Royal Road, ran roughly parallel to the Nile for several miles, connecting the major ceremonial and administrative buildings while providing a processional route for royal appearances. This road was unusually wide, perhaps 50 feet or more, allowing for the grand chariots that Akhenaten and his family used for public appearances. The chariot processions became a distinctive feature of Atenist worship, with the royal family travelling in elaborate vehicles from one temple to another, while crowds observed from the roadside. The road's width wasn't merely practical, it was a stage for the religious theatre that legitimised Akhenaten's rule. The temples of Akhetaten differed dramatically from traditional Egyptian temple architecture. Where conventional temples enclosed sacred spaces in darkness, admitting only initiated priests to the innermost sanctuaries, Aten temples were open to the sky, allowing the sun's rays to illuminate every altar and offering. The hypostyle halls that characterized Theban temples were absent here. Instead, broad courtyards filled with hundreds of offering tables provided spaces where worshippers could present gifts directly to the visible sun disk above. The architectural message was clear. The Aten required no dim sanctuaries or mysterious rituals. His presence was as obvious as the sun itself, and worship meant simply standing beneath his rays in gratitude and devotion. The Great Aten Temple, the largest religious structure at Akhetaten, stretched nearly half a mile from entrance to innermost sanctuary. This extraordinary length created a processional experience unlike any other Egyptian temple, with worshippers traversing courtyard after courtyard, passing hundreds of offering tables before reaching the altar where the most significant rituals occurred. The scale was deliberate. Akhenaten intended his temple to surpass the great temples of Amun at Karnak, demonstrating that the Aten deserved and received more elaborate worship than any traditional deity. The construction methods employed at Akhenaten reflected both the urgency of the project and the innovative spirit that characterized the regime. Rather than using the large stone blocks typical of Egyptian monumental construction, builders at Akhenaten employed smaller standardized bricks known as talatat. These blocks, measuring roughly 52 by 26 by 24 centimeters, could be carried by a single worker and laid quickly without the complex lifting apparatus required for larger stones. The standardization allowed for rapid construction, essential for a pharaoh who apparently wanted his new capital completed within years rather than decades, while also enabling prefabricated decorative elements that could be carved in workshops and assembled on site. The talatat system represented a genuine innovation in Egyptian construction technique. Traditional monumental building relied on massive stones that required extensive labour to quarry, transport and place. The talatat approach sacrificed some structural permanence. Smaller blocks were inherently less stable than larger ones, in exchange for speed and flexibility. Buildings could be erected quickly, modified easily, and even dismantled and rebuilt elsewhere if necessary. This flexibility would prove ironic, as later pharaohs dismantled Akhenaten's structures and reused the talatat as fill material for their own construction projects, inadvertently preserving the decorated blocks for modern archaeologists to rediscover. The residential areas of Akhenaten reveal a planned city accommodating a full range of social classes. The largest villas, presumably belonging to high officials and nobles, occupied prime locations near the central administrative district. These mansions featured multiple rooms arranged around central courtyards, with gardens, kitchens, storage facilities, and servants' quarters creating self-contained domestic compounds. The quality of construction varied. Some villas showed careful attention to detail while others appeared rushed, but the overall standard was high by ancient Egyptian norms. Middle-class housing at Akhenaten followed similar plans on smaller scales. Homes typically included a reception room for receiving guests, private quarters for the family, and functional spaces for cooking and storage. Most houses had flat roofs that served as additional living space during Egypt's hot summer months, when interior rooms became uncomfortably warm. Gardens and courtyards provided shade and fresh air while also producing vegetables and fruits that supplemented the diet. The urban environment at Akhenaten wasn't dramatically different from other Egyptian cities in these respects. The main distinction was the planned regularity of the layout, rather than the organic irregularity of traditional settlements. Worker housing occupied the eastern fringes of the city, where construction crews and artisans lived in more modest circumstances. A walled workers' village, reminiscent of Deir el-Medina near Thebes, housed the specialized craftsmen responsible for preparing royal tombs in the cliffs east of the city. The living conditions here were more cramped than in the elite residential areas, with small houses arranged in tight rows within the enclosure walls. The village included its own administrative facilities, storage areas, and presumably spaces for communal activities, creating a self-contained community within the larger urban fabric. The royal family's residence at Akhenaten occupied a central position within the city, connected to the ceremonial complex by a bridge that crossed the royal road, an unusual architectural feature that allowed the royal family to pass between buildings without descending to street level. This bridge became one of the most depicted elements of Akhenaten's architecture, appearing in numerous relief scenes that showed Akhenaten and his wife Nefertiti appearing at the window to address their subjects below. The window of appearances became a distinctive feature of Atenist royal iconography, emphasizing the accessibility of a royal family that made itself visible to ordinary citizens in ways traditional pharaohs had not. The artistic style developed at Akhenaten was as distinctive as its architecture. Earlier Egyptian art had portrayed the royal family in idealized, formulaic terms, with pharaohs appearing as physically perfect specimens regardless of their actual appearance. Akhenaten commissioned a radically different approach: elongated faces, exaggerated features, unusual body proportions that have puzzled observers for over a century. Whether these representations reflect Akhenaten's actual appearance, perhaps caused by a genetic or hormonal condition, or represent a deliberate artistic choice intended to distinguish Atenist imagery from traditional forms, remains debated. What's clear is that Akhenaten embraced this distinctive style and applied it consistently throughout his new capital. The intimate scenes of royal family life that decorate Akhenaten's buildings were unprecedented in Egyptian art. Earlier pharaohs appeared in formal poses, performing rituals or smiting enemies in compositions that emphasized their superhuman status. Akhenaten, by contrast, was depicted playing with his daughters, embracing his wife and engaging in domestic activities that humanized the royal family, while also emphasizing their unique relationship with the Aten. The sun disk appeared in virtually every scene, its rays extending downward to embrace the royal family with Ankh symbols, the hieroglyph for life, reinforcing the theological message that life itself flowed from the Aten through Akhenaten to all Egypt. Nefertiti's prominence in Amarna art was remarkable even by the standards of Egyptian queen representation. She appeared alongside Akhenaten in scenes of worship, state occasions, and daily activities, with a frequency that suggested genuine partnership rather than mere royal consort status. Some images show her performing rituals typically reserved for pharaohs, smiting enemies, for example, or making offerings alone to the Aten. These representations have led some scholars to suggest Nefertiti held genuine political power, perhaps even ruling as co-regent during the later years of Akhenaten's reign. The famous bust of Nefertiti, discovered at Amarna in 1912 and now in Berlin's Neues Museum, has become one of the most recognized images of ancient Egypt. The sculpture's extraordinary quality, the delicate modeling of features, the graceful curve of the neck, the serene expression, suggests a master artist working with extraordinary skill. The bust may have been a sculptor's model rather than a finished work, which explains its presence in the workshop where it was found. Whatever its original purpose, the image has defined popular conceptions of ancient Egyptian beauty for over a century. The daily life of Akhenaten's residence, reconstructed from archaeological evidence, reveals a city that functioned much like any other Egyptian urban centre, despite its unique religious character. Markets supplied food and goods to households at every economic level. Workshops produced pottery, textiles, jewellery, and other manufactured items. Schools trained the next generation of scribes in the arts of reading and writing. The religious revolution that justified the city's existence apparently didn't extend to changing the fundamental patterns of Egyptian domestic and commercial life. The city's rapid construction, archaeological evidence suggests the main structures were completed within 5 to 10 years, required the mobilization of enormous resources. Workers came from throughout Egypt, some willingly relocating to serve the new capital, and others presumably conscripted through the same labor systems that had built pyramids millennia earlier. Materials flowed to the site from quarries, forests, and workshops across the kingdom. The logistics of feeding, housing, and coordinating this workforce represented an administrative achievement comparable to any construction project in Egyptian history, accomplished under the additional pressure of a pharaoh who apparently wanted results immediately rather than eventually. The population of Akhenaten at its peak may have reached 30,000 or more, a substantial city by ancient standards, though far smaller than the accumulated populations of traditional centres like Thebes or Memphis. The population included not just construction workers but the full range of specialists required to operate a royal capital: priests for the Aten temples, scribes for the administrative offices, soldiers for security, craftsmen for ongoing production, and merchants to facilitate the economic activity that any city requires. Supporting this population required agricultural production from surrounding territories, with grain and other supplies flowing to the city, while manufactured goods and administrative services flowed outward. The diplomatic archives discovered at Akhenaten, known as the Amarna Letters, provide unique insight into international relations during the period. These clay tablets, written in cuneiform script rather than Egyptian hieroglyphics, contain correspondence between the Egyptian court and rulers throughout the ancient Near East. The letters reveal a complex web of diplomatic relationships, with vassal kings requesting Egyptian military assistance, independent rulers negotiating marriages and trade agreements, and everyone complaining that Egypt wasn't sending enough gold. The collection's survival at Akhenaten, probably because the city was abandoned before officials could remove the archives, gives historians an unparalleled view of Bronze Age geopolitics. The end of Akhenaten came swiftly after Akhenaten's death around 1336 BCE. His immediate successors, possibly including Nefertiti ruling briefly as pharaoh, though this remains controversial, began the process of abandoning the Aten revolution and returning to traditional religious practices. The young pharaoh Tutankhaten changed his name to Tutankhamun, signalling the restoration of Amun worship, and the court relocated back to traditional capitals. Akhetaten was abandoned within a few years of its founder's death, its population dispersing to other cities while the buildings were systematically dismantled for materials. The destruction of Akhetaten was as thorough as its construction had been rapid. Later pharaohs, particularly Horemheb and the early 19th dynasty rulers, worked methodically to erase Akhenaten from Egyptian memory. Temples were demolished, statues were smashed, the Talatat blocks were carried away and reused as fill material in new construction projects. The city itself was never reoccupied, left to slowly disappear beneath the desert sand that eventually covered its remains for 3 millennia. The motivation for this destruction went beyond simple theological disagreement. Akhenaten's reign had apparently been disastrous for Egypt in ways that extended beyond religious policy. The Amarna letters reveal that Egyptian vassals in Syria and Palestine faced serious threats during this period, repeatedly requesting military assistance that never came. Whether Akhenaten was genuinely indifferent to foreign affairs or simply unable to organize effective responses, the result was significant loss of territory and prestige. The pharaohs who restored traditional religion also had to restore Egyptian international standing, and they apparently blamed Akhenaten for the problems they inherited. The erasure of Akhenaten's memory was remarkably thorough. His name was removed from king lists, which jumped directly from Amenhotep III to Horemheb, as if the intervening reigns had never occurred. His monuments were dismantled so completely that later Egyptians apparently had no memory of his existence. It wasn't until the 19th century CE that archaeologists rediscovered Akhenaten and began piecing together the story of his remarkable reign. The irony is substantial. The pharaoh who wanted to be remembered forever was forgotten for 3 millennia, while the pharaohs who tried to erase him are now remembered primarily for their attempts at erasure. The Talatat blocks from Akhenaten's dismantled temples have become valuable archaeological resources precisely because they were reused rather than destroyed. Tens of thousands of these blocks were incorporated into later construction projects, particularly the pylons and foundations of temples at Karnak. Modern excavation has recovered many of these blocks, and patient reconstruction has reassembled portions of the original decorated surfaces. The images that emerge, Akhenaten and Nefertiti worshipping the Aten, processional scenes, ritual activities, provide crucial evidence for understanding Atenist religion and the art style that accompanied it. Modern archaeological investigation of Akhetaten began in the 19th century and continues today, gradually recovering details of a city that its creators intended to last forever, but that barely survived a generation. The site's preservation, ironically, benefits from its rapid abandonment. Unlike continuously occupied cities where later construction destroyed earlier remains, Akhetaten's buildings collapsed undisturbed and were sealed beneath protective sand. Excavation has recovered building plans, artistic fragments, everyday objects, and the diplomatic archives that make Akhetaten one of the best documented sites in Egyptian archaeology. The discovery of the Amarna letters in 1887 by a local woman digging for fertilizer transformed scholarly understanding of the Late Bronze Age international system. The tablets, initially dismissed by dealers who thought they might be forgeries, eventually reached museums and scholars who recognized their significance. The archive contains nearly 400 tablets, representing correspondence accumulated over roughly 2 decades of Egyptian diplomacy. The languages, customs, and concerns revealed in these letters opened a window onto a world of interconnected Bronze Age kingdoms that had been only dimly understood before. Ongoing excavation at Amarna continues to reveal new aspects of city life during Akhenaten's reign. Recent work has focused on the workers' village and the cemeteries where ordinary residents were buried. The skeletal remains recovered from these excavations tell sobering stories: high rates of childhood mortality, evidence of nutritional deficiency, and skeletal trauma suggesting that life in the new capital was harder than official propaganda admitted. The gap between the idealized imagery on temple walls and the physical reality of daily existence was apparently as wide in ancient Egypt as in any modern society. The lessons of Akhetaten for understanding ancient urbanism extend beyond its unique religious context. The city demonstrates that planned urban development was possible in the ancient world, that cities didn't necessarily grow organically, but could be designed comprehensively according to predetermined schemes. The speed of construction shows what centralized authority could accomplish when resources were committed fully to a goal. And the rapid abandonment illustrates how quickly even massive investments could be abandoned when political circumstances changed. Cities, like the regimes that build them, are ultimately temporary, a lesson that modern urban planners might occasionally consider. The contrast between obelisks and Akhenaten illustrates two approaches to achieving permanence through engineering. Obelisks succeeded through sheer physical durability, granite needles that have survived earthquakes, conquests, and millennia of weathering through the inherent strength of their material and design. Akhenaten failed despite enormous investment because its foundation was political rather than geological. When the political circumstances that justified its existence disappeared, so did the city itself, dismantled as thoroughly as it had been constructed. The material differences between obelisks and Amarna construction proved crucial for their respective fates. Granite, properly quarried and erected, is essentially indestructible by pre-modern technology. You can topple an obelisk, but you can't easily break it into pieces small enough to disappear. The Talatat blocks of Amarna, by contrast, were perfectly sized for reuse. Each block could be carried by a single worker and incorporated into new construction without modification. The very features that made rapid construction possible also made rapid destruction equally feasible. Yet both projects reveal the same fundamental impulse that drove all Egyptian monumental construction: the desire to create lasting physical expressions of ideas that their creators considered eternally valid. The pharaohs who raised obelisks believed their solar connections would endure forever. Akhenaten believed his religious revolution would reshape Egyptian civilization permanently. Both were wrong about the permanence of their religious visions, but succeeded in creating monuments that still capture human imagination millennia later. The obelisks stand in world capitals, stripped of their original religious meaning but still impressive as engineering achievements. Akhenaten's ruins draw tourists and scholars, its brief existence generating more scholarly attention than many cities that lasted centuries. The stories of Egyptian obelisks and Akhenaten's city also remind us that ancient engineering served purposes beyond practical necessity. These weren't structures built to shelter people or store goods or facilitate production. They were monuments to ideas, physical expressions of beliefs about the nature of reality and humanity's place within it. The engineering challenges they presented were accepted precisely because the goals they served seemed worth any effort. Modern construction rarely operates with such absolute conviction, which may explain why modern structures, however technically impressive, rarely inspire the same sense of wonder that ancient monuments evoke. The night carries us forward through Egyptian history toward even more dramatic engineering achievements. The rock-cut temples that pharaohs carved from living cliffs combined the permanence of obelisks with the comprehensive religious programs of temple complexes. The tomb complexes of the Valley of the Kings refined underground construction to new levels of sophistication. And the final flowering of Egyptian temple construction at sites like Karnak and Luxor created religious compounds whose accumulated grandeur still overwhelms visitors today. Each of these projects built upon the accumulated knowledge that Egyptian civilization had developed across millennia, applying lessons learned from pyramids and fortresses, obelisks and cities, to ever more ambitious expressions of human creativity in stone. The pyramids had announced Egyptian royal burials to the world, gleaming beacons visible for miles that practically invited tomb robbers to come try their luck. After 3,000 years of watching every pyramid get systematically plundered despite increasingly sophisticated security measures, the pharaohs of the New Kingdom finally drew an obvious conclusion. Perhaps conspicuous monuments weren't the best approach to protecting eternal resting places. The solution they developed was as elegant as it was desperate: hide the tombs entirely, cutting them deep into remote cliffs where concealment might succeed where fortification had failed. Tonight we're descending into the Valley of the Kings, where Egypt's greatest rulers carved underground palaces of breathtaking beauty, and then we're travelling south to Abu Simbel, where one pharaoh's ego produced monuments so spectacular that the entire world would eventually rally to save them from drowning. These are the final chapters of our Egyptian engineering journey, and they represent the civilization at its most ambitious and most spectacular. The Valley of the Kings lies on the west bank of the Nile opposite ancient Thebes, modern Luxor, in a desolate wadi surrounded by steep limestone cliffs. The location was chosen for both practical and symbolic reasons. Practically, the valley was remote enough that unauthorized visitors could theoretically be intercepted before reaching the tombs, while the limestone bedrock provided excellent medium for excavation. Symbolically, the western bank of the Nile was associated with death, the direction of the setting sun, the realm of Osiris, making it the appropriate location for royal burials. And dominating the valley's western horizon stood a natural pyramid-shaped peak called El Qurn, the Horn, which may have reminded early New Kingdom rulers of the pyramid form their ancestors had abandoned. The valley's isolation was both asset and liability. On one hand, the narrow entrance could be guarded by a relatively small force, and the surrounding cliffs made alternative access routes difficult. On the other hand, the remoteness that protected against casual intrusion also meant that any determined robber who evaded detection would have ample time to work undisturbed. The guards stationed at the valley entrance couldn't possibly monitor every tomb simultaneously, and the darkness of the desert nights provided cover for those willing to risk the consequences of sacrilege. The discovery of the valley as a royal burial site is traditionally attributed to Ineni, an architect who served under Thutmose the reigned, though the attribution rests on somewhat uncertain evidence. Ineni's autobiographical inscription boasts that he supervised the excavation of the king's tomb, alone, no one seeing, no one hearing, a claim to secrecy that seems implausible given the hundreds of workers such a project would require. The boast probably reflects idealized protocol rather than actual practice. Everyone involved in tomb construction was supposed to maintain silence about what they saw and where they worked, even if this expectation was routinely violated. The decision to abandon pyramid construction in favor of hidden rock-cut tombs represented a fundamental shift in Egyptian funerary strategy. Pyramids had served as eternal houses for royal Ks, visible symbols of pharaonic power that announced divine kingship to all who beheld them. The Valley of the King's Tomb served the same religious functions but without the publicity. The elaborate decorations and magical protections were all present, but concealed beneath the earth rather than displayed above it. The separation of tomb from memorial temple, which became standard practice during the New Kingdom, allowed pharaohs to maintain public commemoration while protecting their actual burial places through secrecy. The memorial temples, built along the edge of cultivation where they would be visible to all, provided spaces for the ongoing rituals that sustained the royal car without revealing where the actual burial lay. Visitors to Hatshepsut's temple at Deir el-Bahri or the Ramesseum of Rameses II could honour the deceased pharaoh without ever approaching the tomb itself. This division of function represented a sophisticated understanding of the different purposes royal monuments served: public temples for commemoration and worship, hidden tombs for actual preservation of the royal body and its equipment. The earliest tombs in the Valley of the Kings, dating to the early 18th dynasty, were relatively simple affairs, single corridors descending to modest burial chambers with minimal decoration. Thutmose I, who may have been the first pharaoh buried in the valley, had a tomb that was impressive by private standards, but modest compared to what would follow. The innovation was the concept itself, a hidden tomb rather than a monumental one, protected by location rather than mass. Whether this approach actually improved security is debatable. The valley's tombs were eventually robbed almost as thoroughly as the pyramids had been, but it produced underground spaces of unprecedented artistic and architectural sophistication. The tomb of Seti I, dating to the early 19th dynasty, represents the Valley of the Kings at its most magnificent. Seti ruled for approximately 15 years around 1290–1279 BCE, a reign long enough to allow his tomb to approach completion before his death, a luxury many pharaohs didn't enjoy. The result is the longest, deepest, and most elaborately decorated tomb in the valley, an underground palace extending over 130 metres into the limestone cliff and descending to a depth of nearly 45 metres below the entrance. Every surface is covered with painted reliefs of exceptional quality, transforming bare rock into an illustrated guidebook for the pharaoh's journey through the afterlife. The tomb's plan follows a pattern that had become standard by Seti's time, a series of descending corridors interrupted by pillared halls, leading eventually to the burial chamber where the pharaoh's sarcophagus rested. But while the basic scheme was conventional, the execution was extraordinary. The corridors are wider and higher than in earlier tombs, creating spaces of genuine grandeur rather than claustrophobic passages. The pillared halls feature columns carved from the living rock, their surfaces covered with images of gods and sacred texts. The burial chamber itself, supported by 6 massive pillars, is oriented with its long axis perpendicular to the tomb's main corridor, creating a distinctive cruciform space that may have had astronomical significance. The decorative program of Seti's tomb draws on the full repertoire of New Kingdom funerary texts and imagery. The Litany of Ra covers early corridors, its 75 invocations of the sun god establishing the pharaoh's identity with the solar deity. The Amduat, that which is in the underworld, maps the sun's nightly journey through the 12 hours of darkness, each hour represented in detailed scenes showing the challenges and inhabitants the pharaoh would encounter. The Book of Gates elaborates on similar themes, emphasizing the barriers between underworld regions and the guardian spirits who controlled passage. Together, these texts and images created a complete manual for eternal existence, carved into stone so the information would never be lost. The choice of which texts to include and where to place them reflected careful theological planning. The Litany of Ra, with its identification of the pharaoh with the sun god, appropriately decorated the entrance corridors where the deceased's journey into the underworld began. The Amduat, mapping the nightly journey through the 12 hours, filled the deeper corridors where the pharaoh's soul would travel. The Book of Gates, emphasizing the barriers between regions, decorated spaces near the burial chamber where the pharaoh would need to pass final tests before achieving resurrection. The tomb wasn't merely decorated, it was programmed, each element positioned to serve the pharaoh's eternal needs. The textual portions of these decorative programs were executed with scribal precision that reflects the religious importance attached to accurate transmission. Hieroglyphic errors could potentially doom the pharaoh's soul by providing incorrect instructions or invocations. The scribes who laid out these texts checked their work against authoritative copies, maintained in temple libraries, and any mistakes required correction before the decoration could proceed. The pressure to achieve perfection while working in lamplit underground chambers, often in cramped and uncomfortable positions, must have been considerable. The artistic quality of Seti's tomb decoration surpasses anything achieved in earlier royal tombs. The relief carving is exceptionally deep and crisp, with figures modelled in subtle gradations that create almost three-dimensional effects. The paint, applied over a smooth plaster base, includes colours of remarkable vibrancy. Deep blues made from ground lapis lazuli, brilliant yellows from orpiment, greens from malachite, and the characteristic Egyptian red from iron oxides. The figures themselves are rendered with an elegance that reflects the period's artistic maturity. Proportions are harmonious, poses are graceful, and expressions convey appropriate solemnity without becoming wooden or lifeless. The preparation of wall surfaces for painting required multiple steps executed with professional precision. Workers first smoothed the rough-cut rock, filling cracks and irregularities with plaster. A fine coat of gypsum provided the bright white background against which figures and texts would stand out. Draftsmen then laid out compositions using grid lines and preliminary sketches in red ochre, which were reviewed and corrected by master artists before final carving and painting began. The layered approach allowed quality control at each stage, ensuring that errors could be caught and corrected before they became permanent. The pigments used in tomb decoration came from sources throughout Egypt and beyond. Egyptian blue, one of the earliest synthetic pigments, was manufactured by heating copper, silica, and calcium to high temperatures, producing a stable blue that retained its colour for millennia. Natural pigments, ochres, malachite, orpiment, carbon black, were ground to fine powders and mixed with binding agents that allowed them to adhere to the prepared surfaces. The palette was limited by available materials but sufficient for creating the complex scenes that covered every surface of major tombs. The astronomical ceiling in Seti's burial chamber represents one of the finest examples of Egyptian sky imagery. Constellations are depicted as divine figures, their positions corresponding to actual stellar arrangements visible in the Egyptian night sky. The goddess Nut stretches across the ceiling, her body forming the vault of heaven through which the sun passes daily. Stars are represented as five-pointed shapes scattered across her blue-painted form, creating an image of the night sky that would accompany the pharaoh throughout eternity. The ceiling's condition has deteriorated somewhat over 3 millennia, but enough survives to demonstrate the original conception's ambition and beauty. The astronomical knowledge embedded in this ceiling reflected Egyptian observations accumulated over centuries. The Egyptians had identified major constellations and tracked their movements across the night sky, using celestial observations for both practical purposes like calendar keeping and religious purposes like determining auspicious times for rituals. The ceiling decoration transformed abstract astronomical knowledge into visual imagery that served the pharaoh's eternal needs, just as the living sun crossed the sky above the earth, so the deceased pharaoh would travel through the celestial realm depicted above his burial chamber. The construction techniques employed in Seti's tomb reveal the accumulated expertise of centuries of rock-cut excavation. Workers began at the entrance, cutting downward and inward through the limestone using copper and bronze tools. The rock was removed as rubble and carried to the surface, where it was dumped in areas away from the tomb entrance to avoid creating telltale debris piles. As excavation progressed, teams worked simultaneously on different sections, some cutting rock, others plastering completed surfaces, still others carving and painting the decorative program. The coordination required to manage these parallel activities without creating bottlenecks or damaging finished work demonstrates sophisticated project management. The security measures incorporated into Seti's tomb reflect the ongoing struggle between builders and robbers. A deep well shaft interrupts the corridor sequence, creating a vertical drop that would trap unwary intruders while also serving to collect any water that might seep into the tomb. The well shaft also marked the division between outer and inner tomb sections. Everything beyond it was presumably more sacred and more protected. False passages and blocked corridors were designed to mislead robbers who might penetrate the outer defences, directing them toward empty dead ends, while the actual burial chamber lay hidden behind concealed entrances. These security measures ultimately failed, as they always did. Seti's tomb was robbed in antiquity, probably multiple times, with thieves stripping the gold and precious objects while leaving the decorated walls largely intact. The pharaoh's mummy was removed by priests during the late New Kingdom and eventually deposited in the famous royal cache at Deir el-Bahri, where it was discovered in the 19th century. The magnificent alabaster sarcophagus, carved with texts from the Book of Gates and originally inlaid with blue paste, was sold by early 19th century excavator Giovanni Belzoni to an English collector and now resides in the Sir John Soanes Museum in London, a reminder that tomb robbery continued well into the modern era, just with more paperwork involved. The patterns of ancient tomb robbery reveal both the ingenuity of thieves and the ultimate futility of security measures. Robbers typically entered through tunnels dug from adjacent tombs or from the surface, avoiding the heavily guarded main entrances. They worked in teams, with some members standing guard while others penetrated the burial chambers. The work was done at night, by the light of small oil lamps that left soot deposits still visible in some tombs. The thieves knew exactly what they were looking for: gold, jewellery, precious oils, and systematically stripped these valuables while often leaving bulkier items behind. The tomb robbery papyri, documents from the late New Kingdom recording official investigations into plundered royal tombs, provide remarkable insight into both the crimes and the responses. These texts record confessions extracted under torture, lists of stolen goods, and the fates of convicted robbers, usually death, though the methods varied. The documents also reveal the involvement of officials and guards in the robberies, suggesting that inside knowledge was often essential for successful penetration of the tombs. The security system designed to protect royal burials was compromised by the very people tasked with maintaining it. The royal mummy caches discovered at Deir el-Bahri and elsewhere represent desperate attempts by late New Kingdom officials to preserve royal remains from ongoing plunder. When it became clear that individual tombs couldn't be protected, priests gathered the mummies of dozens of pharaohs and reburied them in unmarked locations. These emergency reburials stripped the mummies of remaining valuable objects but preserved the bodies themselves, which Egyptian religion considered essential for eternal existence. The cache discoveries in the 19th century CE revealed the final resting places of some of Egypt's greatest rulers, modest hiding spots for kings who had built pyramids and carved temples into cliffs. The workforce that created the Valley of the King's Tombs lived in the village of Deir el-Medina, which we've mentioned in earlier chapters. These specialised craftsmen, stonecutters, plasterers, draftsmen, sculptors, painters, formed a hereditary community that passed skills from generation to generation. Their village, nestled in a valley adjacent to their workplace, has been extensively excavated and provides remarkable insight into the lives of ancient Egyptian workers. The documents recovered there include work logs tracking progress on royal tombs, absence records noting why specific workers missed shifts, legal disputes among neighbours, love poetry, and shopping lists. The full range of human concerns reduced to pottery shards and papyrus fragments. The workers' daily lives followed rhythms dictated by the tomb construction schedule. Work weeks typically ran 8 days, followed by 2 days of rest, a schedule that gave workers time to tend their own tombs and handle personal affairs. The working day lasted approximately 8 hours, divided by a midday meal break when workers retreated to shaded rest areas near the tomb entrances. Rations of bread, beer, vegetables, and occasionally meat sustained the workforce, with quantities carefully calculated and distributed by administrators whose records survive in the archaeological record. The workers' expertise was jealously guarded by the state, which took seriously the security implications of skilled craftsmen knowing the locations and layouts of royal tombs. The village was isolated from surrounding communities, and workers' movements were monitored. Yet despite these precautions, some tomb robberies appear to have been inside jobs, with workers or their descendants sharing knowledge that enabled thieves to locate and penetrate royal burials. The tension between utilising skilled labour and preventing security breaches was never fully resolved, a problem that modern organisations dealing with sensitive information might find depressingly familiar. The development of tomb architecture in the Valley of the Kings across the New Kingdom reveals an ongoing refinement of both artistic and engineering approaches. Early tombs featured sharp turns and irregular plans, perhaps intended to confuse robbers, but also reflecting practical adjustments to geological conditions encountered during excavation. Later tombs, including setties, adopted straighter plans with more regular proportions, suggesting greater confidence in controlling the excavation process and less concern about security through confusion. The decorative programs also evolved, with later tombs incorporating additional funerary texts and increasingly complex imagery that reflected developments in Egyptian religious thought. The tomb of Ramesses II, Seti III's son and successor, represents an interesting contrast to his father's monument. Despite Ramesses' extraordinarily long reign, approximately 67 years, his tomb is less elaborately decorated than Seti's, with reliefs that are more hastily executed and colours that seem less carefully applied. The explanation probably lies in the tomb's early completion. With decades remaining in his reign after the tomb was finished, Ramesses had no incentive to continue lavishing resources on a project already adequate for its purpose. The result is a tomb that impresses through scale rather than refinement. Longer than Seti's but less beautiful, ambitious in conception but hurried in execution. The geological challenges of Valley of the Kings construction created problems that ancient engineers solved with varying degrees of success. The limestone bedrock varies in quality, with some areas providing excellent carving medium while others crumble or fracture unexpectedly. Several tombs show evidence of mid-construction plan changes, probably responses to geological obstacles encountered during excavation. Flash floods, though rare in the desert climate, could fill tombs with water and debris, damaging decorations and destabilizing structures. The tomb of Ramesses II has suffered particularly severe flood damage, with portions of its decoration destroyed or obscured by accumulated debris. Ventilation in the deeper tombs presented engineering challenges that were never fully solved. Workers excavating far from the entrance laboured in air that quickly became stale and oxygen depleted, while the oil lamps they used for illumination consumed additional oxygen and generated smoke that further degraded air quality. Some tombs show evidence of ventilation shafts intended to improve air circulation, though these rarely penetrated to the deepest chambers. The physical demands of tomb work, cutting rock in cramped, poorly ventilated spaces under minimal lighting, were considerable, and the health effects on workers probably included respiratory problems from limestone dust and lamp smoke. The decline of the Valley of the Kings as a royal burial site came during the later New Kingdom, when political instability and economic crisis made major construction projects increasingly difficult. The last pharaoh definitively buried in the valley was Ramesses III, whose unfinished tomb reflects the troubled conditions of his reign. Subsequent rulers of the Third Intermediate Period were buried elsewhere, often in modest tombs within temple precincts, rather than elaborate rock-cut monuments. The valley itself fell into neglect, with some tombs becoming accessible to ancient tourists who left graffiti recording their visits, evidence that the secrets the valley had been designed to protect had long since been compromised. The modern rediscovery of the Valley of the Kings began in the 18th century, when European travellers started documenting the accessible tombs and speculating about those still hidden. The 19th century saw systematic exploration by figures like Giovanni Belzoni, who discovered multiple tombs including that of Seti II, and who pioneered techniques of excavation that later archaeologists would refine. The valley's most famous discovery, the tomb of Tutankhamun, found nearly intact in 1922 by Howard Carter, demonstrated that treasures might still await discovery even in areas that had been searched repeatedly. The gold and artifacts recovered from Tutankhamun's small tomb suggest what the larger royal tombs must have contained before their plundering. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb became one of the defining moments of 20th century archaeology, capturing public imagination worldwide and spawning Egyptomania that influenced art, fashion, and popular culture for decades. Carter's methodical documentation of the tomb's contents, over 5,000 objects from golden shrines to humble sandals, set new standards for archaeological recording. The treasures themselves, now displayed in Cairo's Egyptian Museum and the new Grand Egyptian Museum at Giza, continue drawing visitors who want to see the material splendor that once accompanied royal Egyptian burials. The relatively modest size of Tutankhamun's tomb, he was a minor king who died young after a brief reign, makes its wealth all the more remarkable. If this small tomb contained such extraordinary treasures, the larger tombs of major pharaohs like Seti I, Ramesses and Amenhotep III must have held unimaginable riches before their systematic plunder. The loss is incalculable, not just gold and precious objects, but the artistic and historical information those objects would have provided. Every golden artifact recovered from Tutankhamun's tomb represents countless similar objects melted down by ancient robbers or scattered across the collections of the ancient and medieval worlds. Modern conservation efforts in the Valley of the Kings face ongoing challenges from tourism, climate, and time itself. The painted walls that have survived 3 millennia are vulnerable to humidity from visitors' breath, temperature fluctuations from bodies and lighting, and physical contact from tourists who ignore barriers and warning signs. Some tombs have been closed to protect their decorations, with replica tombs constructed nearby to satisfy visitor demand without endangering originals. The balance between access and preservation remains delicate, requiring constant monitoring and periodic policy adjustments. Scientific investigation using modern technology continues revealing secrets hidden within the ancient monuments. Ground-penetrating radar has identified possible hidden chambers in some tombs, though excavation to confirm these findings remains controversial. Thermal imaging has detected anomalies that might indicate concealed passages. DNA analysis of royal mummies has clarified family relationships that ancient records left ambiguous. The Valley of the Kings, despite over 2 centuries of intensive exploration, may yet yield surprises that change our understanding of ancient Egyptian royal burial practices. The transition from the Valley of the Kings to Abu Simbel takes us from hidden underground chambers to the most spectacular public monuments Egypt ever produced. If the valley represented concealment as security strategy, Abu Simbel represented the opposite approach, monuments so massive, so visible, so obviously the work of divine power that no one would dare disturb them. The pharaoh responsible for this audacious project was Ramesses II, Seti I's son, and Egypt's most prolific builder, a ruler whose ego matched his longevity and who apparently believed that modesty was for lesser monarchs. Abu Simbel lies in Lower Nubia, near Egypt's modern border with Sudan, at a site where sandstone cliffs rise directly from the Nile's western bank. The location was strategically significant, marking the southern extent of Egyptian-controlled territory and serving as a visible statement of pharaonic authority to Nubian populations who might otherwise question Egyptian dominance. Ramesses chose this site for 2 colossal rock-cut temples, a larger temple dedicated to himself and the principal state gods, and a smaller temple dedicated to his chief wife Nefertari and the goddess Hathor. Both were carved directly from the living rock of the cliff face, their facades and interior chambers excavated from sandstone that had formed over millions of years. The selection of Abu Simbel's location involved both practical and symbolic considerations. The cliff face at this point offered suitable sandstone for carving, soft enough to work relatively quickly, hard enough to retain detail once carved. The orientation allowed the temple entrance to face eastward, catching the rising sun in a manner that Egyptian temple architecture typically required. And the site's visibility from the river meant that every vessel passing this stretch of the Nile would witness Ramesses' colossal images, their superhuman scale announcing Egyptian power to traders, diplomats, and potential enemies alike. Ramesses II himself was one of ancient Egypt's most remarkable figures, not merely for his military campaigns or building projects, but for his sheer longevity. He ruled for approximately 67 years, outliving most of his numerous children and several of his chief wives. This extraordinarily long reign gave him time to complete building projects that would have taken multiple reigns under ordinary circumstances. Abu Simbel was just one of many monuments Ramesses commissioned. His constructions dot the Nile Valley from the Delta to Nubia, each proclaiming his divine status and eternal glory. The great temple of Abu Simbel announces itself with 4-seated colossi of Ramesses II, each over 60 feet tall, flanking the entrance like divine guardians of incomprehensible scale. The figures depict Ramesses wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, his hands resting on his knees in a pose of regal composure, his face bearing the slight smile that characterizes much of his portraiture. Smaller figures at the colossi's feet represent members of the royal family, queens, princes and princesses whose relative diminutiveness emphasizes the pharaoh's superhuman status. The entire facade, measuring over 100 feet wide and 100 feet high, was carved from the cliff with a precision that still impresses engineers familiar with modern excavation technology. One of the 4 colossi suffered catastrophic damage in antiquity, probably from an earthquake, leaving only the lower portions intact while the upper torso and head lie in fragments at the statue's base. The fragments have remained where they fell for over 2,000 years, providing modern visitors with a sense of the monument's scale that the intact statues don't quite convey. Seeing a head the size of a small car lying in the sand drives home just how massive the complete figures actually are. The creation of these colossal figures required techniques quite different from conventional sculpture. The statues weren't carved from blocks and transported to the site. They were excavated in place, with workers removing the surrounding rock to reveal the figures hidden within. This meant working from the top down, establishing proportions at the head, and carefully maintaining them as excavation progressed toward the feet. Any error in proportion would be visible in the finished work and essentially uncorrectable. You can't add stone back once it's been removed. The sculptors who shaped Ramesses' colossi must have possessed exceptional skill and confidence, backed by generations of accumulated experience in monumental stone carving. The process likely began with scaffolding erected against the cliff face, allowing workers to access the upper portions where the heads would emerge. Master sculptors would have marked out the basic forms, crown, face, shoulders, using guidelines and templates based on standardized Egyptian proportional systems. As the upper portions were completed, workers continued downward, maintaining the established scale while revealing arms, torso, and finally legs and feet. The final steps involved surface finishing, smoothing the sandstone, adding painted details for eyes, lips, and other features, and applying any gilding or other decorative treatments. The sandstone at Abu Simbel was both blessing and curse for the ancient sculptors. Soft enough to carve relatively quickly, a significant advantage for a project of this scale, it was also vulnerable to erosion and damage. The desert environment provided some protection. Low humidity preserved the stone better than wetter climates would have, and the site's remoteness limited human interference. But sandstorms gradually abraded exposed surfaces, and occasional floods deposited silt that accumulated against the temple facade over centuries. By the time European explorers rediscovered Abu Simbel in the 19th century, the seated colossi were buried to their shoulders in sand, their lower portions invisible beneath accumulated debris. The facade's smaller details reveal the care invested in the project. Baboons carved above the entrance represent creatures that greet the rising sun with cries, appropriate guardians for a temple whose orientation was designed to catch the dawn's first rays. Hieroglyphic inscriptions identify Ramesses with elaborate titles and celebrate his military victories, particularly the Battle of Kadesh against the Hittites, which Ramesses depicted as a glorious triumph, despite historical evidence suggesting it was closer to a draw. The border between religious monument and political propaganda was always blurry in Egyptian royal construction, and Abu Simbel exemplifies how pharaohs used architecture to shape their legacies. The interior of the Great Temple extends over 180 feet into the cliff, its chambers carved from living rock with the same precision displayed on the facade. The first hall, or pronaos, features 8 massive pillars carved as osiride figures of Ramesses, the pharaoh depicted in the pose of the god of the underworld, arms crossed over chest and holding the crook and flail of royal authority. Each pillar statue stands over 30 feet tall, dominating the hall and reminding visitors that they have entered sacred space where divine and royal authority merge. The walls between pillars are covered with relief scenes, primarily depicting Ramesses' military campaigns and his offerings to various gods. The engineering required to create these interior spaces challenged ancient capabilities to their limits. Workers had to excavate chambers while leaving pillars and walls intact. essentially carving a building from solid rock rather than assembling it from components. The rock removal proceeded from ceiling to floor, with rubble carried out through passages that would eventually become the finished chambers. Lighting was provided by oil lamps and reflected sunlight, neither of which adequately illuminated deep interior spaces, so workers often laboured in near darkness while executing carvings that required exceptional precision. The astronomical alignment of the Great Temple demonstrates that Egyptian architects incorporated sophisticated celestial calculations into their designs. Twice each year, around February 22nd and October 22nd, the rising sun penetrates the temple's full length, illuminating statues of Rameses and the gods Amun and Ra-Horakhti in the innermost sanctuary, while leaving the statue of Ptah, a god of the underworld, in shadow. This solar phenomenon was clearly intentional, though the precise significance of the chosen dates remains debated. Some scholars have suggested connections to Ramesses' birthday or coronation anniversary. Others propose astronomical explanations related to equinoxes or solstices. Whatever the original intent, the alignment demonstrates planning that extended from terrestrial architecture to celestial mechanics. The smaller temple at Abu Simbel, dedicated to Nefertari and Hathor, displays similar techniques on a more modest scale. Its facade features 6 standing colossi, 4 of Ramesses and 2 of Nefertari, each about 33 feet tall. The near equal size of the queen's statues relative to the king's is remarkable by Egyptian standards, where royal wives were typically depicted at much smaller scales. The inscription declares that Ramesses built the temple for his beloved wife, for whom the sun rises, an expression of affection unusual in royal monuments, and suggesting that Nefertari held genuinely special status among Ramesses' many wives and concubines. The interior of Nefertari's temple, though smaller than the Great Temple, displays equally fine workmanship. 6 pillars carved with Hathor-headed capitals support the first hall, their cow-eared goddess faces gazing serenely at visitors who pass beneath. The walls depict Nefertari participating in rituals alongside her husband, making offerings to the gods in scenes that emphasize her religious role as well as her queenly status. The colours remain remarkably well preserved, with blues, yellows and reds that still convey something of the vibrant effect the ancient decorators intended. The dedication of a separate temple to a royal wife was itself unusual in Egyptian tradition. Queens typically received small shrines or subsidiary structures rather than independent monuments of this scale. Nefertari's temple at Abu Simbel puts her on nearly equal footing with the gods themselves, an elevation of queenly status that reflects either Ramesses' genuine devotion or his desire to create a divine partnership that enhanced his own claims to godhood. Probably both motivations contributed. Egyptian royal ideology rarely separated personal sentiment from political calculation. Nefertari herself remains somewhat mysterious despite her prominent commemoration. She bore Ramesses several children and apparently wielded significant influence during the earlier years of his reign, but she predeceased him by several decades and played no role in the latter portion of his extraordinarily long rule. Her tomb in the Valley of the Queens is considered the finest in that necropolis, with decorations of exceptional quality that rival the best work in the Valley of the Kings. The Abu Simbel temple ensured that her memory would be preserved alongside her husband's, associated with the goddess Hathor in a divine partnership that mirrored her earthly relationship with Ramesses. The construction workforce for Abu Simbel probably included both Egyptian craftsmen brought from the north and local Nubian labourers conscripted for the project. The organisation required to coordinate hundreds or thousands of workers at such a remote site, far from agricultural land and supply centres, represented a significant logistical achievement. Food, tools and other necessities had to be transported up the Nile, while workers required housing, medical care and the administrative support that accompanied any large Egyptian project. The temples took approximately 20 years to complete, spanning a significant portion of Ramesses' reign and consuming resources that could have been devoted to countless other purposes. The living conditions for workers at Abu Simbel were probably challenging even by ancient standards. The Nubian climate is harsh. Temperatures regularly exceed 100 degrees Fahrenheit during summer months, and the desert environment offered little relief from the relentless sun. Water had to be drawn from the Nile and carried to work areas, adding another logistical burden to an already complex operation. The nearest significant settlements were miles away, meaning workers lived in temporary camps near the construction site for extended periods. Whatever motivated these workers, religious devotion, patriotic duty, simple economic necessity or coercion, they accomplished something remarkable under difficult circumstances. The political message of Abu Simbel was unmistakable to contemporary observers. The colossal scale announced Egyptian power in terms that transcended language barriers. Nubian populations who couldn't read hieroglyphics could certainly understand that the civilization capable of creating such monuments possessed capabilities beyond ordinary human reach. The temples functioned as propaganda, proclaiming Egyptian dominance through physical presence rather than military force. Whether this approach was more effective than traditional fortification is debatable, but it certainly produced more impressive surviving monuments. The fate of Abu Simbel in modern times provides a fitting conclusion to our exploration of Egyptian engineering, because it required a remarkable engineering project of our own era to preserve these ancient achievements. The construction of the Aswan High Dam in the 1960s created Lake Nasser, whose rising waters threatened to submerge the Abu Simbel temples, along with dozens of other Nubian monuments. The international response, coordinated by UNESCO, became one of the most ambitious archaeological rescue operations ever attempted. The Nubian Rescue Campaign, launched in 1960, represented an unprecedented level of international cooperation for cultural preservation. Over 50 countries contributed funding, expertise, or both to save monuments that belonged technically to Egypt and Sudan, but were recognized as belonging to all humanity. The phrase World Heritage, which would later become an official UNESCO designation, emerged partly from the experience of this campaign. What happened at Abu Simbel demonstrated that the international community could, when sufficiently motivated, work together to preserve the past. The initial proposals for saving Abu Simbel range from practical to fantastical. One early suggestion involved building a transparent dam around the temples, allowing visitors to view them underwater, a proposal that combined architectural ambition with complete disregard for conservation principles. Another proposed raising the temples on hydraulic jacks to a safer elevation, a technically challenging solution that would have required lifting millions of tons of sandstone without causing damage. The scheme ultimately adopted, cutting the temples into blocks and reassembling them on higher ground, seemed almost equally impossible when first proposed, but proved achievable through careful planning and extraordinary effort. The solution was to move the temples, literally cut them from their original location, and reassemble them on higher ground safe from the rising waters. This required sawing the monuments into blocks weighing up to 30 tons each, carefully numbering and cataloguing each piece, transporting them to the new site, and reassembling them with precision sufficient to preserve the astronomical alignments and aesthetic effects of the originals. The project employed over 2,000 workers and took 4 years to complete, at a cost that would exceed $1 billion in today's currency. The cutting of the monuments required special techniques developed specifically for this project. Diamond wire saws sliced through the sandstone along carefully planned lines, creating blocks that could be lifted by cranes and transported to the new site. The saw cuts had to be positioned to minimize visible joints in the finished reassembly, which meant cutting through sections that would be hidden from view rather than prominent decorative surfaces. Where cuts had to cross visible areas, the joints were filled with coloured mortar matched as closely as possible to the surrounding stone. The engineering challenges were formidable. The sandstone from which the temples were carved was relatively soft, an advantage for ancient sculptors, but a liability for modern engineers attempting to cut and move it without damage. The colossal facade statues had to be sectioned in ways that would allow invisible reassembly, which required cutting through the figures themselves and hoping the joints could be concealed. The artificial hill constructed behind the relocated temples had to replicate the original cliff's function of containing and supporting the rock-cut chambers. And everything had to happen faster than the rising lake waters, which imposed inflexible deadlines on every phase of the project. The reassembly process was essentially the reverse of dismantling. Blocks were positioned using cranes, aligned to their documented original locations and secured in place. The interior spaces were reconstructed within a concrete dome that provided structural support while remaining invisible from inside the temples. The facades were rebuilt against this dome, their sandstone surfaces restored to positions matching the original layout. Workers filling joints and touching up damaged surfaces worked to make the modern intervention as invisible as possible, though close inspection reveals the cut lines that modern rescue imposed on ancient creation. The successful relocation of Abu Simbel demonstrated that modern engineering could preserve ancient achievements even against threats their creators never imagined. The temples now stand approximately 200 feet higher and 650 feet back from their original position, overlooking the lake rather than the river, but otherwise intact. The solar alignment still functions, the engineers calculated correctly, and millions of visitors have experienced the monuments since their relocation. The international cooperation required to save Abu Simbel also established precedents for subsequent heritage preservation efforts, creating institutional frameworks that continue protecting cultural sites worldwide. The relocated Abu Simbel has become one of Egypt's most visited archaeological sites, drawing tourists who come to marvel at both the ancient construction and the modern rescue. The visitor experience is necessarily different from what ancient pilgrims would have encountered. The artificial hill, the modern access roads, the ticket booths and tour buses, but the monuments themselves retain their power to impress. Standing before the colossi as the rising sun illuminates their faces, it's possible to feel something of what ancient visitors must have experienced, awe at human capability to shape stone into statements of immortal ambition. The story of Egyptian engineering that we've traced tonight spans over 3,000 years, from the first dam that made Memphis possible to the colossal temples that proclaimed Ramesses' divine status. Across this enormous time span, certain themes recur: the ambition to create monuments that would endure forever, the organizational capabilities to mobilize vast resources toward common goals, the technical ingenuity to solve problems that seemed impossible, and the persistent human desire to leave marks that outlast individual mortality. The pyramids, the obelisks, the temples, the tombs, all served practical and religious purposes, but all also expressed something fundamental about human nature. The refusal to accept that death ends everything, the determination to achieve something that transcends the limits of a single lifetime. The engineers, architects, craftsmen, and labourers who created these monuments left no technical manuals, no detailed explanations of their methods, no memoirs recording their thoughts and feelings about their work. What they left instead was the work itself, stone shaped with impossible precision, structures that have survived earthquakes and invasions and millennia of weathering, monuments that continue to inspire wonder in visitors who can barely comprehend the effort required to create them. The silence of the ancient builders speaks more eloquently than any explanation could. What matters is not the process but the result, not the difficulties overcome but the achievement that endures. Modern engineers who study ancient Egyptian construction often express a mixture of admiration and humility. The Egyptians solved problems that would challenge contemporary technology, using tools and techniques that seem impossibly primitive by modern standards. The Great Pyramid's precision, the obelisk's monolithic perfection, the rock-cut temple's integration of architecture and landscape. These achievements required understanding of engineering principles that the ancient builders developed through experience rather than theory, and applied with a consistency that suggests mastery rather than luck. We may have more powerful tools, but we're not obviously wiser about how to use them. The monuments themselves remain, drawing millions of visitors each year who come seeking connection with a civilization that flourished and faded long before our own arose. Standing before the pyramids, or descending into the Valley of the Kings, or gazing up at the colossi of Abu Simbel, modern visitors experience something of what ancient Egyptians intended: a sense of human capability pushed to its limits, a reminder that great achievements are possible when vision and resources align, and perhaps a hope that some of what we create might similarly outlast us. The Egyptian engineering tradition ended with the civilization that created it, but its monuments endure as testimony to what human beings can accomplish when they refuse to accept the ordinary as the limit of the possible. And with that, night owls, we've reached the end of our journey through ancient Egyptian engineering. We've travelled from the first dam that tamed the Nile to the colossal temples that proclaim divine kingship in stone. We've descended into underground chambers where pharaohs awaited eternity and climbed the courses of pyramids that challenged the sky. We've watched obelisks rise from quarries and cities appear from empty desert. And through it all, we've seen a civilization that refused to think small, that invested unimaginable resources in monuments meant to last forever, and that succeeded beyond what any reasonable assessment would have predicted. The Egyptians believed that speaking the name of the dead could help sustain them in the afterlife. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, perhaps spare a thought for the workers who hauled stones under the desert sun, for the artists who painted in the darkness of tomb chambers, for the engineers who calculated angles and stresses with no instruments beyond their own trained judgment. They built wonders that still amaze us. They deserve to be remembered. Good night wherever you are in the world. Sweet dreams of pyramids rising against starlit skies, of obelisks catching the first light of dawn, of temples carved from living rock by hands that turned stone into eternity. Sleep well, and when you wake, remember that the monuments of the past are still there, patient and enduring, waiting for those who wish to marvel at what human beings can achieve. Until next time, rest easy. The ancient stones will keep their vigil while you sleep,